applause, please. Morning, everyone. Thank you. I appreciate the extra effort with the applause. I know the rest of the crowd is still on their way in. You guys are fantastic. I like Africans that are on time and that make their effort to be here on time. So one more time, put your hands together, but this time for yourselves. The Creative Africa Nexus Summit hosted yesterday amazing conversations, and today promises to be even better. The CANEX Summit has been programmed to break down barriers, encourage conversation, and collaborations. This beautiful creative space will welcome globally recognized African icons sitting side by side, young and emerging talent. An intentional strategy to build bridges of mentorship and inspiration for the next generation of Africa's creatives. For our second day at CANEX sessions, the CANEX Summit program is focused on digital economy, access to finance, access to development through African film industry, and globalizing African fashion. Now, let's kick off today, day 2 of the CANEX Summit, with a much-needed conversation on digital economy. Emerging digital technologies have altered and disrupted the way that creatives engage with their audience, guaranteeing new ways to distribute content, communicate work, manufacture and create, monetize, and play. Technology has created different levels of impact, especially with the convergence of creative economy and the platform economy, which provides creatives with editorials, what type of content is seen and why, and monetary elements where the revenue accrues for their content on or product, and how. As all those things continue to emerge, it brings a powerful force to the CCIs, creative and cultural industries, and how they develop and how they earn. Please welcome to the CANEX Summit stage the moderator for this session for Africa and the global digital disruption. Please welcome Chow Tayana Maina, founder of African Digital Heritage, all the way from Eastern Africa, Kenya. Please put your hands together for her as she comes through.
African creatives were amongst those leading the digital way during COVID-19 lockdowns. From virtual 3D fashion shows to early adaptation of hybrid festival models, African creatives were able to pivot and adapt to a creative world that is becoming more and more digitally driven. As creatives across the globe continue to embrace emerging technologies that disrupt the way they create, share, and monetize their content, African cultural and creative industries must continue to adapt, innovate, and find homegrown technology solutions. African economies need to invest in and create an enabling environment for their CCIs to participate in and benefit from the lucrative opportunities the digital economy provides. In order for African creatives and entrepreneurs to truly benefit from digital disruptions, Africans must be the owners and the developers of the platforms, not just the content on the platforms.
Africa has a massively young audience that is mobile savvy. We're incredibly advanced as far as mobile operations go, and mobile network operators go, and their consumer base. And that, I think, therein lies the opportunity for any creative, is to really start submitting content where they know their content can be seen by a very big audience across the continent. We see the access to YouTube allowing people to shoot stories on their phones. We're seeing Netflix offering a lot of opportunities. We have ourselves created a channel, and every opportunity there is for us to create a sustainable business within Africa through different mobile gateways that are available to them and their content.
African development and owned technology platforms and intra-African collaboration between tech and digital platforms is essential to retain capital on the continent and to further drive growth.
Mesdames et messieurs, bonjour. Je tenais à remercier très chaleureusement les organisateurs de Intra-African Trade Fair, du CANEX et tout particulièrement Lara Utian de cette invitation et saluer les honorables et prestigieux participants de ce panel. C'est un honneur pour moi et mes équipes de pouvoir exprimer notre vision et mettre en avant notre travail depuis plusieurs années dans les industries créatives digitales africaines. 2 ans plus tard, nous sommes aujourd'hui à 2 ans de la création de l'Intra-African Trade Fair. 2 ans plus tard, nous sommes aujourd'hui à 2 ans de la création de l'Intra-African Trade Fair. 2 ans plus tard, nous sommes aujourd'hui à 2 ans de la création de l'Intra-African Trade Fair. 2 ans plus tard, nous sommes aujourd'hui à 2 ans de la création de l'Intra-African Trade Fair. 2 ans plus tard, nous sommes aujourd'hui à 2 ans de la création de l'Intra-African Trade Fair. 2 ans plus tard, nous sommes aujourd'hui à 2 ans de la création de l'Intra-African Trade Fair. 2 ans plus tard, nous sommes aujourd'hui à 2 ans de la création de l'Intra-African Trade Fair. 2 ans plus tard, nous sommes aujourd'hui à 2 ans de la création de l'Intra-African Trade Fair. 2 ans plus tard, nous sommes aujourd'hui à 2 ans de la création de l'Intra-African Trade Fair. 2 ans plus tard, nous sommes aujourd'hui à 2 ans de la création de l'Intra Je suis l'un des actionnaires de 3D Net Info en Tunisie, première école de formation au métier du codage créatif créée en 1999 en Afrique francophone. Et nous avons formé plus de 15 000 jeunes venant de 15 pays d'Afrique subsaharienne dans la 3D, dans le jeu vidéo, dans l'animation, la VR, l'AR, réalité virtuelle, réalité augmentée, les effets spéciaux, le design architectural, avec un taux d'employabilité de plus de 80% à la sortie d'école. Nous ne sommes pas uniquement un centre de formation, mais également un centre d'innovation. Le premier Living Lab, le DigiArt, dédié à la créativité en Afrique, et nous sommes membres du réseau ENOL, l'un des plus gros réseaux mondiaux donc de Living Lab, et nous travaillons au sein de ce Living Lab sur l'intelligence artificielle et la créativité, sur les nouvelles perspectives des technologies immersives, la blockchain, les NFT, l'art digital. Nous sommes également partenaires de leaders mondiaux comme Autodesk, Epic Games, Nvidia, Chaos Group ou encore Facebook Oculus pour la réalité virtuelle. Et ces dernières années, on se déploie de plus en plus dans les pays africains, dans une dizaine de pays africains, à travers des bootcamps, des challenges, des programmes de formation. C'est de cette expérience que je souhaitais parler et surtout à travers ce thème, l'Afrique et le bouleversement numérique mondial dans le secteur créatif. Donc c'est très très important. L'Afrique a la population la plus jeune. C'est dans cette jeunesse qu'il y a les leaders de demain. Cette jeunesse est décomplexée, elle est digital native, connectée. Elle est connectée au monde et elle sera une force de proposition dans un XXe siècle à réinventer. Cette jeunesse africaine a su prouver sa réactivité, sa créativité, son agilité, son inventivité pour faire face aux enjeux du Covid grâce au numérique. Elle a largement démontré sa capacité d'innovation et de résilience, donnant un sens, une finalité à l'Afrique de demain. Sans le numérique, aucun des 17 objectifs du développement durable des Nations Unies ne pourrait être atteint. L'Afrique peut tirer parti du numérique pour s'affranchir des vieux modèles industriels et accélérer sa croissance économique. Tous les pays africains n'en sont pas au même stade, c'est certain, en matière de transformation numérique. Mais dans tous ces pays, les innovations numériques servent d'abord les besoins très concrets et adaptés aux réalités locales. En Afrique, nous ne sommes pas mobile first, nous sommes mobile only. Et durant le Covid, les entreprises comme les pouvoirs publics ont compris à quel point le numérique était essentiel car il transforme les modes de production et les conditions de travail. L'innovation et les technologies numériques sont une composante indispensable pour gérer les défis de l'Afrique de demain. Et le monde est mu par cette innovation et la fracture mondiale continuera de se creuser si nos dirigeants en Afrique ne recueillent pas les bénéfices potentiels de cette innovation. Le problème, c'est que l'on parle d'innovation et qu'on en débat, mais sans définir de véritables stratégies. La pandémie a offert une opportunité aux pays africains par le numérique d'innover et de reconstruire leur économie. Mais ils ne doivent pas se contenter de la réparer, mais la recréer autour de la transformation numérique. Alors pourquoi ne pas s'orienter vers les industries créatives culturelles numériques? L'économie créative est un moteur d'innovation. Elle ne génère pas seulement des idées et des technologies innovantes, mais elle exerce aussi une influence transversale sur l'ensemble de l'économie du futur. Cette nouvelle économie, c'est l'économie immersive et la créativité sera son moteur. Un nouveau chapitre de l'Internet en 3D est en train de s'écrire. Le métaverse. Le métaverse dont Facebook a fait de très très grandes annonces dernièrement. Vision futuriste, certes, axée sur le jeu vidéo, le divertissement, la culture, le commerce, le travail dans un cadre de relations sociales virtuelles. La question est, devra-t-on subir sans réagir et se voir imposer un modèle où notre continent ne sera qu'un faire-valoir? Or, un métaverse se nourrit de technologie et de contenu. Et l'Afrique en regorge de contenu. L'Afrique est une mosaïque culturelle, avec 54 pays et plus de 3000 langues, et cultures différentes. Le paysage socio-culturel du continent est incomparablement riche et varié. Elle connaît une révolution culturelle exceptionnelle à travers la mode, le cinéma, les arts visuels, les sites culturels, les médias, le design, les jeux vidéo, l'animation, les comics, le divertissement, la musique, la littérature, les talents, la créativité sont là. L'Afrique représente le futur. Elle dispose de talents, mais ne le fait pas fructifier suffisamment. En effet, dans les contenus digitaux proposés en Afrique, on remarque tout de suite l'absence et la faiblesse de production locale et nationale. Aujourd'hui, dans le domaine de la consommation des médias, du divertissement, la plupart des experts sont catégoriques. Le contenu africain n'a jamais autant suscité de convoitises. Seulement, le problème avec une grande partie de ce contenu africain, c'est qu'il n'est pas produit par les Africains. Finalement, alors que le continent devrait occuper une position de vendeur, il se retrouve bien souvent, quand il n'est pas consommateur, simple collaborateur dans la réalisation du fameux contenu africain. Le succès de Black Panthers sur le continent veut aussi dire qu'il a un public, un marché prêt à dépenser pour du contenu africain. Voilà qui est assez paradoxal. L'Afrique connaît une extraordinaire vitalité culturelle, mais elle joue un rôle encore marginal dans les échanges internationaux de biens culturels. Le PIB régional, aujourd'hui, est évalué à 1,1% au niveau mondial. C'est pour cela que l'Afrique ne doit pas rester à l'écart, être distancée. Elle doit s'approprier cet Internet du futur pour promouvoir, défendre sa culture, son histoire. Aujourd'hui, le contenu digital est devenu le nerf de la guerre. Sur les réseaux, les cultures africaines sont foisonnantes et diversifiées et ne demandent qu'à s'exporter. La question, c'est qui bâtira l'imaginaire africain et mondial de demain? Et c'est une compétition, ni plus ni moins. Que penser si nous devons encore évoluer dans un monde où l'imaginaire, les histoires que l'on nous propose, ne font pas partie de notre vision, de notre monde, de nos valeurs, de ce que notre civilisation porte? Que nos enfants ne puissent choisir que des contenus produits par d'autres, comme on nous l'a proposé durant le Covid dans nos écoles. Les industries culturelles et créatives feront partie des industries indispensables de l'Afrique de demain, car elles sont porteuses de rupture et d'innovation créatrice d'emplois et d'entrepreneuriat. Il s'agit là d'inverser complètement la dynamique telle qu'elle est en train de se jouer aujourd'hui. Il est temps de percevoir le monde avec un prisme africain et de savoir qu'il existe, de s'apercevoir clairement qu'il existe sur le continent une autre façon de penser le monde issue d'un héritage de croyances proches de la nature, solidaires, où l'entraide et la coopération ne sont pas des vains mots. La jeunesse africaine veut son Afrique, diffuser un nouveau storytelling, sortir des stéréotypes de la représentation négative. Elle recherche une narration qui s'intéresse à l'Afrique. Elle veut un univers africain, des super-héros noirs à l'image du continent africain avec ses propres codes culturels. Cette jeunesse se cherche une identité. Elle veut donner une vision, une image positive d'elle-même, considérant les industries créatives, comme le jeu vidéo, l'animation, les comics, comme un nouvel outil de diffusion de cette créativité, de cette culture, mais surtout un moyen de réappropriation de son identité africaine. Pour la jeune génération créative africaine ou issue de la diaspora, le continent ne représente plus uniquement la terre des origines, mais c'est celle des opportunités. Nous devons accompagner ces acteurs entrepreneurs à avoir une stratégie de formation, de déploiement de ces métiers créatifs qui vont du moins qualifiés au plus qualifiés. Tous les grands pays qui veulent être compétitifs dans les industries culturelles et créatives sont en train d'investir dans la production de ces contenus. L'Afrique doit en être partie. Il est crucial de veiller à ce que la première ressource de l'Afrique, c'est la jeunesse, puisse s'adapter véritablement, efficacement au bouleversement numérique mondial qui se prépare dans le secteur créatif numérique à cause du métaverse. La formation est la clé de cette industrie. Or, très peu de pays disposent aujourd'hui de centres de formation ou d'écoles spécifiques dédiées aux métiers créatifs. C'est et ce sera le grand défi pour la réussite de cette industrie créative en Afrique. Car rares sont les entreprises à proposer des produits susceptibles d'être exportés. La plupart, hélas, des développeurs ayant des formations basiques, acquises sur des tutoriels, sur les tutos YouTube ou dans les MOOC. Ensuite, on doit accélérer et stimuler les investissements, la distribution, le cadre juridique, créer des synergies et des coopérations transafricaines, être soutenus par nos États et nos institutions régionales, comme l'Union africaine, l'Afrique-Bank, la Banque africaine de développement, afin d'être présents sur la scène internationale. Certaines projections font état du fait que 40% de la main-d'œuvre qualifiée dans le numérique sera africaine d'ici 2030. En 10 ans, tout peut changer. Si dès aujourd'hui, nous élaborons des formations au métier des industries créatives numériques, le continent est jeune. Avec 70% de la population qui a moins de 25 ans, le digital peut porter vers une économie de la connaissance et de la créativité et générer une main-d'œuvre qualifiée. Au lieu d'exporter des matières premières, nous pourrons exporter du contenu, de la connaissance, du développement, des logiciels, des applications. C'est pourquoi les industries créatives numériques doivent être soutenues et structurées pour libérer tout leur potentiel, car elles sont de puissantes locomotives pour les stratégies de développement des économies africaines, un contributeur significatif au produit intérieur brut de l'Afrique. D'autant que la mise en œuvre aujourd'hui de la ZLECAf dynamisera le commerce intra-africain pour le numérique. Alors, chers amis, travaillons ensemble sur la base des complémentarités pour développer le commerce intra-africain des biens culturels, favoriser l'emploi, industrialiser l'Afrique et assurer une montée dans les chaînes de valeur mondiale du Made in Africa. Merci à vous et très bon salon. À très bientôt. Au revoir.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It's so wonderful to have you here today. Thank you very much for being here on a Saturday morning, taking the time. Today we'll be looking at Africa and the global digital disruption. My name is Chawatayana Maina. I also go by the name Headstrong Historian. I'm a computer scientist. The year is 1950. And my grandmother, a little 10-year-old girl, is walking home from school with a group of friends. And so there was a train track running by her school, and they came up with this master plan where they put some coins on the train track in the hopes that the train would derail, crash into the school, and there would be no more school forever. Now, as you can imagine, she ended up finishing school, much to her dismay. But when I received the brief for this discussion in this panel, I thought about the word disruption, and disruption being a change in course, a derailing, a shift in the narrative, and really a refusal to continue doing things the way they have been done. And so today we have a panel of experts, derailers and shifters, which I am proud to introduce to you. Our first panelist is Bola Atta. Welcome, Bola. Bola is one of the most celebrated marketing professionals on the African continent. With 30 years of experience in the fields of banking, business, communications, and entertainment, she has pioneered several innovations in the entertainment industry, including the famous Africa Magic Channel. She currently serves as Group Director for Corporate Communications for UBA and is Executive Producer of Red TV. Thank you, Bola. Welcome.
Thank you.
Our next panelist is Ojoma Ochai. Ojoma is a creative economy expert with over 15 years' experience supporting the development of the global creative economy. She sits on the UNESCO Global Expert Facility for the 2005 convention, and in this capacity, she has supported national governments like the Gambia, Jamaica, Nigeria to implement their convention and grow their CCI industries. Welcome, Ojoma. Our next panelist is Brian Afande. Brian is one of the earliest adopters of extended reality on the African continent. His company, Black Rhino VR, works with clients and partners to add value to their business through extended reality technology. So this includes AR, VR, MR. His work focuses on design, democratizing, and demystifying what extended reality actually means and looks like for communities and for Africans. Thank you, Brian. Lovely to be here today. And our final panelist is Emeka Ozoigwe, who is the Acting Director, Strategy and Innovation at Afrexim Bank. In a recent interview with Africa Business Magazine, he describes the bank as riding the wave of innovation while leveraging technology to help solve some of the more profound problems on the African continent. So thank you very much, Emeka. Welcome. Now, you might be wondering what all these people have in common, yeah? And I said, in many ways, they are putting coins on train tracks and trying to derail trains in their specific fields. Now we travel forward in time. The year is 2020, and the world is in the middle of a global pandemic, unprecedented in the 21st century. Several African practitioners, such as Congolese fashion designer Anifa Movemba, who leveraged 3D visuals to create a fashion show for her fashion brand, are using digital technologies to circumvent restrictions brought about by the pandemic. And today's session, we will be focusing on the ways in which the digital economy is providing opportunities to support value systems across creative economy, value chains, supply chains, and the industry itself. What are the opportunities that exist to leverage information, and what is required on a regional scale, really, to support this innovation? And as I said, disruption can mean many things. And my first question to my panelists will be looking at how they are encountering or innovating and actually spurring disruption in the industries. My first question is to you, Bola. Your numbers on Facebook, 1.7 million, 300,000 subscribers on YouTube. What informed this decision for a bank to move into the content creation space, and what impact has it had for the bank?
Thanks a lot, Chao. I think there is no doubt about the fact that every organization right now, especially since 2020, when the COVID pandemic started, every organization has to rethink of the economy that was not given as much attention as maybe the other segments, and this is a creative industry. I'm very happy that the United Nations has named 2020 the year of the creative industry. This is big. And what has been happening, especially on the African continent for many years, is that we have a large creative industry that is not being fueled. It's not being given the resources, it's not being given the attention that it requires. So for us at UBA, one of the things we wanted to do as a bank that promotes small and medium-scale enterprises across the continent, we're in 20 African countries. One of the ways to ensure that we reach the creative industry was to find an avenue for jobs, to create jobs. What Red TV does is not only to bring content that is real about Africa, content that is beautiful, telling the African story in a way that is relatable, in a way that is culturally diverse and acceptable, and also creating jobs. So creating jobs for people who work in this industry was at the forefront of the bank's mind in starting the Red TV network. We work with film producers, we work with actors, we work with makeup artists, we work with editors. The whole gamut of production suites have been employed. We've done content in French language, we've done a lot of content in English language, and the content is consumable, of course, digitally across board in Africa, in the diaspora, and all over the world. So it is about fostering growth and enabling the youth in this industry to thrive. This is the main reason why we started Red TV.
Thanks, Bola. I really do encourage, if you haven't subscribed to Red TV, please do. One of the things that's very interesting for me about the kind of model that UBA has with Red TV is how it makes the bank accessible. Because before, we had institutions being at the very top and audiences being at the bottom, and the communication was pretty much one way. You know, we see this in governments, we see this in banking, we see this in different sectors. And so the ways in which the bank has become accessible, have you noted any improvement, let's say, with your customers and people relating to the bank as more of an institution they can see themselves as part of?
Absolutely. So when I say that the main reason why we started this was to create jobs for the youth, another reason would be to build affinity with our customers and the potential customers as well. So what we've seen, especially in the youth segment with the birth of Red TV, has been that dual conversation. Whenever you put out a new show on Red TV, you get a lot of commentaries. You get thousands of people talking to you. They not only talk about the show, they talk about your institution, they talk about their needs. You learn more about what they want and how to reach them. So in a way, it is about data surveying. You get to know your customers, you get to know what they do, what they like, where they go, how they spend their money, and in that way you're speaking to each other in a more congenial manner than previously. So it's bringing affinity on both sides, really.
Thank you so much. And I think just to speak to the question of affinity, I'll move on to you, Brian, on the other side of the stage. But your work really is at the forefront of technological shifts, yeah? We're not just talking about media, we're talking about new media. And there's a new there for a reason. And so I'd like you maybe to walk us through what it means to work in this space of extended reality and mixed reality and virtual reality as an African, but also what it means for the young people and the youth that you work with.
Okay, thank you so much. You're far too kind. So I think working in this space has really been interesting, and did not know at that particular time what virtual reality was, but I had done extensive research and I knew that we would want to create something different, you know. And when we started doing our feasibility study and building a SWOT around the technology itself, it was very clear that we're going to have some pretty sad days in my house. And my wife, I remember saying, just go ahead and conquer, do whatever it is that you want, but as a man, you'll never come back home to a cold house and a house with no food. And as a man, you know, you just have to go out there and do something different. And the idea of working in the space has really been to understand number one, there's a learning curve with the technology itself. And I always say that I really graduated from the prestigious school of YouTube, because I learned a lot of stuff online on how to develop the content, how to be able to scale it, what sort of distribution metrics are we going to apply on the technology itself. But I'm really happy to say that over the years, it's been more about not just building the value of the company, but building a larger and cohesive ecosystem that can really put value into the economy and circulate. The idea of creating, we're just talking with my fellow speakers earlier on that looking at the technology itself, there's certain asymmetries that exist. Example, the role of women, because we call ourselves early XR adopters. And those asymmetries that exist really need to be addressed from the ground up. The role of women was very clear for us. The role of artists, because I really believe that art is a repository of memories of a society. And if you start excluding artists from either the conversation or excluding them from being part of their future, then really you're excluding a huge part of humanity that can really make us understand and bring this seismic shift that you're talking about. So two things that were very deliberate for us is, number one, there has to be involvement of artists and women, and then there was some form of vertical integration that we had to do. There was a huge knowledge barrier and gap that exists between how the West is applying the technology and how Africa is. So because of this, we started reaching out to companies in the West to bridge that knowledge gap. Started to work with companies like Oculus. We worked on a project actually just here in Cape Town. And this is many years ago. It allowed us to bridge that cultural and knowledge gap. And all that information and all that knowledge went into now building the ecosystem that I'm talking about. So over the years, it's been number one, just a learning curve of understanding how we can apply the technology as Africans, for Africans, and coming up with pragmatic solutions for it, and content as well. And number two, it was very clear that apart from doing that, we had to be selfless with the technology. I really believe the hand that gives is the one that receives. So we started out, we changed our business model to be more of a 60-40 sort of scenario, where 60% is the commercial work. My landlord doesn't care if I'm running an XR company. You know, at the end of the day, he's still knocking on the door. He wants his rent. So it was very important for us to create a strong commercial arm of the business that would really work on this. And then the 60% really goes into building the ecosystem as we know it. And so far, this has worked for us. There's also another thing about horizontal integration. So how do we start working within the continent ourselves? How do we start working between co-production partners between South Africa and Nairobi? We worked on a co-production with Electric South, which is a Cape Town-based studio. And it actually went ahead and won the best digital narrative at the Sheffield Film Festival. And you know, it's such horizontal collaborations that really allow us to experiment with the technology because it's highly nascent, possesses a lot of potential, but still requires us to have that sort of horizontal approach. Yeah.
Thank you so much. You've mentioned a couple of things that really tie into the next section of the conversation. But I'm also wondering if you could give our audiences some of the industries or sectors that are benefiting from XR-related content and in which ways it has been applied.
Okay, thank you. So I really don't mean this to be condescending, but I just feel like I'm on stage right now, and I feel like I really want to demystify what XR is. So extended reality is a spectrum of technologies. So you have virtual reality, augmented reality, and mixed reality. So this is an umbrella called XR. So when we throw out those words, it's really a matter of just understanding the context itself. And these technologies are highly adaptable to any vertical, any sector. We work in the health sector, we work in the educational sector, we work in the tourism industry. During COVID, we actually had an intervention that we worked in the government where you could wear a VR headset from anywhere in the world and go through the wildebeest migration. So it's interdisciplinary, and the idea of scientists or engineers trying to work with, I consider myself a creative technologist. And I've worked with doctors, I've worked with professors, engineers, and all that stuff. But adding the creative value to already something that exists for them, like legacy systems that exist, the technology itself can be seamlessly integrated on any medium that exists, whether legacy or not. So we're really super fluid and versatile, and we've worked across a lot of sectors. And this is what I think the beauty of the technology is, it's highly adaptable. Yeah.
It's beautiful because I think when you view technology as being something that you embed onto different systems, then you're able to see the multiple ways in which it integrates with life and with humanity, as opposed to putting technology at the center and thinking, okay, what do we do with the tech? It's about saying, this is an industry, what does it need? What are its tech needs? And you spoke about being interdisciplinary and you know, being a creative technologist, which for me is also something that I do. And I'm very passionate about the ways in which we view how technology has an impact in the creative industry. Yeah, when at the wave of technical intervention, we had health tech, we had fintech, we had agri-tech, and a lot of government tech initiatives, but the creative industry was seen as not needing tech as much. Yeah, and so my next question is to you, Ojoma. With technologies changing so rapidly, and this is happening at a rate that we sometimes cannot even keep track of, but at the same time, you work at the intersection of creative economy and supporting innovation. And your most recent venture is focusing on stimulating innovation and technology and adapting it into the African creative economy. And this is good news because we also do need startups and incubators that support creative ventures. So if you could tell us a little bit more about your new practice, and what informed your decision to bridge this gap. Yeah.
Thanks very much, Chao, and hello, everybody. So I've worked in the creative economy for many years, for many, in quote, traditional institutions, where we're developing the creative economy, we're supporting with research and capacity building and all that juicy stuff. And increasingly, we're finding that, as Brian was saying, that all these technologies are disrupting business models. And it's creating lots of opportunities. So for example, on the continent, filmmakers or content makers are getting new channels through which they can monetize their content or through which they can distribute. But the thing that bugged me increasingly in the last couple of years is, like, who's investing in building the future of whatever technological disruption is going to change the way that we engage with fashion or visual arts or music or performing arts. And it was seeming more and more that we're waiting for other people to develop the technology and then we use it. And in many instances, those technologies, they're helpful, but they don't go the whole way in really building and opening up new markets. So when we think of content, for example, we talk about the streamers that create new platforms for revenue for filmmakers. But at the end of the day, like, even the most successful streamers, they have, what, 2 million subscribers on the continent, 3 million? That's nothing in the scheme of things, right? And there's so many barriers. The lazy thing is to say the barrier is broadband and the cost of data. But the reality is those things haven't been built with us in mind. They haven't been built with our behaviors, our practices in mind. And so I was really interested in investing in new technologies, new innovation, new applications that will create models for creation, distribution, across all of the creative economies that are built with Africans in mind, first and foremost. So if we're mobile first, for example, what might distribution of content look like that is built for mobile first, that uses SMS-based technology for payment, that uses Bitcoin for payment, enables cross-border transactions, and build for the barriers that face our industry. So really, that's what the practice that I set up is looking to do. We're looking to develop a pipeline and invest in testing, proving of concepts, just building a pipeline of companies that are applying innovation and technologies across the whole range, whether it's XR or artificial intelligence or blockchain technology, and using those technologies to build new businesses, to capture more value on the continent. Because at the end of the day, it's nice to have one more channel to stream your content. It would be nicer to own the platform that streams the content. So that's what I'm really interested in for the continent. And that's why we set up the practice.
Thank you, Ojoma. I was having a conversation with Ojoma a couple of days ago. And she said this quote that I believe should be everywhere. She said, many people say we can't fly before we walk. And I argue that if we're not walking properly, why don't we just fly instead? Yeah? Do you agree? Yeah? But it really speaks to that nature of innovation as being, if this is not working, then what does work for us? And my next question will be to Emeka. Thank you very much for joining us today. Now, Afrexim is currently offering the largest financial facility supporting the creative industry in Africa. And yesterday we had the pleasure of listening to Professor Orama talk about the strategies that the bank has put in place. As Director of Innovation, could you give us a window, I'd say, into how the bank is leveraging digital technologies to support the creative economy?
All right, thank you. I think I may want to start by explaining that Afrexim Bank, for the benefit of some members here, is a Pan-African multilateral development organization with a mandate to facilitate, promote, and finance intra-African trade and extra-African trade. In that context, the creative and cultural industry falls under the intra-African trade, and that's why yesterday you saw the managing director speaking about some of the interventions. From our own point of view and strategy, what we do is we look at, okay, if you look at the sector, we're saying how can it contribute to Africa in terms of the enhancing the economy, improving economic development. Okay, we're saying, look, you have about 60% of Africans thereabouts that are below 25 years old. That means if you actually want to intervene you could look for something that you can actually digital native. That's the meaning. But we also realize that when we look at all these numbers, we need to look beyond that because some of them are in rural areas. And therefore, you can actually say that digital native, but you cannot classify all of them as digital native in terms of the age. When it comes to intervention, the first thing we're doing, first of all, is to provide financing to allow those that have talent to be able to explore their talent. That's one way. This financial instruments could be loan. Sometimes we also invest in equity. That means we go in and work with you and be part of that organization. And then that we do through our FEDA, which is the Fund for Export Development in Africa. But that's one part. The greater part that we do, we actually get involved in providing infrastructure in the continent. I'm sure you may have been aware, beyond the creative, which I'm going to come back to in a moment, is we have provided infrastructure in Africa in terms of payment system, where we are saying that if people want to pay for services, goods, and products in Africa, we shouldn't use third currency. Therefore, you can use your national currency. If you're in Kenya, you can use Kenyan shillings, or Egypt, Egyptian pounds. The idea is that the argument here is that the moment people have easier access to pay for goods, you're also simulating trade flow within Africa. That's one part. If we come back to the creative, we looked at, if you look at all the disruptions going on, obviously, it's not just the creative industry. It affects every sector, almost every sector in the world. Then you look at some of these technologies, which of them? I think, from our own point of view, it is not the fascination with technology that is important. It's the application of the technology to use cases that will actually, first of all, create value, deliver value, and capture value. That's what is important to the bank. What we are doing in this aspect is that as we're speaking, we are at a stage where we're mobilizing members, trying to create a digital ecosystem that is focused on creative economy. You will discover that we are trying to source for partners, providing different things. Because when you're talking about creatives, there are a whole lot of things, whether it's film, arts and crafts, music, architecture, different things, publishing. Now we're saying, okay, we need to get within the realms of music, film, arts and crafts, all those things, create a digital ecosystem where we start on a strategy that focusing on one, convergence or conversion, meaning if you look at the informal sector, if you look at the creative sector, it's actually informal because they are largely small-scale entrepreneurs. Now we're asking ourselves, we don't have capacity to do certain things. How do we do that? The first thing we're doing from strategy perspective is trying to arrange them into cooperatives so that we can create clusters. Let's say people involved in filming, in music. Then we look at the tools they require actually to be able to produce at scale. That's one part. On the second part, we're also trying to create a market, not just within the Africa, but also trying to create a market that gets the products out of Africa into the demand centers of the world. Today, if you look at the people that import creative products, I think 10 countries account for 60% of all creative in the world, and that would be US, France, Hong Kong, China, Japan, Switzerland, plus or minus under 4. Those are what you have. Now, the argument becomes, if we are going to produce to target those markets, we should look at what are our barriers today. First of all, quality of products. You need to find a way to improve your quality, one, so that you can actually compete on equal footing beyond Africa. I'm going to come back to African strategy. Now, the next thing becomes that you need to be able to, as an individual entrepreneur, it might not be easy to actually export those things into those international centers. But we're saying that we can create partnership. We can leverage people who are involved, the communication and distribution systems, whether it's Warner Brothers or Time Warner, get them involved into African produce so they can actually export into that market. But in doing that also, when you produce African content, you want to be able to spring it up with a lot of Western culture to be able to capture them. But not what's happening today where they pick what Africa is and then sprinkle a lot of some of African and move forward. We want to change the narrative. The idea is that the concept, everything should be African. But because the consumption market is outside of Africa. You want to sprinkle some things to allow them to tend to like to watch the movies or the films or the music or any other form of a creative. Those are multiple things that we're doing at the moment. I'm sure some of my colleagues are speaking with some of the members within this CANEX to become part of that digital ecosystem that we're trying to build. The other things that we're also trying to provide, when I talk about tools today, some of you may know, you can leverage new technologies today to compose music on the internet. You know, it wasn't there before. But how can you do that? As an African, if you don't have digital skills, how would you be able to go and leverage internet and compose music? That's a challenge. My colleague Brian talked about augmented realities and virtual realities. Actually, today, in advertising, people are using it to expand, extend the product in terms of trying to catch experiences and gather more people to use the products. But what is key is to understand Afreximbank is not just a financial partner. We are involved in development work in Africa. All we want in that system is not about making money. It's actually about empowering the entrepreneurs in Africa, the small scale, to be able to, first of all, find tools from where they can produce, find platform from where they can distribute, and more importantly, to ensure that the assets they produce belong to them, that every time that asset or content is reused, that the remuneration goes back to them. And I think if you recall Professor Rama's speech, he was talking about ensuring that the small African entrepreneurs who are involved in creative are able to, through royalty, continuously get revenue. Those are part of things that we're trying to build in that digital ecosystem. So you're probably going to see something around blockchain, digital right management, so that you can track content usage and be able to, again, flow back that income into different people involved in the value chain. So those are part of the things that we're working on. There's extensive discussion we can have on that, but I think maybe this summarizes, at the meantime, what I might be able to say at this point, unless there's a further question, but thank you.
Thank you, Emeka. You brought up a lot of points around skills, around frameworks, around payments, and particularly around ecosystems that I'll just think back to the other speakers. I think I'll start with Brian. I think we have talked about, you and I have talked about in the past ecosystems and frameworks, and what frameworks currently exist or need to exist to sort of strengthen the development of the sector that you're working in on the continent and support collaboration across countries.
Thank you so much, Chao. Yeah, we've spoken about this, and this conversation is really intriguing because I think that within the creative economies, there's a lot of individuals who are working in silos. It's, my folks and their folks, they don't understand that the fourth industrial revolution is here, which is fundamentally changing the way we relate to each other, the way we live, the way we socialize. It's really here. And it's very important for us to demystify that value. But then there's young people who are working in those silos that I'm talking about. And the frameworks that we've created are those communities that allow us to collaborate and co-create with individuals. Trying to also create economical pathways to the technology is so important. Because before you go to your mom and say, or your parents and say, I want to do this, do you have a point of reference? Which uncle of yours has done this? Then what are you going to tell your mom? It's true. So creating these communities allows us to say, I don't have a relative who's done this, but here's a profile of a guy called Brian. He used to be an ex-DJ, and now he's running his own. Start making them understand that they shouldn't work in those small silos. And this framework has really helped us. In fact, if there's anyone here within the XR ecosystem, there's a lot of work that's happening between us. We are constantly collaborating. My friends in Ghana, let's say I'm getting a project and I know some guys in Ghana, and I tell them, guys, why should you fly me to Ghana? And I know there's Nubian VR there. So I call my guys, I send an email, and vice versa. So co-creation, collaborations, and building the community around this has really helped us create a framework of sound individuals and create a consistent pipeline of talent. That capacity building we're talking about is so serious because remember, like I said, this is nascent technology. Understanding it, there's bottlenecks that, like let's say, for instance, hardware. Where do you access the hardware? So we found a way on how we can access the hardware. And we find a shipping line on how we can access the hardware. So we have our forwarders in different places in the world, whether it's New York or London or wherever. If you need VR headsets, I'm supplying maybe VR headsets to an organization. I know how to bring them down. I negotiate. I try to see how we can create. Policy is huge because you cannot have significant growth. You cannot think about mass adoption of the technology without having those frameworks that will support the growth. So the frameworks we're looking at is hard infrastructure and soft infrastructure had to be supported by policy. And government sometimes, I'm sorry to say this, if there's representatives of the Kenyan government, I'm sorry, because sometimes they don't understand the value of these technologies, because at the end of the day, it's a balance sheet. But you have individuals who understand, you know, like Timothy, I was talking to Timothy Owese from the Film Commission. He understands. He sent me to Cannes for my first trip. I was speaking in Cannes Film Festival, and he sent me there because he sees the value on how we can be able to do this. But it has to be supported by government for it to reach that mass adoption.
Correct. It's very interesting that you talk about just intergenerational differences being a major barrier, because those in power and those who are in the industry are very different generations, for most of us in different African countries. And you do encounter this situation where a lot of the work that you're doing is also justifying why you're doing it. So you're not just talking about XR, you're also justifying XR, and that in itself is a labor of justification and proving and pitching, and that goes into it. I'm also interested in the ways in which you talk about communities of trust. And can we envision a kind of layered disruption or co-creative disruption, or something that we disrupt in a way that is both collaborative, horizontally and vertically, And I'll ask my next question to Ojoma. We have talked about ownership. Yesterday we talked about data, we talked about IP. And when we think about ownership, we often think about ownership of the last thing, the thing we produce. So we think ownership of the output. And what we are seeing in this panel is that we're talking about ownership of the beginning, ownership of the infrastructure, ownership of the process, and ownership of the output. How does that change things? And so why is it important for Africans to think of ownership in this very broad scale, not just the output that we are producing?
Thanks very much, Charles. So I look at ownership through 3 or 4 lenses. One is an economic lens. And as you were saying, Chao, the output is valuable, right? The film is valuable. And we think about ownership from that perspective. But the reality is, if you look at the commercials, the film is the end of the, that's the smallest part of the economics. And so it feels like we're scrambling over more and more ways to get more and more of the tip of the iceberg. Meanwhile, the cocoa, as we say in Nigeria, is who owns the platform, who owns the means of production, right? Who's developing the camera that you're filming with? Who's developing the hardware that we're filming with? Why are we shipping it from New York? Do you see what I mean? So I feel like we need to be thinking more through the whole process and thinking about how do we own the IP for that piece of hardware that's going to revolutionize the XR industry? How do we own the IP for that new model of disruption in fashion showcasing? And I feel like we're not thinking through those things. We're just looking for more money to make another film that we will put on a platform that is owned by somebody that sits elsewhere. So one lens is economic. Another lens for me is narrative. At the end of the day, the cultural industries, the creative industries, they both have meaning and identity and economic value, right? And the structures, the power structures and the power dynamics of this world are shaped by narratives. Growing up, I thought America, like we would just arrive there and start picking money and just start doing things. Because that's what we saw in American films.
It's true.
And it wasn't by chance. It was a deliberate strategic move by America to present itself as something. And so again, for me, that thing about ownership, I'll give you an example. So if 60% or 80% or whatever percent of the content we watch is content that the streamers show us, think about it. We see what the streamers commission. We see what they pay for. That means the stories we hear about ourselves are the stories that the streamers want to pay for. That's fundamentally wrong, right? And so, thank you. From the perspective of narratives, I feel like it is critical that whether it's in our visual arts, performing arts, music, fashion, film, we should own the ability to tell the story that we want to tell. Yeah. And if we don't own the platforms, if we don't own the technologies, we can't, because we're being paid to tell the stories that the streamers want. And then there's also the thing about algorithms. If we don't own that technology, the algorithm will decide what you see. Yeah. And so it shapes our view of ourselves. And so I think, for me, the narrative is as important, maybe even more important than the economics. Because if we're constantly told that for some reason we're less, and it's not like, it's not in these words I'm saying, right? It's in the depictions of ourselves that we see in all of these media. So if we don't own those means of production, if we don't own those platforms, then insidiously we're just shaping a view of ourselves that's not based on a story that we want to tell. In the words of the great sage Bob Marley, we need to emancipate ourselves from mental slavery.
I agree.
And the mental slavery doesn't come with chains. It comes with how you see yourself in a story or how you see yourself in a film. So I think that's another thing about narratives. And I think it was you, Bola, that was talking about IP and ownership of IP. That's another thing. It's also an economic argument in the sense that all of these things that we're streaming, and if you look at the contracts that we've signed, as we're saying, like, we've sold it, we don't know. Yeah. And so again, that's another thing. So I think it's fundamental that we broaden our gaze and not only think about the tip of the iceberg. Yeah, it's a big pie. We want a bigger part of the pie, and we want part of the table where the pie sits. So for me, that's what ownership is about.
Thank you, Gemma. You bring up a very interesting point about narrative, because when we have discussions around tech, we often sideline the more human, the more narrative-centered aspects of technology. Yep. And technology in itself, the ones and zeros are neutral, but the agenda behind technology is not neutral. So someone decides the content, someone decides what to show, someone decides how to build something, someone decides, you know, we have hand dryers that cannot recognize black skin. So where really is the neutrality? And I'll move over to you, Bola. You pioneered Africa Magic as a channel, which became the most watched, essentially the most watched channel on the continent. And you have talked about the ways in which entertainment or content is no longer just for entertainment. It's big business. It is business. It is something that Africans should be looking at from primarily an economic and a business perspective. And could you tell us more about what monetization strategies and possibilities exist around digital content production with the work that you're doing, but also in a broader landscape of African content?
Yeah, certainly there is a lot of monetization potential in the creative industry. At the moment, Africa only contributes about 5% in terms of revenue worldwide in the creative industry, creative and cultural industry. I think, as Ijoma has said, one of the main things we have to look at is the platforms that we are using to disseminate our content. And presently, we have some African platforms that are being developed or developing. We have Showmax for film content. Showmax is African. We have Iroko, which was bought over by Canal Plus. For music, we have Boomplay, I think is what it's called. And I think people are looking more into the technology. The technology is part of the entire disruption process. So if we continue to realize that on the African continent, the resources are there, the talent is there, the knowledge is there. A lot of IT brains who are natives, as you call them, Emeka, reside on this continent. This is a huge continent with so much potential, and there is a lot of time for us to continue to grow this potential, but we have to be focused. And for me, I think, I mean, if you consider where we started off with the film industry with African Magic, and how it grew to be the biggest cable network on the continent for consumption of movies, if you look at the potential that that had 20 years ago when it started in 2002, so almost 20 years ago. And if you think 10 years ahead to what is happening right now, Netflix is on the continent acquiring our movies. We're being given the opportunity to develop the narrative. And we're doing this in a way where there's accessibility, more accessibility. So when we had African Magic, it was accessible on the continent. When we have digital platforms to put your movies and your music on, it's accessible worldwide. For me, the real disruption and the monetization increment will happen when our content is being accepted worldwide, not as foreign content, but as content that people want to watch because of this acceptability of cultural diversity. The more our stories are told, the more our content is accessible and viewed, the more globally and so widespread. When you think about the fact that you're walking on a street in the winter in Montreal and you hear African music playing from the windows, that is a movement, that is disruption that is happening on our continent. That's telling us that our narrative is being sold and is being accepted, and it's no longer foreign content. Still a long way to go, but when people start thinking that it's not African content, it's contents they want to absorb, then we know that we've really disrupted the landscape. It's the same with our art. It's not just music and film, it's not just fashion. You see Ankara in stores. I remember 2 winters ago, Dior in Paris, the entire store was draped in Ankara fabric. And I walked past that store, I was so pleasantly taken aback. This is absorption of cultural diversity. And this is where we're going, and this is how monetization will happen eventually. So I think we shouldn't be afraid to mix our content with westernized content. We should push our content in a very genuine, very simple, very real, and very warm way that people will want to just consume our content. And this, for me, is where we're headed. We see more confidence in African storytellers these days, and they're not trying to tell it in a westernized fashion. Clearly, the world is more global, and African natives are more westernized. So in that sense, the cultures are meeting in the middle. And when they meet in the middle, we will no longer be foreign. And this is where we're headed. This is where we should be looking at.
Thank you so much, Bola. We will have maybe 5 minutes for questions. Are there any questions in the room? Okay, I do wish we have 1 question. We have 2 questions. So if we can just have questions for the last 5 minutes, and then we can wrap up the conversation.
Thank you all so much. I've learned so much and gained so much from this. So my question is, we talk about how digital technologies have allowed for the democratization of content in the sense that...
I'm really struggling to hear.
Can you hear me now?
Yes. Yeah, better.
Okay. I was saying, so we often hear that digital technology has democratized the creation of content, right? So we have YouTube, which people can access from all over the world. But how is Africa, or how can Africa leverage those possibilities?
Okay.
I can take a stab at that. So I think, first of all, I think there's a bit of a fallacy about democratization. I think the gatekeepers have just changed. I think Yes, there's certainly more access, don't get me wrong. But I think the more that we move online, there will be new gatekeepers that determine what gets seen, right? So if you're in the music industry, for example, maybe you no longer have to pay payola to get a DJ to play your thing on the radio station. Now you have to get on a particular platform, behave in a particular way that maybe has been determined by the commons, but it's still a form of gatekeeping. So I think, one, I'm cautious about that idea that there's a democratization. Because again, if you look at the landscape, the fact of the matter is it's like all animals are equal, but some are more equal than the others, right? Like if you're a musician using some of these platforms in the US, it's a much different experience for you than if you're a musician living in Congo. So that's the first fallacy, I think. But I think in terms of the opportunity, I think it's back to all of the things that everyone on the panel is saying. I think one, there needs to be a strategic awareness of the asymmetries that exist. As a continent, we need to understand that the current models of power, the current dynamics do not favor us. We're going to have to, I don't want to sound activist or militant, but we're going to have to fight to take it back, right? Because it's not going to be handed over.
It's not, I agree.
So we're going to need to step up and recognize those asymmetries and be strategic about upturning the current dynamics. I think that's one. And when I talk about upturning the dynamics, it's back to the things we're saying about ownership, about capacity, about our policymakers getting their acts together and behaving differently and moving their thinking away from regulation and stopping people from doing things to enabling people to do things. And so it's all of those things that we need to think about. So I think there's a whole range of people. And my final thought on that is we need more Africans building for Africa from inside Africa. Because again, in this, our sector, all of the big development organizations support. But what's our strategic objective as an African creative economy? Do we know this? If one person is funding creative hubs today, then that's what all of us are doing. If they're funding music, now a bit too philosophical, sorry. I told you, she should be on t-shirts. We'll have one last question and then we wrap up the session. Thank you.
Hi there, can you hear me?
Yeah.
I would like to thank you first, panelists, for this fantastic discussion and comment firstly on what you're saying. I think it's Gemma. On Gemma and Bola's discussions, my understanding, I work in the film sector for the Durban International Film Festival, and I agree completely with Gemma in that the gatekeepers have changed potentially or potentially not even changed, and that we must be careful about our IP. I have a fear, Bola, that our creativity is being mined, and my difficulty in understanding how creative theory and creative projects are being accessed is all of this call for indigenous and authentic story. If we don't own our IP, then we have no governance over how we're represented. And I agree completely with Gemma that African representation in international media is still very particular and is still curated by non-Africans. So although we are working towards being inclusive and being accepted, you know, we must be careful that we're not playing the game to pander to Western distributors and Western gatekeepers when we create media and curate our own content. So most definitely it relies on having streaming platforms, having access and distribution within the continent, or really we're just selling our out. And I do believe that our creativity is being mined. So my question is, how do we move government, how do we lobby government to protect our IP, and what is our most beneficial process and way forward to protecting our creative assets? Thank you.
I'd like to take a part of that, and which is in terms of reliability on foreign entities for our growth. In essence, this is what you're stating. I think we need to not only rely on government, but on the private sector. If you look at what UBA is doing with Red TV, this is private sector funding the creative and cultural industry. If we get more crowdfunding, if we get more private sector involvement, if people realize that there is money to be made in the creative industry, then they will invest. Presently, people are beginning to understand that in the technological industry, there is a lot of money to be made, especially post-COVID. Everybody wants to develop some kind of innovation that'll increase access and simplify the way you consume content. And so we need that funding from here. If you have funding from the continent, then you can dictate what happens. You can dictate what you want to put out, how you want to put it out. But insofar as the funds are not coming from here, so at this point, then there is a limit. But I am optimistic. I'm optimistic that this is changing. And that's why you see a lot more African platforms being developed and being supported. And you know, even in terms of partnerships, you're seeing a lot more of that happening. It's still baby steps. We're definitely not there. But I'm confident that we're moving in the right direction, and that's what's important.
May I please say something? I also think sometimes you're also being a bit too hard on Africa. Guys, there's milestones that we've been able to achieve. The consumption habits are changing. You know, representation is changing. I think we also we should look at what we've been able to achieve in the past 15, 20 years. I tend to be a pragmatic person. One of the things I feel that government should be able to do also, and because we're here, we belong to a family. Before we used to have this as part of the main curriculum, the music and the art and crafts and stuff like that. We should actually have a conversation as parents and sit down and say, guys, it's not cool. In Kenya, we have at county level, before legislature, before anything else, we meet at county level and say, guys, are we okay with what's happening in our schools? We cannot relegate some of these things. This is a creative and cultural industries have been relegated to after-school activities. It's disheartening to say the least. So I think as individuals and as, you know, we belong to these families, we can be able to push back and say, we need to do this. I'd probably, if my son wants to be a filmmaker, I want him to understand that he can create content for Africans, by Africans, and consumed by Africans. But I'm also very proud to see that Africans are now exporting culture. We are exporting culture. When you travel all over the world, you know, and you see an Ankara print on a different race, you know, we are starting to export this culture. But it also requires pragmatic baby steps, and let us not forget where we've come from. Because if we keep on thinking about that future, really, at the end of the day, I feel is what you're talking about, those invisible shackles, you know, and those invisible shackles that, for extended reality, for instance, I think the biggest win, if you ask me today, what is the biggest win we've been able to do, is to change mindsets. Just to change a mindset. It's not even changing mindsets. And I think once we start doing that, then the future is really bright, because people are choosing to go with that sort of mentality where they just don't want to be good with the norm. I want to interrogate them. I want to interrogate what's happening right now. I'm not cool with the status quo. We've been always cool with the status quo, but now people are interrogating that, and I think this is a win for Africa.
Yeah, thank you, Brian. If I want to add to what my colleagues have mentioned, I think there are ways to address the question that was asked in terms of IP rights. Remember, we are 55 countries in one continent, so the market is actually fragmented. It's not particularly easy. If you want to export to another country any creative, you need to understand the business practices in that country. Therefore, it's a challenge if you have to go across 55 countries. That requires concerted efforts to actually harmonize policies across the countries of the continent. Now, today, we could actually leverage the AFCTA as a basis to do that. So you can have some kind of commitment which countries make to allow policy harmonization across the countries. And then that also helps if countries can also provide some kind of incentive, like a tax incentive for investors who can now actually invest in creative sector because they now know that there is actually value there. Without those incentives, sometimes is a bit difficult.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Emeka. Thank you to all our panelists. We have had a very interesting discussion that has covered a lot, and I hope that you have left here with something. We have traveled, I guess, to the past, the present, and to the future. And thank you for joining us on this journey. I'd like us to give a round of applause to our panelists for the exciting and very enriching conversation. And yeah, stay tuned for more on the program. Thank you very much and have a good day.
Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together one more time for our panel and for the very talented Chow Mayana. I hope I got that right. Chow, thank you very much. Thank you very much, panel. We appreciate you guys. I think they did so well. They took up some of the topics that we're going to be addressing in our next panel, especially that last bit where we're talking about funding from the private sector. But we are going to have another panel that is about to start. Ladies and gentlemen, this next conversation will delve into the gaps that exist in the African film industry. Right? They're going to be addressing things, some of the things they've talked about, but in more depth, right? They'll delve into the gaps that exist in the film industry to propose new and lasting solutions to dealing with stimulating the industry, investments, getting investments for film projects, boosting opportunities for accelerators, providing creatives with the capital from private and public sources. And it's going to be one of those ones that these conversations that we have here are relevant because they will help people who form policies to figure things out. You find that what has happened recently is that Africa is run by people, or countries in Africa are run by people who are looking for solutions but are not necessarily the most informed people to create the solutions that we need. These people that we bring for these panels have solutions. They have the ideas. And so what they discuss and what they come up with will really help government officials to come up with the policies that will be relevant, meaningful, and sustainable for the industry. So to help us with moderating this next panel, please make welcome founder and CEO, Known Associates, Tsepiso Sello.
Lights on. Sound speed. Camera rolling. Action.
Although Nollywood is perhaps Africa's most booming and successful film industry, produces some 2,000 exist in Senegal, Ghana, Morocco, Egypt, Kenya, and South Africa, to name a few. Yet collaboration and co-productions across the continent are few and far between. The ever-growing interest from international streaming platforms in African content, as well as the emergence of homegrown platforms, have greatly enhanced access to African content across the continent and beyond. Alongside this rise in content, the industry has become a space for entrepreneurship, job creation, and economic development. How do African film creatives, alongside their industry professionals, capitalize on this global interest while maintaining and promoting African voices and equity?
The creative industry is important to African economies because it's the only industry that gives hope. So Afrexim Bank is doing an incredible job making it possible for young kids to have access to capital, have a choice to become successful, now find themselves singing and dancing and jumping and running and doing things to better themselves. And this money can be used to write a hit song, write a script for a hit movie, and also make it possible for them to earn a revenue.
For the African storyteller operating in the creative industry, it's a fantastic time to be here right now, because the business world has realized the importance of the work we do, and they're now collaborating with us, which in turn will create more opportunities and also add value to the industry as a whole. So it's a wonderful time to be an African creative.
While there is no doubt that the African film industry is abundant with talent, some even reaching the international pinnacle of recognition, yet to build a fully cohesive and inclusive African film industry with a fully functional value chain, from filmmaker to viewer, there are still many areas that need to be addressed, and there is no better suited to address these challenges than African film professionals themselves.
My name is Tshepiso Chikapapiri. I'm from Nono Sources Entertainment. Welcome to this very engaging conversation we're going to be having this morning. And I'd like to introduce on stage my fellow panelists. First up, we have Sarah Hassan from Kenya, who is an actress and producer. And I would also like to introduce Femi Odebemi, who's a filmmaker and the CEO of MultiChoice Talent Factory Director. I'm trying to do the right balance between male and female. So next up is Viola Alabi, CEO of Viola Alabi Media from Nigeria. Followed by Timothy Owase, Kenya Film Commission CEO. And Ben Mary Bruce, Director, Silverbird Group, Nigeria. Last and certainly not least, Onke from the National Film and Video Foundation, South Africa.
Man, they put me beside you.
We have enough seats. Welcome, everyone. I've got a timer here. I'm not quite sure what it means. So it's like, I think I've got 1 minute to get this intro going. So as I said, I'm Tshepiso Chikapapiri. I'm a South African film and TV producer. I recently produced our version of The Ugly Betty, known as Ubetina Wetu, amongst other productions I produced for both television and film. So I've been thinking a bit about how do I start this conversation, and I have this anecdote that I'd like to share with you. Imagine you are going to the United States of America, and you decide to start off in the city that never sleeps, New York, New York. Where would you start? You'd probably go out to the Statue of Liberty, where the towers were toppled, walk down Fifth Avenue, we wouldn't forget Wall Street, and possibly head out to the Met.
I can't hear what you...
DC, you'd go to the White House. You'd make sure if you stopped off in Nashville, you'd check out some country music. And of course, you want to see the Grand Canyon, Las Vegas, baby, San Francisco, maybe check out Alcatraz, Silicon Valley, Hollywood, the Star Walk, Hollywood Bowl, and the trip would go on and on. Now, why would I know all of this? It's not like I've been to all these places in America. But that's what we consume every day, right? We know these places because they're all up in our face all day, every day. Now, I ask you if you were to take the same journey up the African continent, starting in South Africa, Zimbabwe, Mozambique, Tanzania, Kenya, crossing over to the DRC, Nigeria, Ghana, Ivory Coast, and Burkina Faso. Which of our films lead you to which city or sites or national monuments in these countries? And seriously, don't get me wrong, it's not that I'm not saying that we don't make films. We know that we work hard, we make films with love, blood, and sweat. So I pose the question, what does it mean to develop the African film industry?
I can't hear what she's saying.
We have a live audience.
Thank you so much. My name is Onke. I'm from the National Film and Video Foundation. I think the question around development in the film industry is quite broad, right? Like you said, we have a population of 1.5 billion, and 45% of that population is urban, right? And the median age is 19. I think it's something like every month, 1 million people in Africa turn 18. So the development should be informed, right, by the fact that we have the most captive audience of any continent in the world, right? Does it necessarily speak to that? I don't know as yet. However, I can certainly say to you that from an NFVF perspective, our projection is definitely in that way. So while we have funding policies that are really created to ensure that the industry is formalized as much as it possibly can, because we understand the fact that a formalized industry is an industry that is respected and is an industry that is given financial investment and injections, right? While we have those funding policies that are structured in the very specific ways that they are structured, we also ensure that we create partnerships that plug the gaps where our funding policy cannot meet the demand, right? And obviously funding policies are also determined by, you know, how much we are funded as the NFVF, and there's always the issue of limited funding. So the development is twofold. It's the policy direction which really informs, which really tries to drive the idea of formalization, but it's also, amongst other things, but it's also ensuring that you have the types of partnerships that plug the gaps, but also just ensure that your presence in the film industry is always on brand with the dynamics of the industry, right? Globally speaking. So partnerships with whichever organizations, TikToks, you know, your TikToks, your video on demand platforms, your Netflixes, all of those things. Those partnerships are absolutely crucial, absolutely fundamental to making sure that you drive development from as many different touch points as is humanly possible, but also as many different platforms, as many different touch points that you can service, right? You can have as many partnerships as you want. If you cannot service them, they're useless. They're just words. They're just contracts.
Great.
So I would say that it's probably twofold in that perspective, and I'm sure obviously the panel will give way more insight into that, but yeah.
Great. I quite like how you started around sort of our, that South Africa's greatest population, the greatest percentage of our population is the youth.
Yeah,
Africa,
and the whole continent.
Africa, yeah. And you spoke predominantly around development of content, development of talent, and so forth. And Femi, I know that this is exactly what the Talent Factory does. Could you just share with us a little bit more? Because, I mean, I find the youth to be so exciting. They're change makers. You know, they make us think of the world very different from how we know it. But at the same time, they're moving like at a pace so fast. Sometimes you want to hold them back and go, just pause for a second, and let's just show you other things that you don't know that, you know, you'll sort of meet stumbling blocks along the way if we don't share this knowledge with you. So could you just share with us how the Talent Factory is imparting knowledge and actually developing new talent?
Well, thank you very much. What's clear is that, you know, a lot of the young people across the continent conveyor belt of training and empowerment. It's a craft. Absolutely. And that's really one of the things that I think the Talent Factory is about. And there are many other initiatives that around training. And you'll find now across Africa that prioritizing training is becoming something that we are connecting to our capacity to actually monetize because there's been a lot of work, a lot of people walk into the industry, tell stories in different forms, but there's also the frustration they have that there's a glut. There's stories everywhere. The question now is, how do we begin to build creative brands? How do we begin to distinguish, different ways of telling stories that built, and that brand becomes something that, the consumers or the viewers can almost, predict what kind of content they will get from this brand. And I think that's really what the next level is, and that's why training for Africa is so important. And it can't just be the Talent Factory. But the Talent Factory is currently investing a lot of money into at least systematizing how they learn. It's a one-year program. It's a residential program. It combines the technicality of making film, but really, really focuses on the business of film and the storytelling skills that they need to build their brands.
Fantastic. So yesterday, I spent some time with Sarah, who was sharing with me about a film that she produced called Plan B. And I said, well, what an interesting title. She said, well, actually, Plan B was really a Plan B. We made this film, and we thought we were going to get all this financing to make this film. And that didn't necessarily happen. So we went with Plan B. We made the film with friends who were talented, and we put it together, and then we put it up on YouTube. I said, my gosh. And I said, well, so how does it work with YouTube? What happens with your intellectual property, and how do you get paid? And she told me quite a story, and I think it's quite an interesting story to talk about how there is alternative ways of getting your product out there without necessarily waiting for the broadcaster or the big streamer to purchase your product.
Yes, so my name is Sarah Hassan. I am an actress and producer from Kenya. Plan B was a collaboration. It's a collaboration between myself and my very good friend who's a director, Lola D from Nigeria. And so we actually wanted to do a different project, but that would need a lot of money that we did not have access to at that time. And so we sat down and said, you know what, let's think of another plan. What else can we do that is quick to do? So we did a 60-minute Valentine movie, a romantic comedy. She wrote and directed it, I produced it, I acted in it as well. We brought in a good friend of ours, Etim Effiong from Nigeria. We had top actors in Kenya as well, and it was basically a collaboration. And I would say one of the key things in developing film in Africa is collaboration, because with that, it brings a brand new audience pool to the project that would otherwise not be there. With something like Plan B, because it was a Nigerian-Kenyan collaboration, within a week we had 1 million views, organic views, which you would normally see from a music video as opposed to like a 60-minute film.
Yeah.
And now it stands at, I think, over 4 million organic views.
Amazing.
And putting it on a platform like YouTube, which is accessible to every single person, we would not have gotten maybe, as much Nigerian traction or West African, because you see these are the countries that someone like Etim dominates. And then for us to bring in myself and other actors from Kenya, they would maybe not necessarily know about this project without these faces being there. So I would say collaboration is definitely key to developing film in Africa. And the thing is, film is basically all about human emotion, which is universal. Everyone feels happiness, sadness. So the difference would maybe be perspective. And with collaboration, you get to learn more about someone else's perspective and how to make film, and how to make movies, and how to tell stories. And with that is a learning. It's still learning. And so you increase capacity and you increase the audience pool, and I would say it's a key factor in developing film in Africa. Yeah.
And I think you're so right. I mean, collaboration, as we've all learned over the many years, and for the few years we've been in the industry, is that that is how you shift the development paradigm of film. And Ben, recently I read this week about your collaboration, and that's led to a fantastic fundraising for your project. I think, could you just share a little bit with us around how your partnership with AAA came about? And
thank you very much. My name is Ben Murray Bruce. To be successful, you need partners. There's a reason why you have partners. You may have partners for talent. You may have partners for distribution. You may have partners for, where's Vincent here? One of the greatest music producers in the world here for music. I asked him a question the other day. I said, if you listen to the song, The Greatest Love of All, who recorded it? A lot of people can't remember. Who was it made for? A lot of people can't remember. It was made for Muhammad Ali in 1976 by George Benson. A lot of remakes. It was sung for Ali, The Greatest Love of All. But the song, you remember, the sound of music, you remember the song 50, 60 years later. And I think collaboration is important. You need great distribution. You need great talent. You need a great market. And sometimes, like she rightly said, you have a collaboration between Kenya and Nigeria, but let's have a collaboration between the South and the West, and also collaboration between African Americans and Africans, because that's the biggest market in the world, you like it or not. Yeah. The money is made in America. And to get into the United States market is a very tough market to get into. To get into the United States market, there's a good chance you need American cast with African cast. And that's what I've always believed in. You need to have Africans, you need to have African Americans come together, and you can conquer the world. And we must move away from what white America does. They promote a bunch of black artists. They exploit you. When you're done, they throw you away. Then you get the next set of black artists. When you're done, they throw you away. So Africans have a very, very difficult time being in that space. But with the disruptive nature of digital technology, Africans can excel across the world. It's faster if you collaborate, but ultimately you will dominate. And that is the purpose of this partnership with AAA. They have dynamite in South Africa, with Nigeria, where the biggest market is in the world. And let me say this. Every country in the world has some special talent. Israel, technology. The next movie star is not going to come from Israel. In Africa, it'll be Kenya, Ghana, South Africa, Nigeria. Botswana is a great country, but the next superstar may not come from Botswana. Kenya, we have a superstar in track and field and the acting field. You understand? We all have comparative advantage, so we've got to take advantage of what we have and use it, become successful. South Africa, and let me say this, and I've been listening, I've been at all the panels, and I'm diverting for a sec, all the panels, and I'm listening to what everybody's saying. The biggest problem we have in Africa is not the talent, but the government. Let's call a spade a spade.
Ben, can I just, and I love what you're saying, I just want us to have a bit of a greater engagement. So from what you've just said around collaboration between, and using our competitive advantage, and I think that's actually quite key and on point, because, for instance, South Africa has an industry that has leading crew members, and I mean, we're very big at servicing international, American, European, big productions. So we could take that and share it with our, fellow African countrymen in terms of collaborating. But Biola, I remember a couple of years ago, we started, not a couple of years ago, many years ago, we saw Nollywood, the rise of Nollywood, and it was quite exciting. And we were saying, well, bloody hell, look at Nigeria, it's happening. And then we started seeing those collaborations between, Nigerian talent and Black American talent. Could you just share a little bit more with us where things are at, what's changing, what's new and exciting around Nollywood, and sort of on the theme of collaboration?
Thank you for that. I think that when you take a look at what's
Neither does this one.
Is this on now?
do a test.
Yeah, it's on now.
Okay.
If you take a look at Nollywood today and not where Nollywood was 10 years ago, 10 years ago, one of the things we were really still trying to do was understand what style of storytelling we were going to be subscribing to, who we were, where we were going to be distributing, how we were going to be doing quality control. This is, I mean, this is where the journey started 10 years ago when people started to see who we are and what we are. Today, we're on global platforms. The doors have come down. And now the next phase of what we need to do is ask ourselves, how do we elevate this art to another level? Even though there is a global market, we still predominantly appeal to a diasporan market. And we now need to sort of we need to transcend that. And how do we transcend that? We're only going to transcend that through the type of work he's doing, which is training people, upskilling people, helping people understand, collaborations, because we have to, I mean, we were, a couple of years ago when we first did the Africa Magic Viewers' Choice Awards, you would see at the beginning of the awards there were technical awards that were given out. And all those technical awards were being awarded to Kenyans. And once again, we have seen the technical part of that industry change. And you're actually seeing Nollywood producers and directors reach out and hire from Kenya. So how do we formalize that relationship so that it's sort of not one-on-one, it's more done on a collaborative level, it's part of a co-production. There are more co-productions happening. We still don't have a big international part of our industry. So we need to internationalize our industry, we need to train people, we need to do more collaborations, but really talent exchange. People from Kenya need to be able to come to work in Nigeria. There needs to be a way that we can also recognize that through different treaties, different agreements. These don't have to always be co-production agreements. These also could just be different ways of exchange, talent exchange, and those are the things that we're not seeing. But look, there's a demand for Nollywood content. There's a demand for content globally, so Nollywood continues to be part of that conversation. We're, you know, if you look at Netflix, if you look at Amazon, if you look at YouTube, I mean, she just talked about the reasons why they had the views they have. But Nollywood also needs to now do some housekeeping of production as a service.
Sure.
You have those, you have the studios, you have the infrastructure. Can we do those collaborations? We also have to ask ourselves, do we all need to build infrastructure across the continent, or do we need production hubs across the continent, and we can then do those productions there? There's no point in overexposing ourselves with infrastructure development if we don't have the market to meet them. We don't want infrastructure to lay fallow in Cape Town or to only be servicing a Western audience.
Sure.
If we can use it. So I'm going to pause there.
Yeah. So some really valid points. And in fact, I think you speaking to Ben's point around sort of competitive advantage. But I also like what you talk about when you mention formalizing how we work together. And Timothy, I think coming from the Kenyan Film Commission, last night when Sarah and I were talking, I was explaining to her about the different sort of incentives that we have in South Africa and how as Africans, Sarah and I could work together in South Africa and benefit from the different incentives that are already in existence. Could you share with me what is happening in Kenya, the Kenyan Film Commission, and how where the opportunities are around this kind of collaboration that we're discussing?
Thank you very much. Kenya Film Commission is a state corporation under the Ministry of Information, Communication, Technology and Youth Affairs, and our core mandate is to look after the entire screen sector, that is from creation to distribution. We promote the local film industry in Kenya. We also attract productions, foreign productions into our country. That is to mean Kenya Film Commission looks after the entire environment as far as filming environment is concerned. Issues to do with the capacity in the country, skills development. We also promote audiences as well as putting into place ways on how we can be able to support filmmakers in terms of funding. Other than that, we advise government on issues to do with the film incentives because we would like to see to it that Kenya is attractive and that we are able to accommodate big budget films into the country and also create opportunities for collaboration between African states and beyond. So in the theme of this conversation, the Kenya government has deliberately started putting frameworks into place by formalizing the industry through a film policy and a bill, which is currently about to be approved by the cabinet. And I believe upon approving this, we'll have a very deliberate strategic direction as far as collaboration through co-production treaties are concerned, because currently Kenya doesn't have any co-production treaty with an African country, which indeed is sad because we need to be working together as African nations. Africa in itself is a huge market, but we've not leveraged on the opportunities that are available. So my challenge to each one of us here is that we need to look at these opportunities and take up the challenge and see to it that we are able to collaborate and produce more films that can be able to be consumed by the African market and beyond. Other than that, funding is a real issue. Filmmakers need to be supported. And if we do not have structures, especially emanating from government, then private sector may not be attracted into investing into the sector. So when we put measures into place, through Kenya Film Commission, we are attracting investment into the country. We like to see to it that we have enough production facilities and also capacity in terms of human capital, because it will be difficult for me to attract producers from South Africa to come and produce in Kenya if they will not be able to get complementary capacity as far as production is concerned. So building capacity is very critical, both infrastructure as well as skills development.
Sure.
Yes.
So back to the thorny subject you were going towards, governments.
Yeah.
So in South Africa, we have a tax rebate that we received from the Department of Trade, Industry and Competitions. And it works kind of hand in glove with the funding that the National Film and Video Foundation affords filmmakers. And our incentive is sort of three-pronged. You can get a rebate back for being a South African, black South African, making a production in South Africa. Then there is obviously the South African incentive that anyone can apply for. Then we have what is called the international film rebate, where, say I'm servicing an international production, or I shoot, and you know, the reality is that no one ever talks about it this way, but the reality is that if we collaborate and do a project together and we shoot in South Africa, we would benefit from that incentive. But I do agree that governments should be doing more, and you know, that there are two contradiction issues around this, because I don't necessarily believe that government needs to create jobs. Government needs to create opportunities for entrepreneurs, for corporates, for filmmakers to create jobs. And so how do we do that? How does government start? Where does government start? And you spoke about, you mentioned earlier that government is a challenge.
You interrupted me when I was talking, so I thought maybe you couldn't say certain things here, but you're a South African, you don't have military government here. Now, here's the problem. If you look at African countries, other than South Africa, maybe Botswana, I don't know any country that gives those kind of incentives. That is a fact. If you become president of a country and 70% of your people are under 25 or 35, your priority is to look after your people, not to have a religious agenda, an ethnic agenda, fighting the war in Sudan, black and brown, in Ethiopia, invading Tigray, and all that kind of nonsense. You should look after your people. And if jobs are created by young people, then surely if you're elected into office and your job is to look after your people and make it possible for them to make a living, then you create the environment so the banks can give them the loans. If every African country says to the central bank, 1% of all loans should go to the creative sector, you create the jobs. And that takes care of sports, takes care of music, takes care of museums, you know, things like that. But they don't do it. And I think it's our fault. A lot of you here today want to be successful, want to be rich, but none of you want to go into politics. And if you don't go into politics, you cannot be in a country where the illiterate rule the literate. That's not going to happen. Artists are leftists. We think with our left. Now you're creative, you're smart, you're intelligent, you're leftist, but you're being ruled by people who just have a religious or ethnic agenda. But a guy with an ethnic or religious agenda is not qualified to rule you, and certainly is not going to create the environment for you to be successful. That is the fundamental issue. Every day we talk about job creation for the artists, but we forget the politicians decide what happens. If they decide to go to war, they take away, they buy guns instead of buying books. They kill people instead of creating the environment so we can sing and dance. And that is a fundamental issue. So South Africa, in a way, is more developed. South Africa is more developed than the rest of us. And I think we should call a spade a spade. I am in the arts. I ran for governor, ran for Senate. How many people here would risk their life in a comfort zone, get into the trenches and campaign for public office so you can make a difference when you're there? And if you don't take that position, it doesn't matter what happens. The statisticians will come and say entertainment constitutes only 1% of your GDP. Yet next time it will be half. Because if we keep fighting each other and keep quarreling and keep misunderstanding each other, we will never develop. South Africa is ahead of us. South Africa will grow in leaps and bounds. The rest of us will regress. And there's nothing anybody can do about it. So fundamentally, politics is the key to your survival. And for those of you who do not wish to run for public office or support candidates with some brains, I think sometimes some of our leaders should take an IQ test, because a lot of them who are presidents, they're not qualified to run countries. They're not qualified. And because we have these clowns running a country, let me tell you, to run a country in Africa, you must be qualified to run a Fortune 500 company. And if you're not qualified, then check all your leaders. If they're not qualified to run a Fortune 500 company, they're not qualified to run any country in Africa. That is a fact of life. And we need to address those issues, deal with those issues, and we need to say to ourselves, enough is enough. Afreximbank, Benedict Orama, is now the president of Africa because he cares about us. But he's one man. His tenure will come to an end. So when Benedict Orama's tenure comes to an end, what happens to Afreximbank? With a $500 million fund, I'm a co-chair of those funds, by the way, $500 million. Will it still stay? Will the next guy believe in the arts? If he doesn't believe in art, then all of this comes to an end. And we all go back to our caves. So please, it's a very serious issue. We need to take it seriously, get into politics, vote, be voted for, take a position, be strong, do not be a coward, and you will get to the promised land. Thank you very much.
All right, Ben. Very thought-provoking. On that note, actually, Ben, you mentioned AfriExim, corporate, and in the conversation around government, we must also have the conversation around corporate. And I'd like to put it to you, Femi, and Biola, because MultiChoice is a corporate that's obviously invested money in enabling the talent,
talent factory.
Talent factory to exist and to continue to exist. But at the same time, often we understand that government has to set up certain policies or enable certain environments for industries to develop and grow. But in the same vein, I mean, you watch any American film, there's a Coca-Cola in every scene because, that's product placement. And the question I want to pose is, how do we then play with brands and corporate in assisting or participating in this developing the African film industry?
You want to go first?
Sure.
I think you're going to need those.
I'll let him talk about the multi-choice investment since that's his backstop now. But I think that one of the conversations that we've had, and one of the presentations was actually around how did South Korea grow its industry. Yeah. And I just happened to have lived in South Korea many, many years ago, around the time that I was also just a consumer of entertainment. And when you look at the frameworks that actually compensate corporations to be part of that industry, you start to realize that there's a lot of opportunities for people to support the industry, for people to invest in the industry. which is what you saw in places like Korea. So today, Korea is dominant, but 20 years ago, no one was talking about Korean content.
Sure.
But at that time, companies like Samsung were investing, some companies like Lotte were investing, not only investing in films, but investing in companies that were producing films, investing in cinemas. They were part of those investments, and they got incentives. They were incentivized for doing that. Today, if a company sponsors a filmmaker, if a company supports a filmmaker, there really is no way for that company to get an incentive. And we have to set up, I mean, we've had this conversation in Nigeria. Is there a way that we could do incentives, point systems, where it actually can be applied towards tax breaks?
Yeah.
These are the reasons why people do this. Most of the big studios also do this, get placements, because companies get tax breaks, companies also get that exposure, but a lot of it, there are tax breaks. And so we have to continue to figure out, how do we incentivize the corporations to come in? And once again, when a corporation comes in, it changes the quality of the story.
Correct.
I am not going to be a global brand and allow you to put my brand in a position that does not reflect positively, or I'm not going to allow you to put my brand in a position where my brand is not seen as a global brand or at the level that I want my brand. So by actually getting corporations involved, brands involved, money comes into the industry, quality improves, there's a check, and we need to sort of, that is something that's easy to do. It is easy to give companies tax breaks, because they're going to find those tax breaks somewhere else. Either you find it here or you find it somewhere else. There are people hired to do just that.
Yeah.
Find ways for us to pay less taxes. Let the entertainment, let the creative industry be one of those things. Thank you.
Fantastic. Yeah.
Well, maybe just to climb on top of what Biola has already said, it's really in the interest of companies whose activities and profit come from the creative industries to reinvest in it.
Yeah.
It takes the quality up, certainly, but what it also does is allow them to be able to recycle the brands within the industry, and that's really what we've seen. Right now, what I think is a great investment by MultiChoice is the Talent Factory. And what the Talent Factory is a structured one-year program that basically uses their resources, because the biggest part of the Talent Factory is the immersion. The idea that they can take 20 kids from 3 hubs across Africa and put them for 3 months into the programming cycle, behind the scene, in the production crews that are working on shows that are ongoing. So these kids are learning things they cannot learn online. They cannot learn by themselves. They're learning OB-Van, live, production. They're learning, sports. They're learning different genres of production. And those who are in drama are learning things like, multi-camera, soap opera work, which were things that were not available to them just 3-4 years ago in Nigeria. But attendant to that, to make all of that work, is also the building of infrastructure. Now in Nigeria, there's a huge, big investment in, the Big Brother house. There's a big investment in Teen Soul Studios. Now that you've got Netflix and you've got Amazon Prime and all these other platforms, Sony, across the landscape of Africa, we have to demand of them that if you're here to, to extract things, you've also got to commit yourself to developing, the environment itself. And really, the biggest resource we've got are our young people. And they're really quite interesting, because they're all very excited, motivated, innovative, wanting to do things, which is really why, for me, the focus on young people, is so important, whether it be for government, private sector, or even within the industry itself.
Great. I love what you just said about 2 words I picked up: innovation, extraction. And in my conversation yesterday, and I'll carry on a little bit about this conversation with Sarah, making the Plan B and then put it up on YouTube led to a Netflix coming to talk to her at a time when Netflix wasn't commissioning or licensing in Kenya. And the question was, well, when do you make the sequel. And Sarah, your answer was?
If you put money in it.
And the reality is, you know, we're not just in this industry to just be creative, right? We're creating wealth for ourselves, wealth for our countries, wealth for the youth. So the other conversation that we need to be having around this development is, okay, so we understand that we need policy to work, we need to formalize how we collaborate and get to work together as Africans, but then where, and in that, where do we begin to extract wealth and financial wealth for ourselves? You know, it's quite interesting that one of the things that I do as a producer is I'm also a servicing producer. So I sit and I do look at big international American productions that come and shoot here, and I can see the salary disparities between what American crews are earning versus my crews here, what American talent is going to be earning versus our talent. And the reality is, you know, in South Africa, our industry is not unionized, so we don't have anything like that that kind of protects the talent. Things are still quite informal. You know, we understand that maybe it's a 12-hour day with a 1-hour lunch and a craft table. The basics are covered, but we're not having the real monetary conversation. And where do we start? Timothy, do you have a plan?
Thank you very much. I think that's a very critical point. First of all, we need to start from a space where we all appreciate the importance of the sector in job creation and why we need to nurture talent. I'll give an example of Kenya. Today, the government has deliberately positioned itself through the Ministry of Education to have talent as part of the curriculum nationwide. What this means, from the lowest level of kindergarten all the way to university, one can be able to have a path that is very structured and a path that is direct without having to contemplate as to whether your parents will allow you not to become a doctor and to become an actor. I think an appreciation of that sort is going to help, and I believe governments across Africa need to refocus their energies on formalizing the sector and clearly positioning it within government structures as a very critical sector to the economy, as well as the social being of any given country. So for us, we are deliberate, and we are saying that we can be able to do this, but we need collaborative effort from our counterparts in all African countries. I know we are not at the same level as countries, but through co-production and engagements, we can be able to leverage on each other's strength to achieve the aspirations of our people. So I think I need to also re-emphasize the fact that this is a sector that is not just a standalone sector. It's a sector that drives all other sectors of the economy. So how do we ensure that we are actually championing it to get the very many benefits that are likely to be accrued from this, the benefits of this particular industry? That can only be achieved if we all put our focus on the same, and governments put the right policies, both from education, economic incentives, and also the social cohesion power. Look at how do we facilitate the industry. If you are coming to film in Kenya, what are some of the conditions that you have to go through to be able to actualize your production? Can we have a seamless way of processing our creative works from creation to the market? I think when we put our effort into this, we are able to achieve as much as we can. Remember, with technology, there is disruption that is happening every day. And we cannot be able to keep up with the disruption if we are not keeping up with the changing times as far as the trends and so on. For us, we have now deliberately put up the appreciation by the National Statistics Body, which is funded by government, to collect data every day as far as the industry is concerned and feed into the national government so that every year or every quarter we are able to get information that will be able to inform decision makers as to what needs to be done, when, and how. That way, then we'll be able to advise the filmmakers or the those participants in the screen industries. And of course, in opening up the market, our Kalasha market, international film and TV market, is aimed at opening up this space so that all other participants from the rest of Africa can come and have conversations with their counterparts in Kenya and East Africa in general, and also tell the many stories that have not been told. Africa is very unique. It's unique because it has so many untold stories, and these stories, if well told, they can go places. Let us champion them and see to it that we tell these stories the best way we can.
Thank you for that.
Yeah.
And so, Timothy, I do love what you're saying, that Africa is unique, and we've got so many stories that we have not told. And, you know, I remember a couple of years ago when you were making a film, if you're trying to make a small indie film, it'd be like, well, who's going to pay for it? The guys want commercial stuff. They want happy endings or, blood and guts and that kind of stuff. And I know that the National Film and Video Foundation, Onke, that you've got, a different sort of production grants and investments. Can you just tell me from your point of view, has that sort of directive changed? Filmmakers having been given the opportunity to present freely what they believe in?
And distribution, right? So I think typically, as you say, the concern is always, it's such a great idea. Think about the idea, invest in the idea. But the reality is that, for an idea to really live, it really needs to be, encased in a structure that's viable, So any creative economy, any creative industry needs, for it to be successful and for it to really get the benefit from every single juice of creative, inspiration that comes, it needs to be financially secured. It needs to be enclosed in such a way that that the financing around it is so secure that a creative has the opportunity to be a creative, right? So it's not the other way around. You have to think of the money element first, to your previous question, so that the creative, has the opportunity to be a creative. For example, and it's, I don't believe in comparisons with Hollywood, but I'll just use it anyway. A Hollywood actor, for example, or a Hollywood producer, Hollywood actor, for example, does not need to step on set. Can step on set in the space once every 10 years, right? Because the industry is structured around them such that they have the opportunity to really ingest themselves in a character, release themselves from a character, and do whatever else they need to do. So with producers who want to create freely, the imperative is always, if you are truly committed to the essence of your story and you really want to tell your story and you really want the true essence of it to come alive, you have to be as committed to thinking of the entire value chain around your film. It's absolutely fundamental. So a beautiful story can be supported at the backdrop of an equally beautiful and constructed budget, right? Because it is important for anyone who's funding, whether it's grant funding or whether it's a private investor, it's important that we understand, that you understand the magnitude of your story. Because if you, for instance, you say, I want to create the Matrix, right? An African version of the Matrix. And you say, oh, it's only going to cost me 2 million. When, in all intents purposes, it could cost you 10 to 15, 20 million. You would rather have a budget that reflects reality of how much it's going to cost you, and then you ask in the context of that, right? And you say, okay, so I think this is probably going to cost me 30 million, and if I'm asking you for 2.5 million. You will have a higher success rate at getting your funding, right? So it's a matter of balancing the two processes, because the content creation side has to happen with the monetization side in parallel. That's how a successful film industry works. That's just it, right? Yeah. So anybody within the creative process of film production has the capacity, has the ability to think in a monetization sense as well, right? So just because you're a scriptwriter, it does not mean that your focus purely has to be creative, right? That your focus purely has to be content-based. You look at a Shonda Rhimes of the world, right? So I would say that is my response to you, in the sense that you have to, the processes have to be parallel, and the true essence of your story will only really be supported by a financial and a business model around your story that allows it to manifest into what it's supposed to be.
Great, thank you. Well, I'm going to take this opportunity, this time now, to open this up to the floor for a Q&A, and I will start off, I see your hand, and I'll come to you, but I'm going to start off with Viola felt like she had a comment in relation, and I'll open it up to everyone else, so feel free to put up your hands. I've acknowledged you. Viola, over to you.
Sure. I think when you asked a question about can creatives go out and create freely, and I think that it's really important for us to understand the market we're operating in. Yeah. And one of the things that Mr. Bruce said at the beginning, Bruce said at the beginning was, America is the biggest market. And we can't almost, there's sort of a way that you have to put that market aside and look at your market and look at what you do. Yeah. One of the things I have to commend Nollywood about is Nollywood has been very clear that it is a commercial filmmaking hub. When you look at Francophone and French Africa, they're very clear. It is a very auteur, it is very old school filmmaking, and we have to respect that. And so I think South Africa is a bit of a hybrid. Yeah. And so creatives have to work within that. Otherwise, this is not going to be a business that's sustainable. And so it's great to have these big creative ideas, but just as Sarah had to do with Plan B, and now she has a commercial model she's working within. That's sort of how we have to work in the industry, and really understand what each market does, and therefore maybe you do collaborations with those markets. Sure. So I just wanted to add that to it.
Fantastic. Sir, do we have a roving mic?
Microphone.
I think this is the roving mic. Should we give this?
Is this the roving mic?
Yeah. Yeah, let's get it out.
Hello, my name is Azar, and I'm a creative in South Africa. When I first heard about a $500 million investment, obviously we become excited and almost hopeful, but in the back of our minds, we always remember and become a little bit disheartened that this is Africa, and industry leaders are usually the ones to receive this type of funding, and they're in the bed with government as well, who are also pocketing it for themselves. So my question is, what can the small to medium-sized enterprises do in order to put pressure on these industry leaders? Because America was brought up as a good example where you see multiple industry leaders, whereas in Africa you see a lot of monopolies and oligopolies controlling the industry. So we want to grow to that aspect where we have multiple industry leaders. So what can small to medium-sized enterprises do in order to put pressure on these big companies and government as well, in order to grow themselves rather than the big companies growing bigger than they already are? Thank you.
Well, first of all, that is not accurate. I think Afreximbank has been very fair in the distribution of funds based on the applications they've received. I don't work for Afreximbank, but I'm the co-chair of the fund. Daisy over there, the lady in the camera, if you can get in touch with her right now, she'll put you in touch with Augustine and show you how to set the application and get it done. If you have a great product, I guarantee you will get your funding, okay?
Fantastic. I think I'll take a few questions, so if I could just see a few hands. Sir, I acknowledge you. You can ask your question.
Is it? Oh, still morning. Good morning. My name is Simnigi Omabala. I'm from finance, by the way. I'm running a chartered accountant firm, but I'm
Could
here
I ask you to speak up a little bit?
A little bit loud. Oh, okay. My name is Simnigi Omabala. I'm coming from finance. I'm running a chartered accountant firm. I'm here because I'm an investor in the creative, because I hate what I see out there. But my question is, we want to collaborate with other African countries. It's been acknowledged before. We've got the technical side, the infrastructure, of which we spend more than 4 million on equipment. I managed to secure the people of Nigeria. My goal is to secure the people of Kenya before I can go to the Francophones. The Film Commission from Kenya is here. Yes, things have been created. The government is in talks with another government for us to meet. I want to now, today. If I go to the government, it's going to be red tapes. How do I access you now to work with the creative in Kenya? I don't care whether they are known. I would prefer the unknown one. How do we access you now today? Thank you.
Okay. Sir?
Hi. Good morning. Sorry, my question is directed at you, the lady far in. So I heard you talk about, sorry, my name is Lanre. I work with Sterling Bank in Lagos, Nigeria. So I heard you talk about finance the project with the size of the fund. So there seems to be like a parallel line. The creative know what they want, whereas the finance also, they know a bit about, they know about finance. Not to pile it up or to stuff it with whatever it is, the margin that he feels he can keep in his pocket. How do we do that? How do we balance that?
Great.
Do you understand the question?
Yes, I do. Thank you.
Are there any other questions on the floor? Yes, sir.
Hi, everyone. My name is Atlas Duma from Sakia Foundation, Sakia Records, South Africa. Well, from our organization, we've got a lot of artists that we release, but now we're getting approached by different filmmakers. My question is to the funders of the film industry, do you consider putting enough funds to support the score sheets or the music that is being played there? Because at the end of the day, that the filmmakers are begging and saying, okay, the way that you are going to benefit is when the film is streamed. So that's where you're going to get in the form of royalties. So now, yes, that's a question. Do you allocate enough funds for the score sheets? Thank you.
Okay, noted. I think the first question was for you, Timothy.
Yes, thank you very much. I'll respond to the second question about how one will be able to collaborate, especially with the Kenyan producers. Kenya Film Commission is an agency that is there to facilitate your collaboration with your counterparts, and I'll encourage you to engage the National Film and Video Foundation, who are our counterparts here in South Africa, as we work towards a formal framework that will enable Kenyan producers to work with South African producers. But prior to the formal engagement or legal engagement, I believe producer to producer, we can still work just the same way Sarah Hassan worked with her counterparts in Nigeria. So mine is to encourage you not to stop to think about connecting with your fellow producers in Kenya. Let's do this. Yeah.
One more thing, the Kenya Film Commission has a database that is accessible to anyone all over Africa of verified production companies in Kenya. So it would be a matter of literally just checking on their website, and you'll find all production companies that are verified. And from there, it's a matter of just checking IMDb and seeing the projects that these companies have done and what is aligned with what it is that you want to do.
Fantastic. We're fast running out of time, so I'm going to let Onke answer the second question.
Thank you. Thank you for the question. So I think there are two things, right? One of the things we find is that we have so many producers who have amazing content, and they don't know where to put it, right? So there is a gap in terms of the understanding of the marketing and distribution of content, which means that one of the things that needs to happen is that you need to have the marketing and distribution conversation at the onset of the production and development phase, as opposed to having the conversation once your film is in, once the production is ended, or it's in post-production, or whatever the case may be. So that's the first thing, is the sense that the disconnect comes into the fact that your processes, your monetization processes come typically in this market, they tend to happen too late in the process of producing content. They have to happen at the onset, because a distributor can influence, right, the success of a film, right, or a sales agent in other markets where you have kind of a more robust industry of sales agents. They can influence the direction of the content, how it ends up being developed and ultimately produced, and then obviously that influences the extent to which the film is successful, and the extent to which it can be commercialized and distributed by various distributors and film festival access and all of that, and selections. So that is the first thing, right? And I think the second thing is I think in response to that, we've done a number of partnerships. So for instance, with Netflix, with the micro-budget film partnership that we did, where we're announcing some of the recipients next week, we had the partnership with the distributor from the onset, because of this gap that we have constantly seen in South Africa, where we have producers of content who might get funded from the NFF and various sources, but they lack the skill set, the connections, the networks, the know-hows of how to mount their projects. So the partnership had to happen with the distributor at the onset, so that they had an understanding that this type of content would fit their platform, as you know, a distributor that was a VOD that was, you know, going steadily now into short films from South Africa. So I would say it's those two things, right? It's ensuring that your monetization process happens in parallel with your content creation process, because that's how you influence the outcome of the success of the film. And then obviously creating the types of partnerships with our slates, with the SABC, is pretty much the same thing, right? They have to be on board with the content from the onset to ensure that we have the type of content that is created by creatives, that creatives themselves understand. If it is an SABC, if it is a Netflix, if it's a Showmax, if it's an HBO Max, or whatever the case is, am I creating the type of content that is also aligned with the distribution platform? Or am I creating the type of content with a spray and pray approach, right? And because in South Africa we have various distributors, traditional broadcasters, VOD platforms, or whatever the case may be, we have those, but producers tend to want to have their projects mounted on the sexiest platform at the time, right? So you'll have a lot of people who want funding, whether they're emerging filmmakers, whether they've been in the industry for 10 to 15 years. Everybody wants their project on Netflix. Not understanding that a Netflix might not take up a certain type of documentary, or they might, you know, a Netflix, especially when they're focused on content in this market, it is a action, it's a rom-com, it's a drama, right? So it's the understanding of how the platforms work, but it's also of the demand from the distributor's end, but also making sure that they are engaged in the conversation of the content production as early as, you know, in the process as possible. When it comes to traditional financiers, what you need is a process where the film industry and the creative industry, the value of it is reframed, so that they can understand in their language and in their mind, they can tabulate what the film industry value is, because that is a huge gap that we have, is that the industry has not been, the value of it has not been reframed sufficiently.
Sorry, I have to. We've actually come to the end of our session. The question around the music, so I'm very happy to have the chat with you afterwards, but just generally it's the producer's responsibility to ensure that they've covered the costs of music rights. It's too risky. In South Africa we've got Samro that looks after that aspect of the musician's pocket. But I'm happy to have a longer chat with you afterwards. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for your time. To my fellow panelists, this was amazing. Thank you so much. It's been a great conversation.
Africa has got talent, and we need to share the talent.
To have CANEX, because right now everybody's looking at African creativity. Everybody's looking at the next frontier for, you know, artistic expression, and it's coming out of Africa.
For me, gathering like this, CANEX was very important, and it's very important because it makes us not only the African people, but also in music. Musicians, we come together. For example, for me, it's an honor today to perform. Thank you very much, CANEX, for making us unite together.
Very excited. It's usually once in a lifetime, like you heard them saying. It's the largest exhibition of entrepreneurs trading within Africa, and it's really a privilege to be here, and I would encourage many more people to attend. Well organized and well run.
Important that the Intra-Africa Trade Fair should give special attention to African women in business, recognizing their great potential as drivers of economic change across the continent.
We are so happy that South African government organized this event because we are very interested in working with South African companies and companies from other countries in Africa. We want to make our continent a strong one, and together we can put hand by hand and enhance our economy.
Fantastic initiative, bringing entrepreneurs and creatives from all around the continent to one space. It helps us to expand the market and allows us to do more.
we still well? Are we still good? That one guy's still with me. Thank you so much. Thank you for being with us here on a Saturday. We're about to switch gears a little. We've been listening to insightful conversations, and now it's time for a little entertainment. And here with us today, we have an exciting group all the way from UKZN. They are called Flatfoot Dance Company. Please give it up for the group. Come on now. Thank you so much to the Flatfoot Dance Company. I am here to announce that we're about to take a 40-minute break, so you guys can be back here to have more interesting conversations, and we have more entertainment as well. So thank you so much. See you back. Do come back, please.
to share the talent.
To have CANEX, because right now everybody's looking at African creativity. Everybody's looking at the next frontier for, artistic expression, and it's coming out of Africa.
For me, gathering like this, CANEX was very important, and it's very important because it makes us not only the African people, but also in music, musicians, we come together. For example, for me, it's an honor today to perform. Thank you very much, CANEX, for making us unite together.
Very excited. It's usually once in a lifetime, like you heard them saying. It's the largest exhibition of entrepreneurs trading within Africa, and it's really a privilege to be here, and I would encourage many more people to attend. Well organized and well run.
It is important that the Intra-Africa Trade Fair should give special attention to African women in business, recognizing their great potential as drivers of economic change across the continent.
We are so happy that South African government organized this event because we are very interested in working with South African companies and companies from other countries in Africa. We want to make our continent a strong one, and together we can put hand by hand and enhance our economy.
Fantastic initiative, bringing entrepreneurs and creatives from all around the continent to one space. It helps us to expand the market and allows us to do more.
Welcome back, everybody. I hope you guys had a fantastic lunch. I know that I did. I'm looking forward to what we're about to do now. I have my co-host, IK, who is going to be moderating this next session that we have. With him is Vincent with Cookout Africa. If you two gentlemen would come out on stage, IK.
Thank you very much.
Fighting these emotions, driving in your ocean, all on this moment.
I had an opportunity to work with Vincent, to work on a new track called Gimme. It was very lovely, it was a great experience.
See the rainbows in your eyes.
We've had about 3 or 4 artists join us in the recording of this song that we love called Gimme Gimme.
Stay with me tonight.
I enjoyed every moment of it because I got to be myself, have a little bit gimme, 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 gimme your love.
So I'm gonna find maybe 5 of the 10 songs that we've done and play them during that interview.
Please call 911.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, I count you all very, very, thank you. Please put your hands together for that. That's amazing stuff. I want you to know that you are fortunate to be here, to hear this next speaker. He is a brilliant mind, a very given personality. He is very accomplished in his work, Grammy nominated, Grammy award winning, writer, composer, producer, and just a brilliant businessman in every sense of the word. He's going to be speaking to us about a vast number of things that happen to do with the structure of the music business, and I hope that you take advantage of all of it. Please join me and welcome the accomplished Vincent Berry as he comes to have a quick fireside conversation with us. You right here for a second so that you're right in the middle and people can see across.
Thank you so much, my brother.
Good
How
to
you
see
doing, man?
I'm all right.
My man. How are you doing out there, everybody? Good. Good. I'm so happy to be here, so I've got a whole lot of energy. Please bear with me.
Guys, I'm going to ask that you bear with me as well. I'm going to be shooting him those questions rapid fire because I want him to cover a vast number of things and there's a very limited amount of time possible. But to help everybody understand, you know, sometimes when you see somebody who's accomplished and who's right there, oh, Grammy, you hear Grammy, it throws you into a far distance and it makes you unrelatable. So all your achievements,
Detroit in the United States of America, and he was a minister. And so when I was 9 or 10, he made a point to ask me to get involved in music. And I had so much respect for my father. I loved him so much, so I started picking up the piano. He passed away when I was 13, and so as a tribute to his life, it became the most important thing to me to actually become a musician and be successful at music because it was something that he asked me to do.
So that was the start of the journey.
Yes.
And understanding, I don't live in the U.S., but we know LA to be like the hub, the center for the drive. So you made your move to LA.
Yeah, so I went to Morehouse College in Atlanta, Georgia. I studied business administration and accounting, specifically with a track in private equity and leveraged buyouts. That was my dream.
P.S. Guys at home, stay in school. Okay.
Yeah, no doubt. I mean, you want to get information, but more than information, you want to learn how to build relationships, right, across a wide range of spaces and a wide range of industries. But after going to school in one of my accounting classes, the professor told me the best thing you can own in the world is a copyright. This shocked me because I already had 500 songs because of my diligence and patience for what my dad asked me to do. And so I said I got 500 songs. And he says, if you got 500 songs, son, who told you to come to college? And, you know, it started a conversation where he begins to teach me that there's 120 years built into a revenue-generating potential and built into every song. Once again, 120 years of revenue-generating potential built into every copyright. And at that time with 500 songs, he said, if you got 500 songs, son, you already rich. You just need to learn how to sell your songs. And at that point, I closed my laptop and I moved to LA.
That's a big deal. So looking at that in the Africa context, where your songs are your product, in other words, natural resources, he's saying to you, if you have the natural resources, you are already rich.
You're already rich. You have what you need. You have, and not just natural resources, you have intellectual property, which cannot be stolen unless you sign it away. It's something that's not tangible, something that can be monetized, leased, shared. You are actually wealthy. You have property. So today I hold 4,000 copyrights that I've never sold. I've only monetized maybe 70, maybe 80 of my songs, right? But when you have the right, then it becomes the foundation of your wealth. It becomes the foundation of your value, the foundation of your net worth. It's not the fiat cash that you have, it's the assets that you've been able to accumulate along your journey.
Okay, so fast forward a few years after Morehouse, you've moved to LA, things were not working out.
No. So when I first moved to Los Angeles, I was homeless in LA for 3 years, right, with the purpose of owning my music. Now, I couldn't share that with my family because my mom would have killed me. I couldn't have shared that with my brothers and sisters because they wouldn't have enjoyed hearing that story. And really, quite frankly, with the pressure that they would have applied, I probably wouldn't have been able to remain homeless. I probably would have been forced to come home. But I knew that this was a cross for me to bear because in America, and not really just in America, across the world, it is not customary for an artist to own those songs.
Exactly, which is why I was bringing up the context of Africa. You own your natural resources, but to earn, it's typical or it's common for Africans to sell away.
Yes.
Whether it's oil, you sell it to a foreign company to refine and sell back. So in the context of creativity, you write your song, but you sell it to somebody else who then makes the money off
because we've been poisoned by propaganda, poisoned by the desire to chase accoutrements and creature comforts and things and money and celebrity and luxury. And I had to divorce from luxury for a season, right? I knew that life is a collection of moments, and your ability to remain consistent in your personality is what defines your character across your life. So for me, I knew that this moment was necessary for my journey. I had to be homeless. To give me a perspective that would not allow me, IK, to just walk with kings, but it would allow me to maintain my common touch.
You spoke about luxury. Let's talk about need, because there are people at different stages of their career here.
Yeah.
Your stage, you were homeless in LA. Somebody else is trying to keep the lights on in their house, right? You've written a nice song. Someone comes along and says, listen, I'm going to give you a few $1,000s for this song. Sell it to me. What does that person do? Because you need to keep the lights on, you need to eat, you need to make progress. Where's the balance?
So the first step is it all starts with education. At the end of the day, the person sitting across the table from you is not their responsibility to educate you on the value of what's happening at that table. You have to know the value of what you created. And if you don't know the value, then the onus is on you to educate yourself about the value of what you have, right? So for me, I knew that the value of everything that I had was in my idea. I wrote this song. Somebody offered me $4 million, specifically a company, one of the biggest publishing companies in Los Angeles, offered me $4 million while I'm homeless. I really effectively was about to sign a deal with, I called my mom, Mama, we did it.
Yep.
Her first response was, son, did you read the contract? And to be honest, I hadn't read the contract. And she said, you know you can't sign that deal without reading that contract. IK, page number 27, the first line, I, Vincent Berry, do wholly and completely assign all of my rights hereto, written hereto and hereafter.
In perpetuity.
In perpetuity throughout the universe. Good God Almighty. I mean, how valuable is what you thought? How valuable is the idea? You want to sell it forever for $4 million? When Paul McCartney holds a net worth of $900 million from songs? Right? So the idea is moving past the moment and realizing that you have to wait sometimes and embrace delayed gratification. That I'm building wealth and maybe I might not be the person that enjoys the wealth that I'm creating. And that's an idea that I accepted on that journey.
So you're saying, and to put it brass tacks, leave the lights off.
If you have to. If it comes, I did it. When I say homeless, guys, this is not just a PR story. I'm talking about walking around Hollywood. You know what I'm saying? Walking out of the studio, but I'm wearing a suit every single day. Nobody knows I'm homeless until after they write the article in the LA Times, because nobody wants to hear that story in the middle of your journey. Don't tell anybody that, because that's not going to open a door. right? Nobody wants a sob story. They want to see that you can actually do what you're here for. You're here to write a song, Mr. Berry. Can you write a song in 30 minutes? Can you do it quickly? Can it be great? Right? So don't look for a handout. Don't look for a hand up. All you got to do is lift yourself up and don't lay down. I walked around Hollywood all night long, many nights, refusing to sit down on the ground, picking people up that's on the ground. And what it did for me is it taught me that everybody homeless was not irresponsible or mismanagement or mismanagers of money. Some people were homeless because something crazy actually happened, right? Something that nobody could forecast, right? Somebody actually stole all of their money. One brother told me that his best friend voted somebody on the board of his company. They voted him off the company, drained the money, and now he was outside on Hollywood with me, right? So everybody is not necessarily on drugs that's outside, right? And the problem is many times we want to be with the kings, but we don't have the common touch. And so it's important to be able to talk to the people. Why are you in charge and you don't have the heart of the people?
Wait, if I let you be, you're going to just
I'm
go
sorry,
on.
bro.
So I want to rein you in and talk about something. Now, he wrote a song. He took the start of a song from someone and wrote a song.
Yes.
And put keys on it that eventually got to the ears of Beyonce, and she wanted it, and basically it became Sandcastles on her Lemonade album.
Yes.
How did that happen?
During this homeless journey, the most important thing for me, I always knew, was my human resources. So beyond the money, the most important thing you have is your relationships. So I'm building relationships the whole time. I'm building relationships with incredible songwriters. So one day, literally after we finished writing the song, I did the song with a brother named Malik Youssef from Chicago. He played the song for me. He told me that, man, I got this song. I think it's for Tiana Taylor, but I think you're the guy to help me finish it. And when I heard the song, it immediately reminded me of a relationship that I ended because of this new journey that I was on. I was with someone for 11 years. We built a multi-million-dollar company. I decided, and I hadn't been to college yet, I didn't want to get married without a college degree, so I decided to go to Morehouse College. 3 weeks into Morehouse, my ex-girlfriend was okay with Morehouse because it was an all-boys school. She hadn't done research to know across the street was Spelman, an all-girls school. So when she came to orientation, she saw Spelman and she said, "Oh no, brother," and left me. And I, a couple weeks later, I called her. Well, what are we gonna do about the money? And she never answered my call again. She's married now. She's living her own life, and it's cool. But it was devastating, devastating. And I wasn't perfect in this relationship, but it was devastating. And what it did for me is it made me realize that nobody owes me anything. Hallelujah. You got to actually pick yourself up and do it. And so when I heard this song, I found an opportunity to heal myself, right, with this music. And that's what music is for creators. It's therapy. But if it heals you, my brother and sister, it will heal your brother and your sister that's listening to the song. So what I would say to any writer and creator, to your question that you asked me earlier, be honest in your music. Be very transparent in your music, because you never know what it's going to do for the person that's listening to it. We wrote it. Well, I started playing the piano. After we heard it, we knew it was special. I played it for a friend of mine. Her name is Median Mathers. She heard the song and she started crying. Fast forward, she asked, could she sing it in a showcase? I gave her the song. She played it for Beyonce's manager, who was her mentor. See, relationships decentralize access. Right? I didn't have access to Beyonce. I didn't have access to her manager, but Median did, and she played the song for me, and we were able to get the song to Beyonce. When Beyonce heard it, the rest was history.
Okay. Help a young artist, help a young writer. How do you book the big gigs? You've worked with a ton of people: Nipsey Hussle, Mary J. Blige, Maroon 5, J. Cole, an endless list of artists. How do you, at this stage, if something happens once, it's luck. If it happens twice, if it's a coincidence. But if it happens 3 times, that's a trend. If you've worked with so many people, there must be a formula. There must be something that helps you book those big gigs. How do you do it?
Relationships. The most important thing for you to do is make sure that when people leave your experience, they leave with a positive experience of you. And what they will do for you it's bring you into rooms that you didn't necessarily build those bridges to get in. They would allow you to cross their bridge if you actually build a genuine relationship with them. So the person who introduced me to Nipsey Hussle was a dear friend of mine who brought me to Nipsey Hussle. The person that introduced me to Beyonce brought me to Beyonce. The person that introduced me to the Migos and Sean Paul and Shaggy brought me to those individuals. The person that introduced me to Bears Hammond brought me. It wasn't nothing that I did, nothing so brilliant that I did except speak to everybody and treat everybody like I wanted to be treated. Right? And when you get into a room, do what you came to do. If you came to make music, make music. In every room I went in, I made music. I wrote the song. And sometimes they don't need you to write the song. Sometimes they need you to play the piano. Sometimes they need you to record somebody else. Sometimes they got the best writer in the world and we just need you to make a beat. So I found a way to make myself valuable in a room by equipping myself with the skills that allowed me to do anything that would possibly be needed to be done in a studio. Right? And some songs I played the piano, sometimes I wrote the lyrics. Sometimes I'm singing. Sometimes I'm rapping. Sometimes I'm playing the drums. Whatever you need to do to keep yourself in a room, equip yourself with those skills, and that will give you leverage to build more relationships and create more opportunities for yourself.
I love your story, and I could just talk about a bunch of things around you and talk about it for hours, but I want to go to the structure, to the music business.
Yes.
Many artists across Africa, actors even, the structure is always and how you ended up here on this stage in this journey. So take us back to your cookout that you started during COVID and how that brought you here to CANEX to bring the Cookout Africa to CANEX.
So I was introduced to a Frexham and the Intra-African Trade Fair in Kigali, Rwanda in 2020 in January, invited by a friend of mine, Baram Sak, who was helping to organize, and she asked me to be a speaker on a music platform to share my story with creators in Africa. And you know, it was a no-brainer for me to go to Africa because I hadn't been before, and I wanted to go. It's been my heart to connect to the motherland. You know, my mom has been to Ghana. My family has come back many, many times, and I just hadn't. My dad, I just had never come. So I told her absolutely I would love to come. And I remember the first time I got there, my mind was blown because I'm thinking it's a music conference, and it was creative for sure, but I'm dressed like I would be going to the Revolt Summit or to the ASCAP I Create Summit, I Create Music Summit. I got an Adidas jumpsuit on, you know, gym shoes, and I walk in the room and I see nothing but kings and queens and earpieces and bodyguards and kids and young people and presidents of banks and all kind of stuff. And I'm like, I'm not going in there like this. You know, I go all the way back to the hotel, put a suit on because I went to Morehouse College. And I changed my whole presentation because I saw the most beautifully dressed professional men I ever could imagine, and I'm not about to be seen and experienced for the first. You got one time to introduce yourself, and you got to introduce yourself right the first time. And when I came in, I heard Professor Orama for the first time begin to talk about in 2018 partners and investors. He said, we didn't invest anything into the creatives the first time, but this time in 2020, we're going to dedicate $500 million to creative industries. And it blew, I mean, bro, I'm talking about, I blanked out for a minute. I was no longer in the room. I'm talking about, it's all white now, people. Boom. Welcome to the Matrix.
Yes.
And in my mind, I'm saying, wait a minute. You know, I've never heard an institution decide that we need to instigate innovation and ownership in our creators, right? And I watched it in real time, and I stood up and asked the question. I said, how do you plan on investing this money? Is it through SBLCs? Is it through bank guarantees? Is it debt? Is it equity? You know, how are you investing the money? And if you remember, Professor Orama, you came up to me and you said, son, I've never met a creator who knows financial instruments. I need a meeting with you. And after a meeting with Professor Orama, I asked for a bank guarantee that would allow me to go on a 100-city tour throughout Africa teaching young people how to write songs. And Professor Orama looked at me and he said, son, if you can do a pilot Let's figure it out. We didn't know COVID was coming in a month, Professor Orama. A month later, I got back to America and COVID. So I feel like it messed my deal up. You know, it messed up my opportunities to go to Africa. And so what I did was I opened up the opportunity to start teaching people how to write songs digitally on my Instagram. And that was the birth of the Cookout.
Now, first of all, I think we should give a round of applause to Frexham Bank and His Excellency Professor Benedict Orama, because truthfully, this is probably the first time any establishment across the continent has dedicated that amount of money to the creative industry. So well done, sir, and well done to everyone on the Frexham Bank team.
I would even go as to say in the world, bro, you know, to establish companies built by creators, for creators, not companies to go sign creators, companies designed to accelerate the entrepreneur in the creator. It's never been done before.
Now, I want to jump into what has happened here, because people might not know. So the Cookout started on the Instagram. You got back with the Frexham Bank. They said, okay, let's take it and make it Cookout Africa.
Yeah, so we wrote about 100 songs in 30 days in America. And because it's COVID, everybody's at home. One of my, I think it might have been Timwa or somebody, but they saw me writing the songs and they said, you should do that in Africa. So I said, perfect, let's do the Cookout Africa. Now the beautiful part is this was not a business. This is just something I was doing from the kindness of my heart to just instigate people learning how to write songs through an interactive masterclass, right? Like I could take the talking head model and you take notes like I'm a teacher and you just learn from me, or we can write a song together. And I found out that was the most effective way to actually write a song with people, to actually get in the ring and write with them, right? So we write these songs, but I don't have an infrastructure. I don't have a business. I don't have a marketing plan. I don't have the money to do it. And so Frexham didn't just give me the money. They built my infrastructure for me. They built the marketing team. Please clap that up. That's incredible. This is a word for creators to understand that they're not just trying to give money, bro. You know, I heard somebody ask, are we gonna, put more money in? I'm like, man, the money's dope, but to actually give you an infrastructure to actually monetize what you've created is the more important part, right? They built a business around me. Not only have they built the business, we've completed the 10 songs around the entire continent of Africa. I didn't make these artists write songs in English. I put the onus of on me to actually learn their languages, to write songs in their languages. So I've learned 15 different African languages that I never even had exposure to. 15,
That's
right?
amazing. That is amazing.
Obviously not in a sense where it's mastery, but I learned words like Abuzufit Zatu, right? Words, in one song is all in Yoruba in the second verse. Another song, all verses is in French. I never spoke any of these languages before in my life, but I allowed the people to teach me their languages, and these songs are phenomenal. And we've been also able to, in a partnership with a company called Amplify Africa. I'm very proud of this partnership because one of my friends who is the COO of this company, Timmy, not only did I bring him and connect Amplify Africa, but he's built his own relationship with the Frexham. And this brother was a speaker at this conference. Right? So the idea is that our job is to use our relationships to help somebody else build a bridge for themselves so that we all are elevated at the same time. And I have to say publicly, Professor Orama, MD, Kanayo Awani, Timwa, I am so grateful for what you guys have done for me because it even expanded beyond the Cookout, right? We complete the Cookout. Timwa say, bro, what can I do for you? I said, Timwa, we have the Creative African Advisory Group, and I want to be on the board. And Timwa just bust out laughing. And I must tell you that by the grace of the Most High and by the mercy of this beautiful man and that board, I am a board member of the Creative African Advisory Group today.
And that is crucial because we're a creative industry, but unfortunately, most of the policies that have been written for us across Africa and the various countries have been written by people who are not creatives. Yeah. So not that they mean to do you any harm, but they just don't know what it takes to establish you. So asking to be on the board is relevant. And I think that's something that creatives as well can take away from this. every now and then you need to push and say you want to be a part of the policy making, you want to be a part of the decision making for creating.
But not before you do something. Hallelujah.
I agree with that.
You got to do something first, right? And then you ask for something. And that's the key, right? A gift, the scripture says that your gift will make room for you and bring you before great men, right? What that means is not your talent or your ability, but your present, what you give. You got to actually have something in your hand when you come before you ask for something. That is a philosophy that's changed my life and continues to change my life every day.
I really want to highlight what has happened with the Music Factory.
Yes. So we've started a music factory here at the IATF. There's a studio right on the other side of the gate. We have a mic, we have an engineer, and we took one of the songs from the cookout, and we have an artist here who actually sang that song, several artists who sang parts of that song and recorded it right here at IATF.
I want to play. Do you guys want to hear the song? All right, we don't have enough time to play the whole song, but if they could play a little snippet of that song for me, that would be beautiful. What's it called?
Gimme, Gimme. Gimme. We wrote it with the Anglophone West African part of the continent.
All right.
Fighting these emotions, driving in your ocean. All I want is more. Boy, feel the fire burning. Can't you see me yearning? All I want is more. See the rainbows in your eyes. All the colors are so bright. Stay with me tonight. All your colors are so bright, so bright. Gimme, 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 gimme your love.
I'm sorry, I don't.
Give me your love.
I really wish I could play the whole song for you, but I'm almost out of time on the interview. Right now, why I wanted to play that song wasn't just because the song sounds great, but it's because of the process that has been established here. Usually what happens in my country, I can't speak to all of Africa, is that the writers don't really get much mileage after writing the song. You sell the song to the artist or to the label and then you're done. When the song goes on and gets streamed, you don't make any money off of it. You've lost the rights. What was done in this case?
Because I lived homeless to own my music, it was important for me to empower other creators to own their music. So one of the things that I live by is that I don't sign anybody. I don't sign artists. I don't sign writers. I teach you how to be an entrepreneur, right? I teach you how to start your own publishing company. I teach you how to own your own rights. I teach you how to register your own songs because nobody is going to be more interested in your vested interest than you. And you can find people to help you with that process, but I don't want to own your music. So in this process, if you gave me a word or a phrase, and because it was online, it was pretty easy because the comment section on the Zoom or on Instagram Live becomes your submission tool, right? So you use the comment section to submit your bar, and if we select your bar, you are a part of the group of creators that are participants and collaborators, and you actually get a percentage of the publishing. I take half of the song, 25% of that song, and I share it equally among all of the creators of the song. The reason why it's 25% is because when you make a song, 50% goes to the beat maker and 50% goes to the songwriter. So of the 50% of the songwriter, I took half of that and shared it with all of the collaborators.
So that means if this song gets put on the movie or if it gets streamed 1 million times, if it goes to a different platform, they're still earning what's coming to the right side. This is, you guys, this is phenomenal stuff because usually it
actually changed in 2017. So you're talking about, 5 years ago, 20 years to start commercializing my music.
He just made a 20-year journey with the Frexim Bank. They just collaborated and made that 20-year journey break down into what could be a year for somebody on this project. That's phenomenal stuff, guys. That is. Okay. I know the time is gone, and I still want to talk about the structure behind and the rights of the music. All right. Now you have young artists. How do they strike deals that are not exploitative at that stage where you're not popular? You don't have that much in terms of, you have a catalog, but nobody knows what's in there. How do you write songs without getting exploited?
Well, the first step is to make sure that you're protected. So sometimes, some of us have the ability to be ambidextrous in the mind where you're not just creative, but you're also organized in business. Most of us as creators, we don't have that ability, right? So it's important for you to find people that can help to protect you and insulate you with legal advice, administrative skills that can help to register your music and protect you. And I think really helping yourself build that is really important. That's the most important, educating yourself. Unfortunately, a lot of managers are not always integral. A lot of accountants are not always integral. A lot of attorneys are not always integral. I love to share this, and we talk about infrastructure. The company that offered me $4 million, it was my attorney that pressed me, a Jewish attorney. He was mad that I turned the deal down. I'm saying, bro, this ain't the deal. Bro, you're homeless. I said, bro, you're fired. Right, this is important for every creator, man. They work for you, bro. You set the pace and the vision for your career. Sir, I appreciate it. I don't never get fired. I work for Timberland. I work for this. Well, that's why I hired you. I did all my research, brother. I know who you work for. You're fired because you don't have faith. Right? I'm telling you this is not the deal, and I wouldn't be in this position if I didn't own my music. I would be just like every other writer that ever came before me, for the most part, who at the end of the day sells it because we want the money.
Let me ask you, so looking now back over your career, America has a much more advanced structure when it comes to music, movies, writers, the guilds and things that protect and all of that. We're at an earlier stage of development, and I refuse to think that whatever America has done is perfect for us or is good in every case for us. I'm not running it down. I'm just saying this is Africa. It's an entirely different continent. It may not be right for us. Now, looking back over your infrastructure in America, what advice, if you were going to say, I wish we could change this, you guys don't follow this pattern, what thing would you point at and say, don't follow America, don't do this with your industry?
Oh, man, I'm glad you said that. So, number one, it's important for us to understand the value of the intellectual property. So the Beatles, for instance, they have a song that was the most published song in the history of music publishing. It's called Yesterday. Yesterday was covered and recorded master versions over 3,000 times. That means 3,000 labels, 3,000 artists, 3,000 individuals globally decided to sing this one song. In addition to Yesterday, the Beatles also have 25 #1 Hot 100 records. This is important because John Lennon enjoys a several $100 million net worth for his family and his catalog. Paul McCartney enjoys an $800, $900 million valuation for his music and his catalog. Motown, which is from where I'm from, born and raised in Detroit, Michigan, has 86 #1 Hot 100 records. And every creator of those songs died broke. So the person who took advantage of creators who did not understand the law or the copyright that they were creating or the value that they were creating with their intellectual property wasn't a white man, right? So the goal is that we don't take advantage of each other. If you find somebody who don't understand the infrastructure, who don't understand the value of what they're creating, take the time and try to educate them, right? Like literally take the time to educate them. Do not allow anybody to take the ownership of your ideas. That's where it begins, that the creator has to say to themselves, my ideas are enough, right? I am valuable. Okay, asset-backed securities is the foundation of money, period. So if you have the ability to create an asset, then you are the bank, right? A manufacturer of songs and copyrights, a manufacturer of ideas and patents and trademarks. You are the bank. Without a patent, most companies have no value. You are the idea. You are the bank. And understanding that when you are hungry, understanding that when you are tired, understanding that when you're outside, understanding that when you're looking at babies and they haven't eaten is really difficult. But I'm telling you, as somebody who stood outside, who waited for a moment, I waited and a time came. It only was 3 years, but and I'm grateful, humbled to report to you that I have not been homeless ever again.
Yeah, I believe that. I've heard about the earnings. I believe that. Last thing I'm going to ask you to do, because I think we've completely run out of time, is touch on black tax and also being able to take your, in Africa we say, pay your dues, pay your dues, pay your dues, which is code for work free at the start till you're popular enough to earn. So touch on black tax, people giving back to the hood so much that they stay broke, right? And people working for free because they're new to the industry. What's your view about it?
Well, I think we have a responsibility to invest back into the communities that shaped our perspective and shaped our community. The relationships is the most important thing that you have, right? So your community is where you build those relationships. Us ain't from here, right? So without the heart and mind to invest in ourselves, who will invest in us, right? Most times we get successful and we run to the hills. We run to the Beverly Hills and to the Hollywood Hills and leave the very communities that shaped who we are. I think that's a problem, right? I think we have a responsibility to give back. But I also think it's important for us to get financially literate, to understand how much it means to give back, how much should you be giving back to charitable donations and nonprofit organizations, and perhaps maybe the give back should be less money and monetary and more knowledge, infrastructure, capacity building programs. Actually sharing that information is more valuable than just giving money to a program. You understand what I'm saying? So most of us, when you finally get to a level of success, you've learned a process, right, that's repeatable, right, which is what you spoke to earlier. You do it one time, it's luck. 2 times, a little bit more lucky. 3 times, you might have a process, right? So most times we don't have a process, and I think that's the part, right, like teaching people the process.
Yeah. And just quickly touch on the concept of working for free at the start.
Man, I paid dues. I don't believe in paying dues. All of the people who made me pay dues, I don't write songs with them today. Anybody who took something from me for free, he couldn't pay me $1 million to write a song. I don't steal from people. I don't ask people to write for free. I don't ask people to play for free or make a beat. The moment you find somebody that's trying to make you pay dues, you found somebody who is a thief, right? And you want to stay away from all thieves in this business, right? You got to pay dues, but paying dues don't mean working for free. Paying dues might mean not being the singer when you're a great singer and just being the piano player. It might mean singing backgrounds when you're better singers, when you're a better singer than the lead singer. There's many ways to pay your dues. That does not mean working for free in my world. And unfortunately, you've got to develop your own frame of mind and your own way of thinking in an industry that's not built around your advancement and you having ready 10 years before you're ready. You're going to think it's going to happen 5 years before it happened. So every day make a song, not 1 song, not 2 songs, all kind of songs. Stop eating meat sooner so you have more energy to stay up longer to make more songs. I mean, make 10,000 songs, brother, because at one point in the future, you're going to be able to cash in on that ownership, and you, my brother, are already a billionaire.
Ladies and gentlemen, Vincent Berry, thank you so much for your time. Thank you for being open. Thank you for giving us yourself and your story and not being shy to share it with us. Come on, put your hands together for him one more time. Thank you very much.
Give him my money. The way that you want, I say that you want it right now. Ooh. Don't tell me what you want, I can see it in your eyes right now. let you down, and we should come together forever.
That was such an amazing discussion, and I'm sure that you guys enjoyed it as much as I do. But before we move on to the next one, I have a little announcement. Someone dropped their wallet on stage. I think it is a Judith Nini Kibinge. I will have it backstage, so please come and get it if this is yours. But moving on to the next topic, this one is very close to my heart, mostly like all the other ones have been. It's about the creative and cultural industries and how much not a lot of money goes into it and how much nobody really cares about it. I think as we all come into this world, we all have different gifts. And I feel like this industry in particular, maybe especially in Africa, is being ignored. And I think people don't really get the importance of this industry and how much impact it can have in the world. So nurturing Africa's CCIs will exponentially accelerate job creation, export earnings, human capital development, cultural diversity, and economic and social inclusion. Now, while also presenting other benefits such as cross-fertilization and promotion within other sectors like tourism, manufacturing, and ICT. Yet, there's a general recognition, like I said before, that the traditional sources of finance and investment in Africa are not structured to the service needs of the cultural sector. Existing financing paradigms generally do not facilitate the growth of startups, of the youth entrepreneurship that are vital for the health of the cultural sector. Now, funds and seed capital is critical for the promotion of experimentation and innovation in the creative sector, particularly for the promotion of young artists, new art forms, and for building human resources and institutional capacities. So this particular section is very important because it will propose the strategic approaches targeted at encouraging government, encouraging investors to adopt a finance and investment structures and policies to facilitate and enable access to the finance for CCIs. So please welcome to the stage the moderator of this session, Mr. George Gachara, who is the managing partner of HEVA, or HEVA Funds. Thank you.
In 2019, only $22 million, or 1.1% of African venture capital and private equity investment, was directed to entertainment companies. However, that changed dramatically in 2020. Amid the pandemic, Afrexim Bank announced a $500 million creative industry facility that opens lines of credit and direct financing to creative and culture industry participants.
We have big aspirations for the creative. We have a creative strategy which we are implementing. And we are doing this coordinating with the Department of Social Welfare at the African Union. We've launched a $500 million facility to support the creative. And that support cuts across several pillars. Of course, the financing, capacity building, creating market access, advocacy, creating twin opportunities, and so on. Because of this support we are providing, we believe we are going to be able to catalyze the inflow of foreign direct investments into the creative industry on the continent. And we are beginning to see that. We believe we are going to begin to see the creative industry as a bankable asset. And we're beginning to see that. We believe that we are forming a big platform that will form a coalition that will enable us to create African brands, fashion, even in music, in movies, the African content that we all want to have. We are currently promoting a cooperative for creatives because we believe is that through this platform that we bring our collective ideas together, gather the information and the advice that the practitioners in the industry can give us. And we build on this platform to be able to offer financing to even the smallest of the creatives, link them to the global market so that we will move Africa from being a contributor of 1% of the value of the creatives
to at least 20% in the no distant future. We have the talent, we have the resources, we have the passion. We just need to put it all together, and that's what our Flexing Bank is doing. And we expect we will be able to achieve our objectives.
We have a lot of creatives that have the skills and they need funding. And we found out that the contribution in various areas have been very developmental. We know that the industry is very risky, but what we try to do is to find ways of mitigating these risk elements. Over 98% of the projects we've supported are performing. And the job creation so far runs in thousands. The funding and the support we've given to those in the industry have been very impactful.
Nigeria is showing us the way, I guess, and we need to listen. So you've got the marketers becoming the builders of cinemas and working with the filmmakers to make sure those films get into cinemas and go to festivals abroad. It's like lifting filmmaking to another level. So I'm looking at South Korea, I'm looking at France, obviously, and I'm looking at Nigeria, and I'm saying if we can take something from all of those countries, we should be able to say what's good for Africa. What we've been doing is chasing our tails, trying to sell what we have, but trying to make it work for an American or European market. And it's Netflix, actually, in my mind, who's come along and said to us, we've got all that, but actually what we don't have is something really authentically African. I think 10 years from now, we will see that there isn't really one answer. Are the streamers like Netflix, Amazon, Google, Facebook, all of that lot, is that the answer? No. Are cinemas going to be the answer, you know? No, but I think it's going to be a combination of all of that, you know. We need to see films in cinemas because people want to go out to cinemas and they want to see themselves. We have the gold. We need to be able to exploit it right the way through the value chain. And I hope that in 10 years exactly we'll be able to do that because, as I say, countries like South Korea are absolutely doing it. And countries like Nigeria are coming on stream and doing it, you know. So we all need to be able to stand up and do it.
Export earnings, human capital development, cultural diversity, and economic and social inclusion. These sectors in particular are essential for Africa's massive youth population and the all-important SME sector.
That's actually me. Good afternoon. Thank you for spending your Saturday afternoon with us. We'll make sure to make it painless and fun. This is really the rain-making session. We're going to be chopping the money. You know, in the first decade of the 21st century, there was increased visibility of culture and creative industries across all countries in the African continent. This has become very emblematic of what people say is the African Renaissance. A friend of mine and a Cameroonian philosopher said that this African Renaissance has been brought about because there is the growth of and increased foreign direct investments. You see, most of this have contributed to a growing sense of self-esteem. Our products are now being consumed across the world. We are enjoying our own music, our own film, our own fashion, our contemporary art. And this is driven by our African young men and women in the information age, and the financialization of the economies in which we exist. In this panel, we have very, very accomplished panelists who are going to help us talk about rainmaking. So ladies and gentlemen, please join me as I invite, let's put our hands together for her. also going to have on stage Ms. Toyini Adeniji. She's the Executive Director for Microenterprise at the Bank of Nigeria. Let's put our hands together for her. Yeah, feel free. We are also joined by Mr. Augustine Uzo, who is the guy who gave us the 500 million. He will tell us where it is and whether if you can check under your chair and carry a bag of that money. Welcome, sir. And finally, ladies and gentlemen, we're excited to have Mr. Easy, who is the founder of Empower, invented Baku Music from both Ghana and Nigeria. Let's put our hands together for these awesome panelists. Welcome. My name is George Gashara. I manage the first and longest-serving finance, business support, and knowledge facility for creative industries, starting in Kenya and now in 14 countries around the East African board of the continent. And I'm happy to lead this conversation, and welcome. So I don't know how to start, but I think the best way to start a conversation like this on a Saturday afternoon is to go a bit back into the history of why we do what we do. And maybe I'll give a chance to all my panelists to introduce themselves and to say why they do what they do. Can we start on this side?
Sure.
Welcome.
Thank you very much. My name is Toyin Adeniji, already introduced, from the Executive Director with the Bank of Industry. And the Bank of Industry is the foremost development financial institution in Nigeria. We work across all sectors, from very large enterprise to absolutely micro enterprise, and we also work in all sectors, at least most of the popular or traditional sectors in any case. In terms of our foray into the creative, where did we start or why did we start? Traditionally, we do give credit to businesses across all sectors. And so what happens generally is that you tend to apply the same framework to all the sectors that come to you, be it large, be it SME, be it even micro in some cases. But just to cut the chase, the creative sector we know is really the next frontier. Out of Africa, there's so much talent. And if you even want to begin to put numbers to this, it runs into trillions of dollars. I was going to try and start calling the numbers, but I really get confused with my zeros. So once we go from billions and then we're going to trillions, then you know that you kind of lose me. But it is a huge sector. It is a growth sector. It's one that cannot be handled just by accident. And what Afrexim has done with the $500 million fund in 2020 is really, really a game changer. So what have we done?
Before you tell us what you've done, okay. The question was, why do you do what you do?
Which is exactly what I was going to talk about. The reason why we do what we're doing is because we've had to look at the creative sector differently, because it is different. We have had to bring the creative sector to the table. We have had to understand how it is that they work. They are not traditional, our traditional everyday customers. And so what we have done is we've had to understand the value chain and the ecosystem within which they operate. So be it in film, be it in artists, be it in service providers, be it in tech, be it in music, just the fact that they are creatives, or in fashion, it's a different kind of ballgame. And what we have done is we have come to understand.
I will stop there. Because that is the second question. So before I let you go, I want you to tell me, what does a creative mean to the Bank of Nigeria? How does Bank of Nigeria see a creative? Are they a regular customer? You said they are different. Why do you like them?
They are our regular customers, because I don't want to put them in any special box. But we've had to customize products for them because they don't have the same assets that regular customers have. They don't have the same risks that regular customers have. They don't have the same, their product is also different from regular customers. So the service that we give to them has to be customized. Otherwise, it will fail.
Thank you. Let's appreciate Ms. Toyin Adeneji and welcome to this panel. The next person who will introduce themselves and tell us why they do what they do is probably a gentleman on my left, Mr. Augustine Uzo. Why do you do what do you do, and who are you?
Okay, well, you know my name. I've been calling it a couple of times already. So I'm Augustine Uzo. I work with the Intra-African trade business of the bank. And why do we do what we do? I mean, Professor Arama, just before we came in, basically summed it up and told us exactly the philosophy behind Afreximbank foray into the creative industry. But for me, I'm a deal maker, business originator, credit giver. I saw it as a business opportunity. I've looked at the industry, I've scanned the industry, and I've seen the tremendous return rates. And I thought I should get a piece of that pie as well, you know. And so for me, I mean, first and foremost, it's a business. I'm not looking at the ones that have failed. I'm looking at the ones that have succeeded. We have, I mean, and there is a whole lot here. And there is also the whole thing. Africa, being the bedrock of civilization, is seen as a progenitor of art, you know, in the world and all of that. And we can go ahead and talk about all the developmental angles that this sector can, you know, drive on the continent. This is a youth bulge, and we see that the creative industry is one industry that is predominated or dominated by the youth. Of course, we want to keep this youth engaged, and we've seen that whilst making that money I'm talking about, we can keep these guys employed and keep Africa, you know, also use it to tell the African story outside.
Thank you, and welcome to this panel. Let's appreciate the Moni guy. We're also joined by Angela Martins, and I won't go into more introduction, but she should tell us why she's here, what she does, and why she loves the creative and culture industries.
Thank you, George. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Angela Martins. I work at the African Union Commission as the head of Culture Division. Why do we do what we do? Issues related to arts, culture, and heritage are inscribed at the highest framework of blueprints at the African Union, including the Constitutive Act of the African Union, the AU Agenda 2063, and also the Charter for African Cultural Renaissance. With regards to the creative economy, we have, as mentioned previously, the AU Plan of Action on Cultural and Creative Industries. This document was revised recently in order to incorporate issues related to intellectual property rights, issues related to distribution, production, amongst others, finance as well. So we popularized these instruments in order to have issues of the creative economy in the member states at the center stage. For instance, by declaring 2021 as the African Union Year of Arts, Culture, and Heritage, our leaders have shown us that the issue of the creative economy, development and promotion of the creative economy is very important for them, and they gave us this opportunity in order to develop the sector, promote it further, and profile it in Africa and beyond. We have a decision at the African Union which stipulates that member states of the African Union has 55 member states, all of them should allocate 1% of their budget to the creative economy. It might seem very small, but I believe it can assist the sector. With regards to the plan of action, I'm about to finish, Mr. Moderator.
I don't want us to get to the plan of action.
Okay,
because
that's fine.
I want you to tell us really, how does the Africa Union see these entrepreneurs? Outside of the document, what is the attitude of the African Union towards the people sitting and watching you right now?
As I said, they are important to the African Union because issues of the creative economy are inscribed in their policy instruments at the highest level.
Let's appreciate Angela Martins and welcome to this panel.
Thank you.
And she really, really is passionate about creative and culture industries. Mr. Easy.
Hi, my name is Mr. Easy. I'm a global superstar and creative entrepreneur. And then why I do what I do is, I realized that historically Africa has been the continent where the raw materials are found and exported out of the continent and then produced and sold back to Africa at a premium. And sometimes the places where these raw materials are found and the people whose lives are directly affected have no development come back to them. And so one day I realized that intellectual property was the same. And the reason I know about South Korea is because of BTS. And the reason I know about Tokyo is because of anime. And so I realized that the reason I know about these countries is because of intellectual property. And so I do what I do because I feel like Africa with IP, especially for my sector, music IP, has a chance to actually own the raw material. The beautiful thing is that we do not need to export our produce. We do not need to export music. There's no Grammy Award-winning producer that would teach Wizkid how to sing Nioju. They know my story. There's nobody that can teach an African kid in Kenya, in Zimbabwe, how to make an African hit song that will go on to be a global smash. And so I feel there's an opportunity to change the narrative where we actually produce this on the continent and we sell it to the world and we keep the equity, we keep the revenue, and we develop our industry and our people. And this is already happening because as we speak, 98% of African music streaming revenue is coming from outside of Africa. So it's a valid export product. So this is why I do what I do, to change the narrative. Thank you very much.
Thank you, and welcome to this panel. We have one more panelist that I have been allotted. His name is Mike Oret, who's joining us digitally. Mike, could you introduce yourself to us and tell us what it is you do and why you do it?
Hi, thanks a lot for this opportunity, and thanks so much to Afreximbank and IATF. This is really exciting. For me, a long time ago, 20 years ago, began running a program called the Sitengi Film and Television Market and the Cape Town World Cinema Festival. And that was a big trade fair event for the audiovisual industry. And this thing that we aimed for, which was to have a situation in which product could be financed in Africa. My experience started in Zimbabwe, in Harare, where I was a practicing attorney, and I wanted to get into film production. And at that time, all you could do was make TV commercials or make donor-funded material. And looking at the law and what I could bring to the table, I realized that there was more that we could do to develop African intellectual property. And so having the privilege of running the Sitengi Film and Television Market took me to Zimbabwe, across the Southern African region, to Zanzibar, to Nairobi, to Abuja, to Onitsha, Enugu, and really what I could see in terms of what people were doing in Africa 20 years ago and for the last 20 years with no finance and with no ability to fund what they were doing, inspired me to carry on this quest to find a way in which we could finance intellectual property, because when one looks at J.K. Rowling and Harry Potter. J.K. Rowling was just a single mother in a cafe writing a story, and she's created billions of dollars worth of revenue for herself, for the UK, and for the industry. And that capacity for her to do that is not any different from any African who wants to make a story, who wants to make a piece of intellectual property like Mickey Mouse or anything that will generate.
Mike, can you hear me?
Yes.
I want to know why you like and why you are involved in culture and creative industries in your part of the world. Why do you do it?
So I got involved in the Spear Film Fund and Spear Films essentially to bring finance to private finance to the development and production of film and television programming, because there were so many stories that needed to be told on the world stage, and I'd seen that without finance, there's a limited amount of budgets that can be used to make the films that were being made in Nigeria, in Nollywood system, or in South Africa. And that limited amount of money was not allowing us to make the products that would compete internationally and be exported. And so we utilized government tax incentives and rebates in South Africa. We brought private finance to that process so that more people could make more exportable film and television, and that's really what I'm about.
Thank you, Mike. Thank you, Mike, and welcome to this panel.
To creative product.
Let's put our hands together and appreciate Mike, and thank you for your contribution. I think our panelists have been very generous with us to tell us why they do what they do. They want to create intellectual property. They want to help us retain the value that we generate out of intellectual property. They want us to expand our product both outside of the world and in the continent. They want our stories panel around their attitude towards creative industries. A lot of people across this, since we came, have been talking about how banks, how financial institutions are unresponsive, how big institutions really are sometimes not as close as they can be to the creatives. But this platform that we have right now has sort of demonstrated that there is a good attitude. There is an outreach already from the institutions that underwrite the kind of work that we want to do. I want to move this conversation to the next step. And a lot of my panelists started explaining what it is that they do. So what I want us to talk about as colleagues is, now that we have a great attitude as institutions, and it was important for us to set that standard to dispel the myth that a lot of institutions are not warm, they are not bullish around creative industries. I want us to talk about, now that we have a better attitude, what have we done? What are the tools we have deployed? What are the geographies that we are involved in? What is the real estate that we have set aside for culture and creative industries? What have we learned while doing that? Because it's also important that the audience gets to realize the work behind the work. Because we see Mr. Easy's campaign, and we see 100,000 people clicking on the music videos that have been produced across the continent, but we want to know how you raise that money. What was the process it is that you used to distribute that kind of resource? Because the attitude and the work creates the industry. So maybe we can start in the opposite order of how I asked the previous question. And you take about 5 minutes to tell us, how does the nuts and bolts of what you do happen? So back to you, Mr. Easy.
All right, so very quickly, in 2018 November, I suddenly had an epiphany. I said, oh, some years ago, I was a young guy in a VC called 440NG, and I saw a lot of startup around me. And what essentially happened was the VC provided startup funding to 13 of us, and then with the hope that some of us will go on and provide XXX amounts in revenue. And then I saw a similarity between And I was once in that office, sitting down on the other side and pitching to investors, and I got investment. And then suddenly I was on the side where I'm an artist, and I realized that just like the startup, the tech startup, the fintech startup, every creative is a startup. But what lacks is that creatives don't have access to finance. There's no VC program, there's no Y Combinator where African artists can go and pitch. And so I decided to do this by myself. So I started Empower Africa. And when I started Empower Africa, I raised $1 million, 5 million post-money valuation, and then I went out to do something crazy. I gave out, between 2019 and now, we gave out grants totaling $1.5 million to 122 artists in 17 African countries. And those grants, so when I mean grants, it's like I'm not government, we don't get the money back, right? And so those grants went towards producing audio-visual content for the artists. And we put all those audio-visual content, you can see them if you go on YouTube, Empower Africa YouTube. You'll find that is the only YouTube channel in Africa that has music from emerging artists across Africa, truly Pan-African. And what we did was we looked at the first 100, we spent the money, we picked the best performing 10, and we could do that very quickly because you release the music now. In the first 1 month, you see how the music is doing. Sometimes by tomorrow, you know if it's a smash or not. And then we took those 10 somewhere in Stellenbosch for 3 weeks into an incubator program where we taught them the music business. I brought all my friends, Grammy Award-winning producers, YouTube, some of the stakeholders to come and lecture these guys and work with these guys. And then they got follow-on funding. Now, between then, 2019, and now, Empower Africa has gone on to raise IP that is now valued at $12 million. So in 2 years, from a $1 million seed investment, convertible loan, to building $12 million worth of IP. And I think that's remarkable for any business. And so how we work if I have 1 minute, how we work is very simple. There are creatives all over Africa with talent. Some of them don't have access to studios to record. Right now, to record a hit song is as simple as having a laptop, this kind of mic, and even an Apple earphone. So making the music has now scaled. It's so easy. Now, in terms of making the music, there's no fund to make the music. In terms of distributing the music and protecting IP, we invested in a company where with one click, you can put up your music and instantly it's in all the music stores around the world, and you can see how much money you earn real time. You get paid every quarter, and if anybody wants to click a claim, or if there's any IP dispute, everything is digitally claimed and resolved. So this is the path to which my business works. We make the music. Sometimes, right now, we don't even use studios. So good luck to anybody investing in a music studio. Most of the Essence, which is one of the biggest songs, was made in a hotel room in Lagos. So we make our music now in our bedroom. 17, 16-year-old kids make it, upload it, and next thing, somebody takes it on TikTok, dances to it, and it's a global smash. So this is how the business works on my side, and the only thing that is missing is the finance, which is why I'm next to Augusta.
Mr. Eze is sitting right next to the money bag. But I want to highlight some of the things that he has said that are critical in our understanding of how money moves. It's critical for understanding the kind of models that are working in the continent. And it's also critical of understanding how our business cycles work. Because a lot of people say, the banks, they can't give us money. But until they understand how the money moves, then there is no money. Yeah. Mr. Eze highlights the role of seed financing, the role of prototyping, but also the role of technology in ring-fencing the intellectual property opportunity, but also rewarding the best. Rewarding the best with more opportunity, more investment, and that's why Mr. Uzo comes in. Does your bank believe in seed financing? And have you at least moved some of the 500 million to some people in this audience?
You want to hear the truth?
Only the truth.
You want to hear the nice things?
Yes.
We believe in seed funding. But then again, seed funding is also a function of your capital structure, of how you are funded. Afrexim Bank typically is funded by, we go to the bond market predominantly. And of course, there's also a little bit of equity, not quite some substantial equity funding, but that capital structure determines exactly how we deploy our funding. So typically our mandate today is as a bank, but what we've done is that through the guidance of President Orama, they have set up a private equity subsidiary called the Fund for Export Development for Africa, and that is the vehicle in which we will be pursuing seed funding opportunities and venture capital. So we're actually working on a venture capital fund through FEDA that would be looking at these opportunities for more patient capital that would be, better directed to the creative industry. So I don't know, does that answer that?
It's a good attempt.
Okay.
It's a good attempt. Let's appreciate that already.
Yeah.
Yes.
So we have it.
Yes.
In the burner, but what are we doing today?
Yes.
You just talked about it. We have 500 million of our balance sheet, which we have put out proudly and say at every point in time, 500 million of our $25 billion balance sheet is going to be allocated to the creative industry and to the creative industry. So we've actually come to make a bold statement in 2020 with that announcement and the creation of the fund. And the fund is live. I'm disbursing today. I have a healthy pipeline of transactions. And of course, I'm talking with, you should know, even Heather Funds and the Bank of Industry are people that are partnering with us in that initiative in terms of on-lending and all the other instruments that will be deployed under the fund.
And in this process, between the announcement, I was in the hall, and I was so happy that one day I will touch some tangible money from the 500,000. So this is me plugging myself. But what have you learned after you've announced this money? You've set up some people to build a pipeline. What is emerging to you? Who comes to you to ask for the money? And of those that come to you, who do you like?
Well, the footfall has been immense. We've been inundated by all manner of requests. The big, the small, the good, the bad, and the ugly. But, what we did is that we didn't rush. We had to we started by consulting with industry experts, and not necessarily financing experts, people that are in the industry. I consulted with the likes of film, with the likes of Netflix, for music, people in Universal Music, and all of those industry experts. And I think I've had a discussion with Mr. Easy at some point in time as well. So those things are things that are formed, giving us insights as to how to deploy these instruments. And what we've done is that fund, we have decomposed it into several specialized products for focus, or starting with a starting focus on 4 industries, being film, music, fashion, arts and craft. For film, it's live. We have a live product. I've disbursed my first facility for Nollywood-Hollywood collaboration. I'm going to sign a term sheet today for another Hollywood-Africa collaboration, and for music, by the first week or the early December, we are going to be launching our specialized music product. And thank God that I had this panel just right now, and Mr. Easy told me that, I just said that good luck for those that are going to finance music studios. I actually had that as part of my product, but I'm going to, I'm casting that out right away, So the exposure that I was just working on it before I moved into this room. So, and this is why this fora, these types of fora are necessary. We would speak to industry experts, people that are practical, that are working in the industry, and use that feedback to develop a product that would work and will also generate return for me as well.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Well, the reason I'm asking these questions, my audience, is that I want us to also have a bit of a peek in, because one day I sat on that side, and today I sit on this side, and often I crisscross. this divide, because it's important as those of us who are managers, those of us who are artists, to start to see how the institutions that hold capital think about us, how they process the thoughts around financing us so we can build our strategy. I know panels like this are not to tell you where the money is or how to apply, but how to think of where the resource and how those are structured. I'll come to the African Union because we know that the continent, while it is a diverse and divided continent, there's a logic that is growing driven by African Union, how to make business work, how to make collaborations work, how to make payments work. But how does the African Union support, say, the seed side of things, and how does it help the banks that are seated here and financial institutions to cover some risk, to encourage them to lend even in sectors that are not yet ready to be invested, to give guarantees? What is it that the African Union is practically doing to make sure that we can meet in the middle? The policymakers carry their burden, the banks take some ambition, and the artists and the creative practitioners come closer to the center. What are you actually doing there?
Thank you again, George. As I was referring to earlier, our main role is at policy level. Going back to your question related to what are we doing with regards to approaching the private sector and the bankers with the union, I can refer to this collaboration, this very strong collaboration we have with Afreximbank. We started early last year, and we have gone far. In the collaboration, we collaborated in the organization of CANEX, which is for us a very fruitful engagement, which will enable creatives to see the opportunities that are out there. This panel is one of those opportunities. Now, I was referring to earlier on also that member states have agreed to 1% of their budget to be allocated to the creative sector. Then I mentioned the AU Plan of Action on Cultural and Creative Industries, which is also requesting member states to allocate at least 5% of their budget into the creative sector. We believe that this move by the member states, of course, one area is the private sector, but also a lot of efforts and a lot of finances are available at member states level. So if we marry the two, we'll be able to promote the sector and ensure that it develops. I would like to go back to the plan of action and refer to some of its priority areas. We have, for instance, issues related to policy framework development. We have issues related to market for the creative economy. If we explore very well the markets out there, and with the Continental Free Trade Area, we'll be able to sell our products and make due with the revenue that we get from there. We also have education, capacity building, and sustainability. We have finance and investment, intellectual property rights that I mentioned earlier, ICTs, cultural infrastructure, inclusion and cohesion. We know that
has at least contributed the 1% and the one that has refused, so that we can send these people back to their countries and to ask their ministers to do their part. Is there a country here that is a good case that we can clap for?
Of course, there are countries which are very good cases.
Tell us which one. Tell us which one.
This country where we are today, they give a lot of money to the creative economy.
Let's appreciate South Africa for keeping to the Agenda 2023. 2063. Is there a country that's not doing well so that we can send, we can ask them to tweet right now?
I don't want to lose my
president. Job. So I want to send all of you back to your governments and tell them that there is an agenda and there are people on the move. but they are holding you back. Can you do that for the creative industries? I want to hear from you. It's a discussion. Sure. Now I want to turn to my friend, Mrs. Toyin Adeniji. The Bank of Nigeria, the Bank of Industry. I remember early in this decade, the Central Bank of Nigeria was one of the first national banks to declare a guarantee facility for creatives. Were you involved in that? Do you mediate it? What do you think of that incentive?
Well, thank you very much. I'm not sure I'm going to be in a position to talk about the Central Bank of Nigeria and their initiatives, but we do work together.
Wonderful.
The position we hold is one of advocacy, and we do have the ears of government, so we do have their ears. First of all, I'd like to, again recognize AFEXIM for the wonderful fund, $500 million created, being the first of its kind in Africa. But I'd also like to make a pitch for the Bank of Industry that started the first creative desk in any bank in Nigeria in 2011. So we were foremost in that area. We recognized that this is a sector that cannot be ignored, even as far back as 2011 when that was not necessarily the rave. And what we did was that we set up the desk, and to date, at least not to date, in the last 4 years, we have disbursed more than $200 million equivalent to that sector. Wow. And what we do is that we have focused on 9 subsectors, and I'll quickly talk about, or mention them maybe, and talk about some of them specifically, just to show that this is a sector that we believe in. This is a sector that we have open doors, and we always work with them. We don't really prescribe our product, but we listen, we understand what they say, we learn about the system, because there's no point developing a product that you cannot sell or that they will not take. So we have supported hospitality, culinary, we have supported recreation centers, integrated parks, exhibition arenas, media, distribution, production, infrastructure. We have gone to the entire value chain, because there's no point taking one part and leaving the other. Today, we know that the whole creative sector has become very digital, regardless of whatever space you're talking about, be it fashion, be it media, be it film, be it music. It has become digital. At least one part of it will be digital. And so we understand that sector, specifically for the film areas. We've financed the various channels, or helped them to go into these or explore these channels. And we've also financed the actual infrastructure as well. So in Nigeria today, we have backed a lot of film houses, and so you'll find out that today you have first-class cinema houses that you can go to. BOI is behind all of this. We have sponsored theaters as well. We work and partner with Terra Culture. For those of you that know Nigeria, it is also a foremost theater and a supporter of arts in Nigeria. We've sponsored movies and the like. In terms of Nolly Fund in Nigeria, we also actually have a sub-fund that we have created for Nolly Fund of about 1 billion naira. And again, even though it's 1 billion, of course, we can go beyond that. And what it is that we have brought our film producers together, and we also mentor those that are upcoming as well. So it's it's a very, I don't know if Uche is here, who heads the creative at the Bank of Industry, but it's a very fun and open system. I mean, a lot of us try to be very close to her so we can get to know what is going on in Nigeria in that space. And BOI has actually won awards in that space as well. We also have a fashion fund. The fashion fund also works with fashion designers, not only those that are established, but those that are up and coming as well. And so we recognize the need to provide support to these sectors. The Bank of Industry has also catalyzed other financial institutions to come into this space. Solution. If we did not have the creative desk, and if other banks had not sort of joined us and begun to support us in providing funding from the creative for the creative sector, then I would say we have a problem. But I think that has been overcome. We are open to talk to people. In Nigeria, unfortunately, that's what the Bank of Industry does. But certainly, we do have solutions. We do have products for the creative sector.
Thank you. I have a follow-up question because it's one thing to sit and hear what other people are benefiting from. But I'd like, maybe, what have you learned out of doing all this work? You've set up a creative desk, you've moved $2 million, you have 9 sectors, and definitely Alfred Zim will be talking to you later.
Yeah.
But then what should they know about what you've learned about them?
Okay, well, we've moved $200 million, not $2 million.
200 million. This is a good correction. This is a good correction.
Well, what have we learned? We have learned to listen to the creative sector because I call them special, but in a very, 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 very positive sense of the word. Special because they do not conform like traditional borrowers. What have we learned? We have learned we need to work with them very closely. We have learned also that they also have a cycle. So, for example, when we're looking at a manufacturing company, I would ask for collateral. I would look at the risk in a certain form, prescribed form. With the creative sector, and tell you, I don't know what you're talking about. Are you giving me money or are you not giving me money? And so we have learned to deal with that. The creative sector is one that we have, our products are not the same. The features of our products too have to be developed to meet the needs. It's like the agric sector. You can't give the same kind of loan you give to a car manufacturer to a farmer. So in the same way, we have learned that they're certainly very exciting. It's a growth sector. It's also changing very fast because of technology. We also find out that we just also, as a lender, we have to be very flexible. And we cannot think in the normal, traditional way. We've got to be ready to think with them and work with them at the table.
Thank you so much. It's important for you also to look at the learning curve by old and practiced institutions, because they also have their learning curve. They're used to agriculture, construction, automotive industry, and so they are starting to understand that the financial models are different. The collateralization is different. The type of business cycles are different, so that you have to create new financial structures to understand music cycles, fashion cycles, and so forth. So it is also your work to work closely with the banks so that we can accelerate this learning curve, so that in the next conversation, Ms. Toyin will not be comparing you to agribusiness, we'll be comparing you to film. We'll be comparing you to something closer to a model that they have practiced. Because this new decade is the decade of moving from claims to practice. And we've seen quite a number of good examples of practice. And now that we have a few minutes left, and I do not want to squander your direct interaction with the panelists, I'll take 2 questions from this side and 2 questions from this side. And as you ask, then my panelists will all respond to those questions from where they sit, and they will also tell us what they are intending to do in the next 9 years of this decade. What are they driving? What are they interested in? Where is the growth opportunity for them? And so that this platform can be both strategic to you, and you can also hear the commitments that they are making. So I'll ask the people with the microphones. There's a lady right at the front with amazing hair, and there's a gentleman with equally amazing hair. At the front here, they will go first. I want to pick another 2 from this side. There's clearly no questions on this side, so there's a 3rd question on that side. Final question? Final question. There is a lady with 2 scarves. If there was only light, I'd have had more details there. And so please say your name and ask only 1 question, not 5 questions, just 1 question, and then we can be responsible with the time that we have. Yes.
Thank you very much to the panelists and the incredible insights that have been shared. I'm Lungi Morrison, and I'm a curator, and we have an exhibition called the Ghana and South Africa Intra-Africa exhibition, and I was really struck by Mr. Easy's model from a music space. The question simply is, how do we sort of create the similar models in the fine art space so that we don't have the Sotheby's and the Bonhams of this world continuing to cherry pick the best of our artists, and they go to auction in the UK and the US, which is totally fine, but I think that we need to establish models in the way that you have in the music industry, because the talent is tremendous across the continent, in the fine art space. And so there are bankable assets and an asset class that exists, and we need to really consolidate that within Agenda 2063 Aspiration 5.
We have heard you, and thank you. Let's go to another question. How do we create new models, especially those models inspired by this organic and innovative model by Mr. Easy? And all the panelists, you can listen to these questions and try and address the question of modeling and emerging models in the sector. Gentleman with equally good hair.
Thank you very much. My name is Sipaman Jangobo, a Devon boy, a filmmaker. Currently have a film, recently completed development stage funded by KZN Film Commission. So from the wonderful panel, who's willing to invest in the next big thing to come up from Devon? Thank you.
Thank you. He's both pitching his film, but also he's saying that he has already gotten seed financing from the public sector. So who is ready to take second risk on production financing? Let's go to the gentleman.
Hello everybody, my name is Shamar Stewart. I'm from a company called Best So Far. We're involved in the music and entertainment space. So we've been doing a lot of foresights and thinking into the financial direction that the music industry is going into. And I've been having a lot of chats and discussion with local banks, but they're not getting it as quick as, from what I hear, the Bank of Industry is getting. So my question is, are you open to cross-border collaborations? And if so, how do we facilitate those?
So you are having slow chats with your own local bank, but you want to get money from across the continent.
Yeah, we'll go where the money is.
That's what you're trying to ask.
Yes, go where the money is.
Try and accelerate those chats, but we've heard you. So let's hear the last question on this side, and then we get the panelists to speak. But there's a gentleman almost jumping. If you have one question, then we'll give you.
I hope this. Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Ijoma Ona. I'm CEO of Super TV from Nigeria. I'm asking Augustine, I understand that there are a lot of conversations around getting uptakes from international streaming services to be able to access some of the funds that are being made available. So I'm kind of wondering, how are you also working with local streaming companies, not just in Nigeria, maybe within Africa and other territories where you're making funds available? Because I think some of us are also positioned as content monetization services that can also guarantee return on investments. Thank you.
Thank you. That is a platform distributor asking how they can find inroads into the work that you do, into the financing that you do. Final question of the day.
Thank you very much. My name is Patrick Sam. I'm the chairperson of the National Art Council, and I sit on the International Federation of Art Councils and Cultural Agencies that really looks at public investment and how that grows human development or national kind of interest or Agenda 2063. My question is really in terms of modeling between the public and the private sector. Angela and obviously the banks, what is their readiness or the willingness to come up with public-private partnerships or models where, for instance, governments can provide collateral to creatives, and then they can then obviously access the banking services in terms of allowing creatives to understand the business of creativity, but what is the synergies at a continental level or from the banking perspective in not being fragmented in how we deploy our capital towards creatives? Is it mature enough?
Thank you. Thank you so much, Patrick. You're asking about a modeling question, and you're asking about this question around public-private partnerships. So I will invert the model of answering questions, and we start from Ms. Toyin. So we have a question on modeling. How do we borrow from innovative models, whether they're from Mr. Easy's example, which is a continental example, or the examples that we've already provided. We have a question on taking second risk. Those that have already been incubated by public finance or incubators, how do they get second investment or other series of investments? We have a question on integrating platforms and distributors into the work that we do, but also financing them specifically from the model of investments. And we have a public and private partnership question that I hope any of you can address. We'll start with you. And finally, tell us what you're committing to in the next part of the decade.
Okay, thank you very much. I think just very quickly, we don't have that much time. I think in terms of models, what Easy has explained to us, just incredible. And I think really it would be very important to connect with him, even as the Bank of Industry. And we're very happy to see how we can support what he does, and also even to create that kind of model across different subsectors in the creative sector. That would be fantastic. In terms of PPPs, I think that is always a very good model to follow. Certainly, we already have, like what you started with, the question you started with, George, on the central bank intervention, which is providing some sort of guarantee to the creative sector. I think that is fantastic. And again, I would like to use the opportunity to pitch to Afrexim that even as part of the $500 million fund that they have, providing that risk, that first loss, that risk sharing facility is always very, very important. And you find that across borders, across countries, this is something that creatives will need more than any other sector, because they are creatives, they work with their mind. They don't build assets. So it's very important that these PPPs begin to work, and we look forward again to sort of engaging with Afrexim and developing more about that. On the cross-border intervention, unfortunately, the Bank of Industry is not able to directly invest outside of Nigeria because our articles does not allow us to do so. But please, if you have banks in your country that need to talk to us, that need to speak with us, we have a very, very live and exciting creative desk. I'm sure they'll be willing to do that exchange. We also learned from others, and so we'll be very willing to help share some of that knowledge. In terms of what next for the Bank of Industry, we'll continue to foray. I don't want to put numbers because I don't have permission to do that, but certainly it's an area that we are very, very aggressive about. We're very bullish about it. We'll continue to try and work with technology. We know that that is the future, so that is a very important channel across all subsectors. My 1 or 2 cents to the creative sector is that we know they're creatives, they work with their mind. They don't want to hear about collateral, they don't want to hear about sort of pen and writing paper and writing appraisals and all of that, but it's something that we have to do. So again, be open where you can grab sort of that little bit of structure. Today I've seen so many creatives that are talking about intellectual property, talking about mergers, talking about funds. It's exciting space, but you also have to learn about that. You have to flip it and learn about that space so that we can work well together and can really build this sector into a formidable one. Thank you very much.
Let's appreciate our panelists, Ms. Toyin Adeniji, Executive Director, Micro Enterprise, Bank of Industry. Thank you for your closing statements. And she will be around after the panel for more conversations with you. Let's listen to Ms. Angela Martins.
Thank you, moderator. I'll go straight to what...
Let me interrupt you. For the person running the clock, we will extend by 15 minutes. So run the... change this pressure that's happening on our faces so that then the moderator, the panelists can be able to articulate their thoughts without this kind of pressure. Please do that right now. Please allow us to take another 10 minutes.
Thank you so much. So I was saying I'll go straight to what's next for us at the African Union. We have established the African Audiovisual and Cinema Commission, which is a specialized agency of the African Union. So in the next few years, we'll be operationalizing this office, which has been the government of Kenya has offered to host. So basically, this institution will be spearheading the development of the audiovisual and cinema industry on the continent. And in the statute of this office, we have a provision which calls for the establishment of the African Audiovisual and Cinema Fund. So we will also be spearheading the creation of this fund for audiovisual and cinema on the continent. Also, as I mentioned earlier, we have the AU Plan of Action, so we will be popularizing this instrument so that member states can develop guidelines and policies similar to this one, using the AU one as a model, and also the implementation of the 1% or 5% of their budgets into the creative economy. We will be spearheading it in all AU member states. I thank you.
Thank you so much. Let's appreciate Ms. Angela Martins, Head of Culture, African Union, who is here all the way from Ethiopia. Thank you. She will be around a few minutes after the panel to be able to engage with you directly. Over to you, Mr. Augustine.
Okay, I want to immediately address Ijoma Ona's inquiry as to how we are working with local streaming platforms. Under our film finance facility, that's one of the verticals, that's one of the services or the areas that we've decided that we also want to focus on. We are able to finance platforms such as yours to acquire content that will be streamed on the platform. So basically, it's going to be looked at in the same way I'd look at, a corporate loan really, because basically, I think the indices would be the number of subscribers you have, revenue models, and generally supported by a business plan, like every other corporate loan that will typically, but basically we'll look at collateralization structures that might be a little bit different from the traditional collaterals that we'll typically take. So I think that takes care of that. The gentleman talked about, are we open to cross-border collaboration? Afrexim Bank is a Pan-African bank. We bank the 55 or 54 African countries that exist today. So we are not bound by borders or statutes or articles as Bank of Industry might be. So and we also work with local financial institutions where the threshold of the transaction might not necessarily be within our certain benchmarks or criteria. So that is something you can discuss with me, and definitely we are, as I said, we're a Pan-African bank. Every African country is our client, is our market space. I think there was the other question about the gentleman with the equally beautiful hair. Yes, I mean, what you've just given me this is what we call the sweet deal. The sweet deal you've just basically talked about. It's already been financed, and you just want us to take second risk. It's something that we do. And if I know very well, if I can infer, you probably financed a little bit by the Industrial Corporation of South Africa, IDC, through a rebate financing thing. So that's a model that we have incorporated into our film financing facility, and it's for us, it's our bread and butter. It's the easiest type of facility to structure around. So basically, have a talk with me after this. On PPP collaboration, what I took out from that was the ability of governments to give enhancements. That is always music to any banker's ear. I mean, if a government is able to give a sovereign guarantee to support a creative, then that business is as good as done. That's already a done deal. So that is something that Afrexim Bank and any other banker here would generally jump on if those guarantees are available. In terms of our next steps, we're just rounding up our Impact 2021. I mean, that was our strategy document, and we're formulating a new 5-year strategy. And within that strategy, we hope to consolidate on the gains that we have made within this short period, where the CANEX facility and all these other CANEX initiatives have performed. So we want to consolidate on that, and also begin to look at other sectors that are outside the 4 that we said we piloted with. So we're looking at sports, we're looking at not just the creative, museums, and all of those industries, and of course, deeper engagements with Africans in the diaspora. So that's basically what the Afrexim Bank, as a direction, will be going for in the next 6 to 9 years. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's appreciate Mr. Augustine Uzo. And he whispered in my ear as we were coming up that after this session, you can reach at the bottom of your chair and you'll find at least part of that money. Thank you so much, and he'll be around to have some conversation with you. Now let's listen to Mr. Easy.
Okay, I'm going to start from the lady over there. And so in doing this, let me just say, this morning before this session, I had my good friend from Malawi, Mr. Temwa, introduced me to the MD, Kanayo Awani, and we spoke about a model that I just did. And so this is the model I just did. So essentially, Empower Africa, there's now an SPV called Empower One. Empower One is not owned by Empower Africa, it's just called Empower One. And then there's been a debt facility by a VC fund of $5 million that has been put into Empower One. Empower One is owned by the debt provider. Now, this was done some weeks ago. Now, how Empower One invests this money is Empower One goes to the creative. Empower One has a partnership with Empower Africa, who are basically fund managers, administrators, rights administrators. And what we do is we go to a creative and we say, hey, if you've been generating $100,000 on a particular catalog year on year for 3 years, we know that you have generated $100,000 back to back. We know your decay rate. We know the catalog that is generating this. So we give you a facility that is a multiple of what you already generate, and then we tie you down. And at the end of the period, the rights return back to you. So you're basically leasing us the rights for the catalog that is already generating revenue, and in return, you're assuring us that we're going to get the ones forward-leaning. So we know that there's safety, there's a sort of collateral on the facility. And it will interest you to know that this was done some weeks ago, and the $5 million is finished. That just shows you how quickly it does. So I spoke to them, and they told me Mr. Augustine is the one that finally decides if Afrexim will do Empower 2 with $10 million. And I hope after this conversation, he'll be calling me and saying, let's sign at least an MOU. But to your question, there's a gentleman called Joseph Ewadako in Ghana, and what he's done is he set up a residence program, which is basically he just took this hall and repainted this abandoned building, and he picked artists from the streets, literally visual artists from the streets, moved them to a good space where they could create, used his network to invite to do an exhibition, and that was my first time going into an art exhibition physically. And I bought a piece, so he incubated these creatives for some months, they created works, and then I went for the exhibition, I bought a piece of art. So imagine this guy has never sold a piece of art expensive. I bought it for $7,000. In December, it was auctioned for £69,000. So your model, and it was auctioned outside, so as export. So your model, what I think you could do is if you could somehow find the startup funding to create an incubator program where you can incubate these artists, work with the likes of Joseph, with the likes of ArtX to exhibit these artists, and then move on. The world is looking towards African art. And then the final thing I wanted to say about your 10 years, what you said about 10 years. In 10 years, what I want to do, I want to be able to come back here and say, in 10 years, I want to raise $100 million and invest it in music IP from across Africa. Today, as we speak, we set up Empower Africa with the good help of the KIFC in Rwanda. As such, we have the best terms, corporate terms, in terms of fiscal efficiency to be able to operate this business even out of Rwanda. So we're set up in Nigeria, Ghana, Rwanda as our inroads for East Africa. And at the end, what we want to do with this is invest in creatives such that in the next 10 years, African IP will be held here on the continent, and we'll be able to show evidence, business evidence, that this is valuable. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Eze. Thank you. He will remain behind for a few minutes for your photographs, but also for some consultation. Ladies and gentlemen, I hope this session was useful to you. I hope it was useful to my fellow panelists, that we were able to learn why we do what we do, how we do it, and what commitments we are making towards the future. Thank you so much, and thank you to Afrexim and our hosts for this session. Thank you.
Thank you to our moderator there, George, and to all our panelists. Very, very helpful thoughts. I'm sure that Afrexim is going to take a lot of those on and make, where they can, changes and make improvements to initiatives they already have in motion. The point of all of this, the point of the Intra-Africa Trade Fair, the point of CANEX is not just to get together to not just to get together and just talk and shoot different great ideas into the air, but to make things happen, to make deals happen. We're going to have a quick signing that's going to happen to my right. I'd like to invite to join us for the signing MD Intra-Africa Trade Fair for Afrexim Bank, Mrs. Kana Awani. Please put your hands together as she makes her way up. She's going to be signing 2 deals. The first person I'll invite to join her is the CEO for the Movement Pro Pictures, TMPP, Mr. Ibidolakbo Ajayi. Please put your hands together for him as he joins her. This is what it's all about, signing deals that will be influential to growing the economy, the creative and cultural industries. This particular deal that is being signed to my right, the bank is signing a term sheet worth $4.9 million. A facility that's being issued to TMPP, the Movement Pro Pictures, which the bank will fund under its film development facility. The bank will support TMPP in the production of 2 movies filmed across the USA and Zimbabwe. I knew somebody here from Zimbabwe would be happy to hear this. Yes, this is going to happen in your country, and the beauty of this is, it's apart from the fact that it's happening in Zimbabwe, it will affect not just SADC regions, it will affect people from different countries, because TMPP is committed to hiring Africans only on the production. So they're going to hire people from different countries apart from yours. They'll reach out to people with competences from different. All right, please put your hands together for them. As they exchange documents, photographers, please capture that moment. I'm going to ask that the MD please remain behind. Ms. Kana Awani, please wait behind after Mr. Ibidolakbo Ajayi exits. Congratulations to you, sir. Congratulations to TMPP. Now, Afrexim Bank is not only about supporting individuals and companies, corporates, to achieve. They're also about supporting the banks to be able to support the corporates to support creatives. So this next deal is with a bank. Ladies and gentlemen, please make welcome the MD CEO of Titan Trust Bank, Mr. Mudassir Amre. Please put your hands together as he makes his way to the stage. Afrexim Bank is a big establishment. So to take on creatives one at a time would be unreasonable to ask, because your projects sometimes may not be more than $1 million or $2 million. And those are numbers as big as they are to us that would not be productive to ask them to start to address on an individual basis. So they have to take on banks like Titan Trust Bank, which is a part of the TGI group. TGI stands for Tropical General Investment. So they can support the creatives on an individual basis. Now, this particular deal, pay attention to this one, this particular support system is going to be for $300 million to finance growth expansion opportunities, which will position TTB to be able to expand trade finance services to its clients and take advantage of the Africa Continental Free Trade Agreement. Please put your hands together for Afrexim Bank for putting aside that money, $300 million. Ladies and gentlemen, $300 million. Congratulations as well to the Titan Trust Bank. I'll be coming around shortly for my own facility. Now that I know you guys have the money for us, guys. All right, so if you're wondering what bank to might be willing to support you, well, there you have it. All right, ladies and gentlemen, also the Afrexim Bank has gone into a memorandum of understanding with the National Agency for Investment and Privatization in Belarus, the Kenyan Export Promotion Branding Agency, KEPOBRA, and Lesotho Chamber of Commerce and Industry, the LCCI, just to name a few of the things that they're doing. Well, to further us along the program, please make welcome the dashing Zozibini Tunzi as she takes us further in this afternoon's program.
Ladies and gentlemen, I am so excited about the next act. She is iconic. She is a South African legend, an African legend. I grew up listening to her on radio, on TV. She tells the most beautiful African stories in the most authentic ways, because that's why we're here today, right? Wanting to tell our own stories in our own voices and making sure that we are represented in all our glory. Ladies and gentlemen, I introduce to you today my icon, Mama Gcina Mhlophe.
Yes. Enkosi Zozi. Enkosi. Nkosi sige leli Africa. Nkosi sige leli Africa. Maluphakanyiswe uphondo lwayo, maluphakanyiswe udumo lwayo. Izwa imithandazo yethu, izwa imithandazo yethu. Nkosi usisikelele thina silusapho lwakho, ngoba thina sonke siphela ngawe somandla, siphela ngawe somandla. Sikelela Africa, sikelele Africa. Uhlaziya ukucabanga kwethu, uhlaziya ukucabanga kwethu. Khanyisa labaholi bethu, khanyisa labaholi bethu. Liqhakaza ikusasa lethu, liqhakaza ikusasa lethu. Yebo Nkosi yami, siyacela Nkosi enkulu, siyacela Mveli Nqangi, Thixo wokhokho bethu, Thixo wabazali bethu. Sikelela imizamo yethu, sikelela okhokho nomkhulu, sikelela izwekazi Africa, sikelela Nkosi enkulu, sikelela Nkosi enkulu, sikelela Mveli Nqangi, sikelela themba lethu. Mudimu wankhono barona, buluka sichaba sa Africa, sikelela Mveli Nqangi, sikelela themba lethu, sikelela Nkosi enkulu, sikelela Mveli Nqangi, sikelela Nkosi enkulu, sikelela themba lethu, sikelela Mveli Nqangi, sikelela Africa yethu, sikelela Nkosi enkulu, sikelela themba lethu, sikelela Mveli Nqangi. Siyacela konakele ezweni, buyisa unembeza, buyisa unembeza. Sikelela Mveli Nqangi, sikelela ikusasa lethu. Sanibona nekhaya. Sanbonani, sanbonani, sanbonani. I greet you thus. I esinokugcina akamhlophe kazindela kankomonhle kathumbeza ophuthaza abaphuthaza izulu abanye belesaba ontombeze ndangonyezi ezabafokazana zenda ngomnyama eThekwini eGagasini in Durban KwaZulu Natal. In this place, this land of beginnings, I call on the spirits of those who came before us to come and populate this place. I call on the ancestors of Princess Magogo. Sibizomkabayi kaJama, sithi babizeni basondele, babizeni basondele into zo AC Jordan, babizeni no-SK Mqhayi, babizeni basondele indawo yabo lena, babizeni basondele into zo Mazisi Kunene, babizeni basondele sitho Coach Barma abasondele, babizeni basondele, babizeni basondele into zo Julius Nyerere, babizeni oNkwame Nkrumah, babizeni basondele oPatrice Lumumba, babizeni basondele indawo yabo lena akuyona indawo yokudlala lena, babizeni basondele into zo Miriam Makeba, the Empress of African song. We are calling them to come and be with us. To say, oh Mbuya Nehanda, the spirit medium, come and populate the stage. This is the place. Oh HIE Lomo, yes, we want them to populate this place. We deserve their presence. These ancestors are rising from the mist right behind you. They are coming to bless each and every one of you. There's a reason for us to be here. There's a reason for us to be here. Masibacabanga, otata, o Nelson Mandela, no Holy Hlahla, no Sol Plaatje, babizeni basondele into zondi khoxaba xa uthakekho emhlabeni nathi andihambanga ndikhondi lapha, babizeni basondele. Babizeni zo Joseph Shabalala zibe nathi lana namhlanje. It is an important place when we say it's an intra-Africa trade fair. We can be trading with businesses, we're trading with spirits, we're trading with creativity, we're bringing all of those to us. We want Ochinua Achebe to be here with us. We want those names to be here with us. Indozo Birago Diop. I want them to be here in Durban at the ICC Namhlanje, because you can't just sit here and think, oh, Dambudzo Marechera don't matter. Huh? You are thinking, oh, Yvonne Vera do not matter. Are you joking? We want them. Efua Sutherland, we are bringing them onto this stage. Into some Mama Newal El Sadawi. Yes, we want them here all the way from Cairo. Down, 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 down. You go to Cameroon, ubuye, uti Francis Bebe, the heavyweight. Bring them here today. Uhambuye Ghana, ubuye, uze Angola, ubuye, uze Namibia, ubuye, uze Ekhaya, uze eNingizimu Afrika, Azania, uphindi ubalande Mozambique, ubalande ko Zimbabwe, uye Zambia, ufike Tanzania, uhambe udlula uthi Eritrea, uthi Ethiopia, uhambe uyofika uziyoyibamba futhi ugoduke uye khona eGibhite, eEgypt. Well, when we call all of those spirits, we know that we are fine now. Are you with me? Are you with me? Are you with me? There's no way we can talk about the value of people coming together and sharing all the sharing that has taken place here at Ethekwini eGagasini, KwaZulu Natal, without calling on the spirits of those who came before us. I had a privilege to go to the first ever Robben Island reunion. Now, you know it was a men-only prison. Women were not on Robben Island. I went to this reunion. I was invited as part of the Peace Visions, the organizing committee. When I'm not being asked. So what do? I say yes. Suddenly I'm listening extra hard. And people were arriving in Cape Town. They came by bus, they came by car. They came by train, they came by plane. They were coming from different corners of South Africa. It was 1995, February. Now, many of them had come out of Robben Island. They never wanted to go back. Robben Island is pretty, no. They didn't want to go back. But now here was a reunion. They were asked to come back to this place. They had come from different political parties. And we went into this big ship. at the harbor, at the Victoria, Alfred and Victoria place, Sangena Con. When we are going, I'm in the lower level, and I'm sitting there, I'm trying to be as quiet as I can. Problem is this face. Mamcin, I know you. You remember when you wrote that poem? Yes, you can't be hiding so well. And then I moved to another place. I tried to be quiet there. I want to listen. I want to watch. I want to be a fly on the wall. After they've gotten used to the fact that I'm physically there, they start talking to each other. Kaucho, whatever happened to Lizzie? And then the guy smiles and says, I married her. Ah, you dog. And they slap each other on the back. I don't know why men do that. Boom, boom, boom. They slap each other very hard. And then they're busy talking about comrades that didn't make it to this day. And some of them had died while they were in prison. Others died even after. It was a very mixed bag of emotions. At some point, I thought I want to go to the upper level and see what it's like to be on the upper deck, to see the Atlantic Ocean. So I went up the spiraling staircase. And I was climbing the staircase. I saw there was an old man in front of me. He had a problem with his leg. I'm thinking it's going to be an hour before we get to Robben Island. Relax. He took a step. I took a step. He took a step. I took a step. He took another one. I did the same. And then when we could see the waves of the Atlantic Ocean, he stopped and turned around and looked at me. I looked. He took off his hat and he showed it to me. I said, Yebo, Baba, I see it. He said, you see this hat? This is apartheid. I never want to see it again. I don't know how to respond to that. And then he squashed it until it was a ball. And he took it. He threw it overboard with all his might. Old man that he was. When it landed on the waters of the Atlantic Ocean, it bobbed up and down, and then it regained its shape, and it went further and further away. We both stood there and watched his hat until it was a black dot in the distance, and he said, fly, hat, fly, fly. I never want to see you again. I stood there thinking, why on earth would he share such a momentous event in his life with me, a total stranger? Then he smiled at me. He turned and walked away. There was a group of older men over there. He went towards them, and then he greeted them, and then they laughed out loud. And me, I'm standing there, transfixed, and thinking, what am I to do with all of this information and all what I've experienced? And I thought to myself, I know that hat. I know that hat. My own father, Ubaba Mhlope, never left the house without his hat. My father put on that hat. He was the hero of my world. And then he would take me to town. We would walk down West Street holding hands, and other people would watch me and say, whoa, wena neqhego lakho. You and your old man. And I'd be so happy to walk with my father. Maybe I'd just come back from some Canada or from Japan, wherever I've been, but now I'm having the time of my life walking with my father down the streets of Durban. And sometimes we'd go to some official building, and when we went there, my father took off his hat, and then his shoulders became smaller, and he looked apologetic for nothing wrong I had seen him doing. We sat down. We did whatever business needed to be done. When we were finished, my father stood up, and his shoulders regained their shape again. He took that hat and put it on. We stepped out onto the sunny streets of Durban. He held my hand. He was the hero of my world once more. I thought, I know that hat. I know that hat. The number of times African men had to take off their hats and squash them. Yes, boss, I must be wrong. Yes, but yes, I must be stupid, and apologized all the time. The dignity they lost in front of their children. The dignity they lost in front of their wives. In front of people who respected them otherwise. I thought, I know that hat. And I was thinking, as I walk to stand in some corner, what is it that I need to throw away out of my life? What is it that people in my country, Ningizimu Africa, Azania, need to throw out of their lives? What is it that we, people of the African continent, need to throw out of our lives? Maybe it's one of those things called prejudice. The way we judge other people. We want to throw away many other things like racism and sexism and many other horrible, horrible emotions that we throw at other people. And I thought, we don't need that. We must throw it away. Nowadays, we are living in times of corona. and other people are unsafe in their own homes than they would be at work. The amount of child abuse that is taking place, the amount of women abuse taking place, and the way people with disabilities are tortured in their own homes. I'm thinking that hat, fly hat. We need to look at all of those horrible prejudices, all of those cruel acts, and look them straight in the eye and tell them, fly hat, fly, pooh, I never want to see again. Remember? Yabong, Yabong. I'd like to share a poem, a poem that I'm hoping the song will be sung by young people when we are in the studio, because my CD is going to go with the book. And it's okay, I can do with my double bass, but I think this song, it will need some young people, right? Yes, it will need some young people. But here's the poem. It's called, I'm Dreaming with My Eyes Open. I'm dreaming a better tomorrow for our children. I'm appealing to the powerful men and women at the top. Listen to my voice. Lalelani phimbo lami. Listen to my voice. Remove those designer earplugs. Stop pretending you have forgotten the blood that bought this freedom. Desist from stealing. You are stealing our children's future with your empty promises and believing your own lies. I'm dreaming with my eyes open. A better tomorrow for our children and their children's children. Don't you dare tell them to wait for heaven. Don't you dare telling them that things will be better if they pray. Have you no shame? You are stealing our children's future and turning them into zombies, using their youthful zest to plunder their own inheritance. I'm dreaming with my eyes open as we weep for our beloved motherland, Azania. May our precious tears wash away any confusion and divisions. I'm handing my dream over. I'm handing it over to our children. Once they hold it tight in their capable hands, tomorrow will become today. You better believe it. Once tomorrow becomes a brand new day, today, the buried conscience of greedy politicians will surface, looking like building rocks, smoldering hot and willing to build a stronger foundation for a freedom we can actually touch this time. Now you see, I no longer dream alone with my eyes open. The children of my land with their capable hands, they are so fierce. They have direction and powerful vision. They are making it all happen. No more outstretched hands begging for jobs and favors. No more. They want dignity restored, dreams realized, talents meeting opportunity. You know about that, right? Talent meeting opportunity. No more looking at foreign cultures to imitate and claim as ours. No more need to play the blame game as they adorn themselves with self-love, grabbing destiny by the horns. They joyously call and they hold, kissing Lady Luck and welcome her home. Their joyous voices, their light dancing, and it's dancing in their eyes. Together we sing, dreaming with my eyes open. I'm dreaming with my eyes open. Stomping our proud feet, trampling joyously against greed. We say down, down, down with greed. Nobody needs you here, so beat it. Never again shall we see you. We are Africa's army of nation builders. Now you get the message? Listen to the children of Africa speaking. Visionaries have got no time for envy. Visionaries have no time for jealousy. Visionaries have no time for greed. So tomorrow is here today. I'm dreaming with my eyes open. Yes, we are dreaming with our eyes open. So, usalindeni, what are you waiting for? Aren't you gonna join us? We are saying, evuka muva, itolwa izagila. Kusasa lami, hurry up tomorrow. Giyakubiza, hurry up tomorrow. Giyakutanda, hurry up tomorrow. Hurry up tomorrow, a new moon is rising. Kusasa lami, hurry up tomorrow. Giyakubiza, hurry up tomorrow. Giyakutanda, hurry up tomorrow. Hurry up tomorrow, a new moon is rising. Yabo! Uyazi? Ngiyabonga. When we hear that a certain year is dedicated to somebody, we're very happy when we know that somebody. But history has got a way of not being shared with the young people. Or even not people who are not so young, but they don't get to know that information. One of those great heroes is Mama Charlotte Manya Manxeke. Many young people don't know who she was. What a heavyweight of a woman. She belongs in the league of Mama Nokutela Mdima. Yes, she belongs in the league of my own role model, Mama Nokukanya Lutuli. Hello, Umapengu. So all of those amazing women, oh Mamu Katie Makanya, oh Togom Ngoma. Yes, oh Mama Albertina Sisulu. When it was said it is the year of Mama Albertina Sisulu and Tata Nelson Mandela, it was until the end of August when they mentioned Mama Albertina. Hoibo, can't you go in? I'm thinking, why are we scared to mention their names? So I thought, let's do something to honor these women and bring them all together. There's another one that I love from Kenya, Mama Wangari Maathai. You know that person. Heavyweight, that one again. So there are many of these people. I'm going to dedicate this poem to them. Hoina, hoina, hoina. Everybody come out and watch. Today, the morning star shines brighter as it triumphantly ushers in a new sunrise. Finally, the day has dawned for the woman of Africa to be honored and respected for who she really is. For hundreds of years, hunger and disease have been her unwanted companion, denied education and the dignity every human being deserves. All too often made to feel like a refugee in her own home, as insults and humiliation were heaped upon her. Oh, the battles she has fought, one after another, without any recognition, from colonialism to racism to sexism, all of it. But you wouldn't say by the smile she bears to kiss the sunrise, grateful to be alive with her children and man. Her laughter, it inspires birds to sing new melodies. When she's called to come to sing and dance for one victory or another, she goes, she sings, she dances, her hips swaying, longingly for all wars to end, for every bullet on the African soil to turn into a ripe, juicy fruit, a vegetable seed, or a cup of rich, creamy milk. The woman of Africa wants to sing a song of love, to bring back old wisdoms that will shine a new light, brighter than the stars in the night sky. For all her wishes and endeavors, her tears and laughter, may the lakes, springs, and rivers of Africa sing her praises every day so she may not tire. We say, halala, halala, we celebrate you. Woman of Africa, we celebrate you. Halala, halala, we celebrate you. Women of Africa, we celebrate you. Halala, halala,
We celebrate you, Mama. We celebrate you. Come on. Ladies and gentlemen, a true South African treasure. Please give it up for her. I can't hear the applause properly. Come on now. You can do a lot better than that. I hate to have rushed her, but because she's a well of knowledge and content, but honestly, we have so much to get through today, so apologies to everyone. There's just no way around it. We just have to keep moving, okay? This next conversation that we're about to have here is on fashion, and it will underline the need for new thinking, right? New business models and collaboration across the fashion value chain, focusing on key links: creativity, production, branding, circular model and sustainability, marketing, market access, distribution, access to finance, IP, licensing, and franchising. All right, and I couldn't think of a better moderator for this particular session than a lady who is extremely fashionable herself and knowledgeable on a vast number of topics. CNN International's African Voices Changemakers presenter. Ladies and gentlemen, please make welcome the ever lovely Aret Okpo. Please put your hands together for her as she comes through.
Zinhle my babe, it's late now.
Just give me 10 more minutes.
Okay. Good night.
Good night.
As passionate, vibrant, and unique as it is, African fashion is more than just bold, creative design and fabric. It represents rich and sometimes subtle interwoven tapestries of our heritage, culture, and traditions. Today, African fashion is highly comfortable and confident within itself and has spilled over onto countless international catwalks, and rightfully so. So what's the million-dollar question?
Financial health of the fashion industry, in my view at this time, just needs a lot of medication. It needs a lot of treatment. There are no sales outlets within the continent or even out of the continent that ensure a constant flow in and out of products from the designers. We do not even have effective shipping and handling systems for those who are trying to sell online, because making money comes from volumes. And if we do not have these volumes, then how are we making this money?
Every child has a dream. Mine, I used to dream about gracing the world with African treasures, African stories, African styles. That shows how much we are beautiful. It demands strategic framework, policies, funding, capacity building, and robust value chain. That will enable us Africans to forge international fashion dynasties. I am successful because I've backed my dreams with better understanding of African fashion, global fashion value chain, and the right investors.
Now is the time for us as an industry to put our collaborative best foot forward and ramp up our efforts with new thinking and new business models to empower and sustain the value chain. It will take specific and intentional interventions to drive Africa's fashion industry from manufacturing to global retail. These solutions are within our grasp.
Everybody controls a market valued at $31 million of the existing $3 trillion global fashion industry. However, research by Fashionomics Africa tells us that 90% of the continent's fashion ecosystem is made up of small to medium-sized enterprises, and they demonstrate significant viability, but they lack access to capital, no skills development, business management skills, production capacity, digital infrastructure. In this conversation, we're going to look at what innovation looks like, what disruption looks like. We're going to talk about finance, we're going to talk about ethical fashion and sustainability, we're going to talk about what digitizing our economy, our fashion economy looks like. And I'm really excited because we have an incredible group of experts in the fashion industry who have cut their teeth and learned the hard lessons about what it means to be a fashion entrepreneur on this continent. And so I'm going to start calling them out. It is my pleasure, well, calling them up, not out. It is my pleasure to welcome, first of all, Abisade Adenubi. Can we give her a round of applause, please? Abisade is an international lawyer, fashion entrepreneur, and scholar. She's the founder and executive director of Heritage Apparels, which is a textile and apparel production factory. She has a mandate to create a sustainable, world-class production facility serving the needs of various industries locally, regionally, and globally. She's also a qualified solicitor, and she's committed to the revival of the textile and apparel industry on the continent. Coming right up next is the incredible Kibonen Fee. Can we give her a round of applause? Kibonen got into the fashion scene in 2009 when she came up with the ingenious idea of revolutionizing the royal regalia of the Tika people of the Bamileke and Bamenda regions of Cameroon. She developed her vision by creating pieces that not only represent Cameroon tribes, but which are wearable and appreciated by the rest of the world. Now, her accolades will read, if I start reading, I will read them till next week. But she's been featured on Vogue, Designer of the Year. She's featured at the African Institute's Mercedes-Benz Fashion Week. She has been worn by everybody from Lupita Nyong'o to Gayle King, an incredible and very passionate designer. Welcome. It's now my pleasure to introduce and welcome Lulu Chabelle. Can we give her a round of applause? Lulu is an accomplished and established expert in the creative industries with a passion for the fashion, luxury, and hospitality sectors. She's dedicated to supporting the African Creative Collective to build their brands, grow their businesses, and contribute toward Africa's positive image transformation, because that is a big deal. She's also the co-founder and president of the African Youth Mentorship Network, which empowers young Africans with the skill sets that will enable them reshape and drive the change that Africa needs. Can we give a big round of applause for Lily Alfonso? Woo! Lily was born and raised in Malawi, and her passion for fashion started at a very young age. She would make clothes for friends and family and didn't think of herself as a designer. She won her debut award in 2010 at Fashion Malawi Edition. In 2019 and 2020, she was awarded the International Fashion Designer Award in Cairo for her contribution to the fashion and creative industry in Africa. Lily has a mission to see that she gives these chances that she's gotten to others. And she has an initiative called the 100-Year Plan that blew my mind when I read about it, and she's going to talk about it, and I'm sure it will blow your minds as well. Last but not least, I would like to welcome the only man on our panel. He's going to hold his own. Armando Cabral, can we give him a big round of applause, please? Armando's career in fashion didn't begin behind the scenes. He started on the runway, and he was modeling while earning a degree in business administration. His sophisticated look, which you can see, his confident stride, have graced the industry's top shows and campaigns: Calvin Klein, Thom Browne, Louis Vuitton, and the face of J. Crew menswear. Armando has created a shoe business for shoes that offer timeless elegance with high-performance construction. He's immersed himself in the process and continues to amass loyal fans drawn to his minimalist design, technical interiors, and an aesthetic that feels both classic and cutting edge. Welcome, everyone. Okay, can I have someone come and help to push the water this way? Can I just hand you a bottle and a glass? There we go. There we go. Armando, I'd like to start with you because you have such a unique relationship with the fashion industry. So starting from where you are, when you think about transforming the African fashion industry, what comes to your mind?
Well, first of all, before I answer your question, I want to say thank you. It's an honor for me to be here with you guys. It's been an incredible opportunity to meet all these talented people and get to know many people from across the continent. So it's great for me to be here. To answer your question, I think it really comes down to owning up, our heritage. I think Africa as a continent has so much history, so much, history actually related with creativity, all the artisanal techniques. And I think it's just a matter of us owning up to what we are and who we are and what we know that we have to offer to the world. And I think by that, because creativity already exists everywhere. I mean, since I've been here, I've seen so many incredible artists and great stuff that I think it's just a matter of owning up our own heritage and tell our own story. Really, that's all it is.
That's so true. And of course, when we talk about heritage and owning our culture, Kibun and I immediately go to you because you have created a career that is a celebration of your culture. At the same time, whenever I think about celebrating our culture, I think about protecting our intellectual property, which is something that is a current and ongoing conversation that we must have. So how have you learned to protect your intellectual property? And how have you learned to commercialize your heritage while preserving it?
Thank you so much. Starting fashion using the traditional regalia of the people of my hometown, the Bamileke people and the Bamenda people, was a little bit of a challenge initially. The whole world loved it, but the cultural setting was not willing to let it go. So a lot of the fonts and the chiefs said I was vulgarizing our culture. But one thing I kept telling them was, the Scottish tartan, for instance, used by Burberry, is a tradition to the Scottish people. And now we all are wearing it and we are celebrating it. So it is really good for Africans to also let go in a way. We have to let go. I have 3/4 of my clients are white Americans or Australians, and every time they want to buy a piece from me, they will ask me, is it appropriate for me to wear this? Is it okay if I wear this? And I keep saying, we are shooting ourselves on the foot when we keep talking of cultural appropriation, for instance, because we want these people to buy our products, yet we accuse them of inappropriately wearing certain aspects of our tradition. Now, being able to, like what I do, I cannot say it's mine per se. I adopted it from the culture. And how do I make it mine? So what I succeeded to do was, especially when I do the prints, I incorporate my logo in the print in one way or the other. Or I take off some elements of it and use some key symbols. So I succeeded in using one of the symbols, which is traditionally on the outfits. It's called the gong. And it has a significance, I think, across the African countries. It's a musical instrument, which in those days was used to celebrate victory. So I picked out the gong and I incorporated it in my logo. So I'm running with that gong because it has the most significance to what I can relate to celebration. So talking about not taking it out of the culture, I still keep it cultural. So in every story that I tell, that culture, the Togo, and believe me, before I started using the Togo was nowhere to be found. But now when you look at it, it's a symbol of the nation. During the Olympics, when I got the contract to do the outfits for the Olympics, that was what was used. Now everybody is celebrating it. Before, wearing it, they will look at you like this villager from this part of Cameroon, But today, everybody is wearing it. You must not be from the village which uses it, and everybody is celebrating it. So for me, it's really important that we own it. And the next thing is being really confident about it, not explaining to anybody, doing your thing. When I started, nobody took it seriously. But today, one of the marks of being Cameroonian is using the Togo in one way or the other, yeah. So I'm glad about that.
That's so wonderful. That's so wonderful. Abisade, this conversation about appreciation versus appropriation is really one that comes up in so many different ways. And Kibanan talks, I like what you've said because you talk about your work as a celebration, but you've also done the work about understanding the cultural undertones and paying homage to that while still building something that is relevant and wearable. Abisade, how can fashion designers, especially those who desire to be either seen on the global stage or work with international houses, how can they draw the distinction to make sure that they're able to do what Kibonan has done so skillfully?
Sure. So my perspective, I have a slightly different perspective in the sense that I think that we get, when I say we, people from sort of indigenous cultures, for example, get particularly riled up when people from other cultures use our traditional symbols. And that is where a huge part of the debate has been for the longest time. So when you see like on the runway or on catwalks with, global brands, and they're using either symbols or prints from our culture, that's when, there's sort of an issue. What I do think, though, is that from the African designer's perspective, in terms of beginning to understand the value of those cultural symbols and cultural, heritage, is to begin to understand the entire raft of intellectual property rights that are available to them. So we often talk about copyrights or trademarks, but there's a whole raft of rights that we can really benefit from. So for example, when we talk about traditional knowledge, right? So when you think about things like I'm Nigerian, when you think about things like Adire fabric from Ogun State and a number of other places in Nigeria, the methods that are used to make those fabrics, or even hand-woven fabrics, the different methods, that is traditional knowledge that has been handed down from generations. And those are things that we want to preserve, but we also want to use and also sort of derive value from. So I think it's a very delicate dance in terms of, as you say, paying homage to the traditional cultural heritage, but also beginning to exploit, in a sense, those cultural values and those cultural depictions for our benefit as well.
One of the things that I think about as well when we talk about the ways that we can transition or expand our conversation is the value of artisanal knowledge as a luxury idea. But at the same time, it can feel a bit jarring because there's still a lot of poverty on the continent. Lulu, what do you think about presenting our artisans and artisanal knowledge in a way that recognizes our tradition and its luxury? It's not exotic, it's not boutique, it's high fashion in its own way.
Yeah. Actually, I always tell people that Africa by default produces luxury.
This is true.
And we produce luxury by default because the sheer lack of infrastructure is luxurious in that sense, because luxury by definition is really about slow consumption. It's about craftsmanship, heritage, culture. And we see now, especially after COVID, that luxury is about time and community. And these are all values that we embody as Africans, So we might use the word which sounds very boisterous, but in reality, Africa does produce luxury every single day. The amount of time we use to bead our clothing, the amount of time we use to dye fabric, that is luxury. The amount of community it involves to create these pieces that have been, it's a craft, it's a skill that we've been doing for hundreds of years, okay? And yes, post-colonialism, we have struggled with privatizing industry and, China imports and secondhand clothing. But I think now, and especially in this 21st century, Africa stands at a very pivotal point when we're talking about sustainability and the circular economy and asking ourselves, is this sustainable? Africa is at that point we said, we can find another way to do this. And how can we do this? It's around mindful consumption, mindful fabrication of goods. And it's a luxurious concept. Okay? And in essence, what it's asking us to do is, as we're thinking about industrializing fashion, for example, how do we do it so that in the next 100 years, we are not sitting at COP 20, 30, 20, whatever it is, and talking about how fashion is such a wasteful, polluting industry. So I think Africa stands at that pivotal space where we can disrupt how fashion is produced and consumed.
I like this. And I like the idea of luxury as slowness.
It's
luxury as time. Because we think of luxury as money, but really, to be able to take your time, and somebody who is taking her time is Lily. Lily has a 100-year plan, you know? And fashion, as a business owner on the continent, the day-to-day is such a labor. You want to be done with it. You want to pay salaries at the end of the month, you know? Lily, talk to me about how you sat down and decided, I'm not thinking about today, I'm not thinking about next year. I want to jump forward and start to build now for 100 years.
First of all, the experience of accepting myself, it started from there, accepting myself as a designer. In Africa, we lack supporting our children when they are born. They are born with gifts. But we find, I would say 80% of parents, they'll misdirect the kids, telling them to be doctors, doctors, lawyers. And in the end, a lot of children are studying something, and then they only start finding themselves later, but then they can't do anything about it. And I saw the need of that we have missed that direction of guiding our children towards their gifts and their dreams. So looking at myself, coming from a family that a lot of my siblings were doing well, and I wasn't doing well academically, and then I didn't understand what's wrong with me. But then when I touch little things, I'll find that I'm creating something. And everybody used to call me, she must be mad. She's not okay. And I'll find different aunties coming to talk to me that there's something wrong with me, which I found myself not liking myself. So that area, I started looking at myself that I'm a failure. So going forward is that I started asking myself, what is it that is good in me? The strength of coming from everybody's telling you that you're stupid, you're ignorant, and then you're finding strength within yourself. I am not, and proving to everyone I am not. And then following my dreams was a big gap. It was a big gap to connect there. So when I started believing in myself, I started looking at how do I change? How do I contribute to the world? How do I prove to parents that it's possible? Every child is born with a gift, but if we give a child the support they deserve, they'll become successful and they can contribute to the economy. So looking ahead, I started planning, okay, what's the way forward? Okay, right now, the generation, everybody's doing what they want, and people are not happy with themselves. But I found happiness within myself, doing what I love doing, and then finding solutions within the space of doing what I love doing. So what is it that we're missing as Africans that we're not doing right? Because if you look at a lot of things that we're buying outside, but then we're not producing enough ourselves. So where do we get the power from? So I started coming up with a plan to inspire, educate, motivate, support, and transfer skills to the next generation, because most people are dying with the skills. They don't want to transfer them. But who's going to live after? These are the children. So this is what I'm actually putting forward. To make sure children are supposed to be given what is rightly for them, and the information that is good, that is going to benefit the next generation to come. And these are future leaders. And if you're not paying attention to them, we're going to kill Africa.
Beautiful, beautiful.
Isn't that such a powerful thought? Isn't that such a powerful thought? It's important, while we're thinking of the future, to be aware of the now and be able to bridge. And Armando, your work involves working with artisans on the continent and also giving back. So tell me a little bit about that and what lessons and perspectives you can share as you have started to do this giving and taking, creating this back and forth with your company.
Sure. Well, first of all, I'm going to take a little bit from what Lily just said. I think she just said something very important that has nothing to do with fashion, but is important to each one of us in this room. And I think we should take that in consideration. And to your point, that's basically the reason why I felt the need to not only take, and we have the opportunity as a brand to create products and people buy. Without the support of our customers, we have no business. And so I immediately realized that I don't want us to be the brand that just take, but brand that rather you want to participate with. And in doing so, we felt the need to support the next generation. And I have an example for myself that every time I come to Africa or anywhere I go, I always look at the children and kids and say, this could have been me if I didn't have the opportunity my parents created for us. And so every child has something unique in them, has creativity in them, and they have a gift. And so I just wanted to be the bridge to that dream to come true from our perspective and our brand. And so we created this charitable component to our brand where basically we started to give back to support schools and development and education, particularly in Guinea-Bissau. And I hope that that's something we're going to be able to contribute to in many other countries moving forward. But I felt the need to start somewhere, and it's the effort that we put forward. And we also started working with artisans, particularly from Guinea-Bissau, to weave some of the unique fabrics, which is basically a symbol of Guinea-Bissau. We call it Pano de Pinti, and the brand has been existing for the past 13 years. And I remember we had this conversation the other day, Lulu, where it's like every season, when you're in Paris and you're presenting the collection and they ask you, so what's the inspiration behind this collection? It was always based on, yes, I was in south of France and my holiday, where I went to Portugal, where I went to these places, and finally realizing that I want to tell the story of who I am, my heritage, and that's Africa. And there's so much to offer, and this is where basically the idea of working with artisans and giving back to them and supporting that craft that I think is all part of our identity. No matter where you go in Africa, there's such thing. And I wanted to bring that, to the forefront of our brand and make it a pillar to what we are, and obviously the charitable component to support the next generation and give them the opportunity to become something better than I am perhaps, and build things 10 times bigger. So it's really part of my social responsibility and also a way to connect back to my heritage.
This makes me think about institutionalizing knowledge. A lot of our knowledge is passed down. We have artisans who have worked in various areas, sectors, for generations. But I want to say the curriculum, there's no curriculum. If you didn't go to the village before the last man who knew how to do this thing passed away, that's the end, And so, Abisade, I feel that there's so much that we need to record and structure and create. And a lot of what you're about is developing capacity, building capacity. Can you share some of the knowledge gaps that you have identified? And it doesn't just need to be in your experience, it can also be across the industry, and what we need to start doing now.
Sure. That's a great question. So how I actually ended up in manufacturing is quite interesting. So I had a fashion brand about 10 years ago, and we did production in Thailand, in India, and in the UK as well. And I began to think, why can't I produce in Nigeria? We have tailors all over the place. So I went to Nigeria, did research. Anyway, long story short, I found that what was really lacking was the skill that I needed. So whilst, yes, we have tailors who do pretty much bespoke and one-off pieces, but that skill and knowledge in terms of creating a whole sort of, pattern of garments that are consistently of a high standard was lacking. So what I did when I set up my factory in 2019 was I had to bring expert trainers from Sri Lanka to train my staff exclusively for 6 months. So I basically just got young people.
I just want to take a minute to say that capital outlay must have been ridiculous.
Yes, and it was bootstrapped. But so I trained my staff from scratch because I felt that it would be more difficult to get my staff to unlearn bad habits than to learn new ones. So as you say, it was a huge capital outlay, but I felt it was something that I had to do to lay the kind of foundation that I wanted to lay for the business that I'm building. And so we did training. So I trained about 40 young people around our factory for 6 months exclusively. And that was the very first sort of knowledge gap that I encountered at the machinist level, right? So in terms of just being able to replicate patterns in a sustainable way. And then, so after my trainers left, I'm just identifying all the different layers. After my trainers left, I then realized a second layer of gap, which is in the technical management. So even when you do have great machinists who can sew very well, that technical management at the middle level is also extremely important, because that is the efficiency level, that is where the efficiency sort of gets put in the system. And this is what the China factories or the Chinese factories, the Bangladeshi factories, and so on have nailed down to it. Business line producing fashion apparel for fashion brands. And I realized another level of gap there, which is basically that a lot of so when you go to Europe and North America, a lot of the fashion brand owners have some level of technical expertise. They've either been to fashion school or they've had some sort of technical training in some way. We don't really have that. And so what I realized was, besides the kind of top tier designers who have that experience and have the technical expertise, a lot of the mid-range fashion brand owners didn't have that. And so it then has become, because it's an ongoing process, it's become my job to basically walk them through the process of getting their designs from sketches to finished garments. So it's been sort of a multi-layered approach, or multi-layered problem. And what I've had to do, as I think it was Lily who was saying, has had to be to kind of create a multifaceted, solution to the ongoing problem. So now I'm now creating courses for fashion brand owners to kind of walk through the entire process, from doing your sketches to doing patterns and to doing tech packs and so on.
Kibanan, I noticed you're nodding, and you can relate because you started a factory as well.
Yes.
And one thing that you have always been upfront about is ethical fashion, ethically building your business and building a sustainable business. So I'd like to hear your perspective about building an ethical business, about building a sustainable business, and just what this entire experience has been like for you.
Thank you. So when I started fashion, I always produced from Cameroon, because I discovered the embroidery technique, which was my signature, was done in Cameroon. But they were good in the embroidery, but the sewing of the outfits was really not the most. But I did not want to equally go to China, because I always knew that fashion, garment construction can create loads of jobs. The ladies who do the embroidery, I could hire as many of them as possible, because it's very time intensive. And one thing which I really do not like is the fact that people in the creative field are always exploited. It's like, you are the creative, but I can make money off of you. So people are always swift to take advantage of the creative people and make money from them. And because the creative people just want somebody to love their work and validate their work, they are always so sensitive to letting others come in and do that. So for me, I detested the sweatshop situation in Bangladesh, in China, and I was like, I'm never going to make my clothes in those places. So after doing fashion for about 10 years, I thought it was important to actually put the people together whom I'm working with into one space and work with them from there. And not just getting them to make clothes in a one-off, but developing them. So I'm very involved in developing the people from every angle of it. And I think it's important because, there is something I believe in, which is the energy that you give off, right? The people who make my clothes, it's very important that they are balanced. If they are not balanced, it's just like, what energy are they putting out there? And it affects even the person who is consuming the products. So I try to keep my people in a very balanced situation. At my factory, we pay them way above what is normally paid, because everybody thinks, like, I was accused of disrupting the market. Like, how can you pay tailors this amount of money? Like, I'm like, you know what? They are doing real work. Like, we spend a lot of time children, just so that they are working with that free mind. For me, it's really important. Clothes, the way people make it look like Lulu said, the luxury of it is the fact that we lack certain infrastructures and the fact that we spend time on it, you know. And that is an entire experience, which the way fast fashion has made it look like, it's like clothing is just not important. Pick up something here, wear it tomorrow, throw it away, it does not matter. But we in Africa treasure what we have. You know how your mom treasures her little wrapper?
wrappers and all of
Right,
that,
her
right?
Hollandaise, you know. We've always grown in that culture of appreciating these things that we have. So why not also transfer it to the people that we work with? Fair trade for me has been key. And I think it takes just a little less selfishness to pay the person doing the work, you know, something better. It's just a little, it does not really change much on your bottom line.
That's
right?
so key. That's so key. I love that you think of the people you work with, and you know that I'm investing in them,
yes.
and investing in my business. We have about 3 minutes. I want to ask one question each of both of you. Lily, you've been in business for 10 years. So, I mean, if we were to sit here and talk about your stories, we would be here for a long time. COVID-19, I think, disrupted how everybody does business. Taking into consideration how we've had to adapt and innovate and disrupt to work around COVID-19 and what it did to businesses, what does the next frontier look like for you as a fashion designer and as a business owner?
Actually, yes, COVID-19 affected many businesses, but also it affected me, but I found more strength within the space, and I saw many children that I'm mentoring, teaching. They were coming out with beautiful ideas, beautiful garments, and I think that was the part that we needed to come out, find more of our strength. So the future is about the children to understand what is it that we can contribute right now and what they need to do for the years to come. What we create now, it should be something that we are actually putting in investment to solutions, to giving hope to the world, and whatever we do, it has to give the children more wider, like what we saw with COVID, that, okay, now what do we do? Everything has stopped. We used to get a lot of fabrics from outside. We can't get access to that. What is it that we have to do now? We have to start producing our own fabric. What are we lacking? And then we found many, many reasons why we need to start building more in Africa. So it has opened so much of our eyes, and I'm seeing a different direction from my side, that Africa has so much, as what Lulu said, has so much to give and so much to offer. But then maybe we're lacking of ourselves accepting what we can do within ourselves.
Exactly.
Lulu, when we talk about investing in the future, the truth is that the world is moving at such a breakneck pace. If we were to take it step by step, we would spend a long time just playing catch up. How can we disrupt? How can we leapfrog and find ourselves at par with the rest of the world?
You know, I can see we have 14 minutes here.
I know. I'm like, I want 1 more hour.
It would be a whole hour conversation. But I think, again, as I was saying before, done for the last 200 years, which was basically profits without conscience.
Yes.
Okay? So what can we do as Africa today? We have the resources. And resources, I mean raw materials, manpower, and creativity, which is hard currency. It's literally the new crude oil.
Yes.
So how do we now use that today and leapfrog? And for me, it's very simple. It's really around collaboration. We need to get ourselves out of our way and look at us as a community of people who have different expertises, creative gifts. You know, we look at Nigeria and say Nigeria does tie and dye well, or panitise well. We look at East Africa and we say East Africa does embroidery well and beadwork. We look at Southern Africa and we look at the innovative textiles that they're doing. And we say, why don't we have these ecosystems of industrial parks that can have centers of excellence, that can have shared platforms where we can help each other with advertising and marketing and production based on what these regions do very well. And yes, that takes time, right? And we don't have time. So what do? let's look at what we can do with people who are already doing things very well. And one of the things I am personally doing in partnership with the bank and Portugal Fashion Week is we're taking our designers to Portugal. We have a 3-year arrangement where we're taking, for every seasonal fashion show, which is usually in March and October, we're taking in 20 African designers. They're showcasing their items. They're being put in touch with retailers, with production, an incubation program to upskill what they have, because we also know a lot of our designers are creative, but they're not business people. And fashion is a business, right? So that also is a very, key component in disrupting. And then coming back and saying, listen, the bank is ready to support us, okay? We have a platform that we can use to leapfrog, and now we just need to get the access to market so that people can know of African fashion. Because in a lot of people's minds, African fashion is wax.
Yes.
Wax is not African.
This is very true.
Right? So we also need to look at how, in the disruption, we can look at alternative fabrics, for example, with plantain, with pineapple fiber, and use those now as the strategy to leapfrog into the new century of fabrics that are good for the environment, are good for the pocket, and good for the people.
Ooh. Didn't you just enjoy that? I love that. I would like to take 2 very quick questions. I can imagine that there are many people who have thoughtful perspectives to share, but let me tell you a little bit about how I want us to land this so that we can all do this together. I would like 2 very quick questions, 1 10-second questions each, and then I'm going to ask each of our panelists to give us a closing comment around a particular topic. So if you have a question, can you just indicate for me? I will take 2. I will ask you to very kindly be concise. Just ask your question, we can answer, and then we will just land this conversation, as fascinating as it is. Any questions? Can you indicate for me? There you go. All right, can I just have the 2 of you, just have you come up, please? Are you both asking questions?
Yes.
Perfect. Just come up, rather. Do we have a mic for them? Do we have a mic? All right. So, no, you can stay down. You can stay where you are. You don't need to come up. It's okay. Don't stress yourself. Just stand and ask. Yes. Don't give yourself stress. Go ahead. There's a mic coming to you. So just a quick question, okay? Thank you.
Hello. Hi.
Hi.
My name is Nanye. I'm from Ghana.
Yes.
So I create fragrances, and at the moment I am dealing in fashion, which is one of the things I'm wearing now.
Yeah.
What advice would you give to if your end goal is to become a major commercial brand, like what you have achieved at the moment? How do you go about moving from creating on a small scale to be able to create the image that the more global eyes can sort of appreciate? And how do you go about sort of converting the textiles that you're making into creating and carrying that narrative that you're trying to achieve?
Who's your question directed to? I know they're all experts. Pick one person.
Let me just answer the question.
Okay.
One thing I'm going to say is, in this day and age, there are no rules. Like, everything has been so broken. I mean, even when we were in fashion school, they kept telling us, right now there are no rules. Things are not being done the way they were done before. Honestly, I think we have the best free medium of promotion. Billionaires have been made from social media. Working with influencers is so key. I remember when Lupita Nyong'o wore the dress I made, I had 2,000 orders. I did not, of the same dress. I did not even know what to do about it. But working with, I mean, I was depressed. Like, how am I going to ever fulfill 2,000 orders, you know? But these are the realities on the ground. Getting things viral on social media, working with influencers is unbeatable. I'm sure everybody can bear witness to that. And being able to be prompt, you know, I was talking earlier about being creative, getting the connection and delivering. I know with us Africans, the problem is really delivering. It's really not even the connections, because the connections are there. But one thing I'm going to say is, Be so pushful. See everything as an opportunity. You coming here now, you should have come with a couple of pieces to gift out to people, right? Influential people, so that they can wear it and then you're running with that. For me, that is it costs literally nothing, well, except the production. But you get it, you give it, they do it, they take a photo, you get the photo, and you stretch that photo. You know, that one photo, let me tell you, I've done the Lupita dress store over 5 times. I take the Lupita dress, I tour with it. People buy it, people order it, I take it again the next year, I create something else around it, and I tour with it. And I have so stretched it. So, and the other thing is having a key product. That one product that you know fills everything and you can make it for the next 15 years, the next 30 years. Look at Diane van Furstenberg and the wrap dress. She's still making the wrap dress till date. The same wrap dress. So let's just look at those little things and just run with them.
I like your idea about a key product. That's very... Can I have your question, please?
Thank you. Can you guys hear me? Sorry.
Yes,
Thank
go
you so
ahead.
much. Hi, my name is Amakuma and I'm from Durban. My question is just addressed to literally all of the panelists, and this can come from anyone, as you all are creatives in your own right. What was the one element that kept you afloat during COVID-19 and motivated you to keep on pushing? Because as the question has been mentioned that, not the question, the notion has been mentioned that we're going on to new frontiers. But what was the one element that kept you going and made you persistent in where you are right now? Thank you.
Who would like to answer that question?
I can take that.
Okay.
For me, it was vision. It was just clarity of vision. And so even though our supply chain had been broken down in all manner of different ways, I just had my eyes on the prize. I could see beyond the pandemic. I could see very, very clearly, and I still do see very clearly where I'm headed, exactly what I want to see, exactly what I want to create, exactly what kind of company that I want to create as well. And so that's one thing. I guess one bonus thing would be the people, so my staff. Because I realized that COVID would end, but I would still need staff. And so I went through a difficult period of keeping all my staff through COVID, just with that vision in mind, knowing what it had cost me to train all of them from scratch, right? And knowing that I just couldn't go through that process again. So I think in one sense, it's just really having the grit and the tenacity to withstand those difficult times with your eyes on the prize.
Thank you so much. I don't know how you all are going to do it, but I'm going to give each person 1 minute to give us your rounding up thoughts. And for some, I would like to ask to a particular area, just so that we can cast to the future. Armando, again, your work is international, but so rooted on the continent, and it speaks to business partnerships and collaborations. What are your thoughts about building for the future, especially maximizing on what is here and transporting that to making global businesses?
I think for us, the key is basically just trying to be true to ourselves. I think the world been through such a difficult time that, and now we finally open. And I think it's, there's such opportunities to each one of us to basically, share what is their own. And I think for us, this whole concept of going back to my heritage started off during pandemic, to be honest with you. And I think it's such a road that it's almost as if I was doing a journey of self. Things that I was supposed to be doing from the beginning, I had to go 10 plus years to come back to it. And so for me, I think it's just the road from here on. I just want to be able to share. I'm comfortable in my own skin, and that comes from my heritage. And I just want to share it. Moving forward, that's the only thing I have to offer. Working as a model, I use my image to sell other people's clothes and products. And, if I was able to do that for 19 years, I think I just want to now tell people, where I come from and who I am and what are the values that, I have to offer. And so it really will be based on heritage and my personal story. And that's my way forward.
Fantastic. Lily, your journey has been about building a legacy, and you're starting legacy from now. What's your advice to that young designer who wants to build something that will become a global name?
My advice is not only to the young designer, but I think this is going to go to everyone in here. What we do right now, it has to be, we have to work together, starting from our children, our friends, how we support them to build the Africa we want to see in the next 10 years. Because it's not the work of one person, it's about how we think and how we do it. Because most of the times, when you look at what we're doing, we don't support our friends. We're only thinking about ourselves. But with COVID has taught us that we don't own their lives anymore. People can die. People are dying. But what is it that we can give and support to our children, our friends, even anybody? So this message is to everybody in here. We are here. We're so thankful Afreximbank has made it possible for us. But it's about who we are and what we want to build. We have to build Africa so that we can grow Africa and survive together. Thank you.
Lulu, fashion can be so wasteful and so damaging to the economy. And one of the things we have talked about here is that tradition of sustainability. What can we start to keep in mind, even in the medium to long term, about building industries, building a value chain that supports and evolves a circular economy where fashion is?
He says, if you want to know the end, look at the beginning.
Right.
So we have the opportunity to, because really the fashion industry is at the beginning of its life. And if we can start to think about how we produce without waste, how we look at consumption, how we look, because the scarcest resource of the 22nd century will be water, right? So how do we now start looking at disrupting this industry, whether we're going to use blockchain technology, because that's the buzzword, although I don't understand it, whether we're going to make fabric that we don't need to wash, well, we need to start looking at how we can incorporate all the technology, the science, the research that is coming out, and use it to produce clothes without waste. We also have to look at how we keep clothing in use. There's a fashion designer in Nigeria called Nkwo, and she uses jeans, and she rips them up, and then she remakes them. How do we use research, technology, and all that we have going on right now to actually, sustain the processes?
Great. Kibanan, I know we didn't really, I don't know how you're going to do this in 30 seconds. Finance. How can young...
Using my paycheck to make products and my paycheck to make products. And at some point, it was not even cutting it at all. But when we started, this was, 12 years ago, nothing was happening in African fashion. We were like the early people who had to suffer all the way through. Like I said, the social media has made life so easy. You can be in some village and you weave a ring, for instance, and you put it on social media, and somebody likes it, and somebody buys it, and shares it with their friend, and it's on a WhatsApp status, and it's all of that. And before you know it, you have an order of maybe 10 rings to make and all of that. It is so much easier. And I think a lot of times we want to be way ahead of where we are. There is so much treasure in growing, in gradually growing. If not, you'll get to a point where all of these things are coming to you and you don't know what to do with it. And the world is so small right now. The least thing on social media, it goes everywhere. So starting small, taking those 1 orders, 2 orders, 3 orders, and being diligent in delivering them is really key. Because especially with what we do, word of mouth also counts a lot. I made this dress for Abisa. The customer service was excellent. She's going to tell her friend and tell her friend. So we are starting from there. But then we have the opportunities from the bank. The bank is recognizing us today because we've been consistent. Nobody knows the days we were homeless, but we were consistently doing the things we were doing. And today we have a brand new platform where even if you're just starting, you have an opportunity for someone to hear you. When we started, nobody was hearing us.
I know.
But today, there is this
Everybody's
platform,
listening.
everybody is listening. So the young people should be excessively encouraged, and they should actually fan us, because we withstood the heat, and we are here today, and we are opening brand new doors for them.
Others.
So there is hope and there is light.
Fantastic. Our last final thought for you. I want you to speak to building structure. So not just building a business, but building structure. What can you say about that?
I love that you asked me that question, because it is my personal mission to preach the structure gospel. Because I believe that a lot of creatives sort of spend all their time creating, when, in my opinion, creativity is probably only about 10% of what makes the business. So for me, I think it's super key to, from the very get-go, start to create systems, a big phrase, corporate governance structures, but it's just really about accountability in your business, who you're accountable to, having a board of directors or even an advisory board, for example. So yes, structure is super key, and I feel like that's what is really going to take us to the next level in terms of being able to build sustainable businesses that can scale.
I hear that. Thank you so much, everybody. And thank you to our incredible group of passionate and accomplished creatives. I'm excited about the future of fashion. I'm excited about sustainability. I'm excited about the collaborations. I'm excited about African fashion over the next 100 years. Yes. Thank you so much, everybody.
Thank you, Iris.
Thank you to our panel. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for our panel. Don't they all look lovely? Don't they look amazing? I really, really like that panel. Everyone dressed to the nines, including the gentlemen. Of course, not as pretty as the ladies, but fine. We'll take you. All right, thank you. Thank you so much. Please put your hands together for them one more time. We appreciate their insight. We have one more deal signing, guys. And you know, there's a whole value chain to production, to creating content, to creating products that you trade across borders. And this is one of the angles that you will need to consider. Exporting goods from one country to the other can be expensive, not just because of the cost of travel, but also the duties that you pay at different ports. For instance, in Nigeria, it's expensive to bring in textile, very expensive. So if you decide to do that and you're producing fashionable goods or things, it's expensive to pay those duties. So sometimes that can be prohibitive to the cost that ends up in the hands of the end user. But Afrexim Bank is taking that on, and we'll be discussing that shortly. But please welcome one more time Ms. Kano Awani, the MD Intra-African Trade for Afrexim Bank, as she comes to be a part of this signing. Also joining us will be the MD Export Development Fund from Malawi. Please make welcome Mr. Gerald Nsomba. There's Malawi in the house. If you're from Malawi, make some noise. I love it. I think I have a bunch of friends from Malawi, and they're also gentle, calm. That is the loudest I've ever heard anybody be. Let's try that one more time, all right? Because my friends from Malawi don't shout. So if you're from Malawi, make some noise. And that was only 6 people. I love it. All right. This deal that is being signed today is for 3 years. And it's to the value of $5 million. revolving transit guarantee facility is in favor of the Export Development Fund, Malawi. The purpose of the guarantee is to cover the risk of non-transit of import goods and non-payment of import duties and taxes by the EDF's export clients to the beneficiary customs authority. So what that means is if you are transporting goods into Malawi, it goes sometimes, and this is intra-Africa trade, let's say it's coming from Nigeria through South Africa, through wherever, Ghana, wherever. At each point, normally, you would pay export duties, and like I said, that can become expensive. What the Export Development Fund would be doing is taking care of all those duties for all the beneficiaries of the Export Development Fund. So if you turn out to be one of those people, you won't have to pay duties. So you'll be able to produce your goods or send your product to Malawi at a cost that is not prohibitive to you, courtesy of the Afrexim Bank. They'll be doing their job to make sure that you get it to the end user at an affordable rate. So please put your hands together for Afrexim Bank for $5 million that they've put towards this fund. And congratulations to the Export Development Fund Malawi and the MD here, Mr. Gerald Nsomba. Thank you so much. All right, press a photo as they got that, okay? All right, thank you very much. Thank you very much. It's time to move on with our program. We've got a fashion show that's coming to you shortly. Please make welcome the ever lovely, let me give a moment there for that chair to clear. Now please make welcome Zozibini Tunzi as she comes. I like that. You know, let's do that more often. When we introduce our own national and continental treasures, that is a former Miss Universe over here, ladies and gentlemen. You need to clap and scream when she's coming on the stage. Don't do it like, you know, casually, all right? Please put your hands together for her one more time. Zozie, come through.
Zinhle mababy, it's late now. Futhi kwamele uye esikoleni kusasa.
Just give me 10 more minutes. Ngizobe sengiqedile.
Okay. Good night.
Good night.
As passionate, vibrant, and unique as it is, African fashion is more than just bold, creative design and fabric. It represents rich and sometimes subtle interwoven tapestries of our heritage, culture, and traditions. Today, African fashion is highly comfortable and confident within itself and has spilled over onto countless international catwalks, and rightfully so. So what's the million-dollar question?
Financial health of the fashion industry, in my view at this time, just needs a lot of medication. It needs a lot of treatment. There are no sales outlets within the continent or even out of the continent that ensure a constant flow in and out of products from the designers. We do not even have effective shipping and handling systems for those who are trying to sell online, because making money comes from volumes. And if we do not have these volumes, then how are we making this money?
Every child has a dream. Mine, I used to dream about dressing the world with African treasures, African stories, African styles. That shows how much we are beautiful. It demands strategic framework, policies, funding, capacity building, and robust value chain. That will enable us Africans to forge international fashion dynasties. I am successful because I've backed my dreams with better understanding of African fashion, global fashion value chain, and the right investors.
Now is the time for us as an industry to put our collaborative best foot forward and ramp up our efforts with new thinking and new business models to empower and sustain the value chain. It will take specific and intentional interventions to drive Africa's fashion industry from manufacturing to global retail. These solutions are within our grasp.
When Lubna Kombalat was 7 years old, her mother gave her a toy sewing machine, and it's most likely that she didn't think that this would become one of her little daughter's most treasured possessions. She also probably never dreamed that Lubna would grow up to be an internationally acclaimed fashion designer, or that her passion for painting would become a signature element of her work. Today, Lubna continues to express a creative vision on canvas, and she had already put in some productive hours in her studio when Zaki arrived.
I would say this is where I do my art, and I do as well the art for my fashion, because every design starts with a painting. But when you're passionate, you fight for everything and you make it happen.
La ilaha illallah, formo sole banda. La ilaha illallah, formo sole banda. Niña que jombala, sayana mumeke. Na banda kasilaho, bintu bintu yela. Na banda kasilahe, bintu bintu yela. La ilaha illallah, formo sole banda. Niñate jombala, sayala mumeke, dajete jombala, sayala mumeke. Na fanta kasila, oh, bintu bintu yela. Oh, na fanta kasila, oh, bintu bintu yela. Foromu sole banta, kunung kele yafo. Na, 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 we, na, we, na. Man hey baykat bi xalam demoon na bay neex waaye buum nga dog na moom hey baykat bi xalam demoon na bay neex waaye buum nga dog na moom la neexee talal la say loxo yaay docteur bi faj xiifu askan bi li ko dalee si njiitum réew ba ci miskin yaa summe ko di daan sa doole ànd ak naaj bi di liggéey sa ñaq di tuur ngay bay di dukat billaay yaa am jom kon jaaraama baykat ku fi xiif yaa ko dundal ba mu suur ni waaw ku fi feebar yaa ko nandal ak i reen ba mu féex kon jaaraama baykat ku fi xiif yaa ko dundal ba mu suur yaa moom sa gàncax moom say njur yaa moom sa Allah di bay nguur ñëw dugal ca loxoom ak bor fekk la ca gàncax ba meññ lool ndekete yoo
The Odiomi Money brand started 19 years ago, actually, in October. But I would say it started much earlier than 19 years ago. I would say it started when I was in my teens, when I would sketch everything. I had such a passion for art. I have a passion for batik, we have a passion for tie-dyes. And a lot of our Nigerian traditions that maybe some are done in Ijebu, some are done in Oshogo, we try to keep them, because I think that the traditions of our country must be preserved.
Doreen Mashika Zanzibar is a fashion brand based in the heart of Stone Town and was conceived in December 2008. The brand's DNA is all about color and print and all things beautiful. Each season, the prints are personally chosen and purchased through street vendors to empower the women who need the money most. This season, we are bringing to you Collection Mikono, where it expresses a weaving process used in basket making on the island. The idea behind this is to preserve and promote Zanzibar weaving techniques into pieces that we can treasure. Each look has intricate details and some may take 4 to 6 hours to make, resulting into an individual style and looks that are fresh.
Bingala Prod. Bingala Prod.
Africa is a continent for the brave ones, built with the great spirit of Ubuntu. I am because we are. With this collaboration with WBC and WBC South African Cares Program, I wanted to show the strength, the courage, and the dignity, the humanity, and mostly the harmony that lays within African people and the continent. I wanted to show the true characteristics of a champion. A warrior becomes selfless for those he loves. He fights not only for himself, but the interest to build and maintain the community of those he cares about. And he's always driven with the spirit of Ubuntu. I am because we are.
Masa maraya mama, ayo, ayo, masa maraya mama, maraya mama. Tugende mwitu yo Afrika yo Kawana. Turn around, tumble a docket. Africa, ichi ya mama, ora dana, oh, tadura, oh, dana, Africa, oh, ichi ya mama, habande kwe, oh, Africa, ichi ya mama, ora dana, oh, tani bra, oh, dana, Africa, oh, ichi ya mama, kabande kwe, oh, adona jeje, oh, dana, no. Together, Africa, Masa mara ya mama, ayo, ayo, masa mara ya mama, mara ya mama, oh.
My baby, my Valentine. Yeah, now you do make you a temperature rise. If you leave me a good time, I swear. You are like the oxygen I need to survive. I'll be honest. Loving the thought of me, I am so obsessed. I want to chop your own. Never did it back at this shit. Open up, make us feel. Yeah, my love, one thing. Make a bad man sing. $1,000 I could spend for your head. Talk all they want, I don't care what they say, cause your matter. Now in my con, they carry for my head every night. Now you I want, they carry to my bed, oh no, no. Don't tell me no, no, no. You can be my partner, never ride it solo, no. And we got no one lucky, no need to party, whoa. I'm feeling what you're doing, oh yeah, baby, gotta go, gotta go. No. Your body, they back on me, sweet, open up, make I see, now you where they got my fancy. When they do me, I get punchy, oh no, 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 no. You got me coming. Why should I be coming early in the morning? Oh yeah, shake it, make it send my money. Call me Mr. Bean, I go make you honey. Hey, give me, baby, make you give me. I go show you love and I go take you to my city. Don't need to make a look pity. You won't make a sing to me before you go see me. Fine girl, you know your body bad. Same body bad can make you shake it for Ghana. Here, dancing for me, baby, pana. Come and give me show. My baby, my Valentine. Can I you the making my temperature rise? If you leave me a good time, I swear. You are like the oxygen I need to survive. I'll be honest. Loving the thought of me, I am so.
I come from a land where clouds gather around a mountaintop to hear thundering stories of endless possibilities from a world that lies at its feet. A world whose land is riddled with mysterious matrimonies of water and flame, hills and plains, wild and tamed. A land still deemed worthy of raising the sun every day. I come from a grateful land, where a great lake attributes its greatness not only to the biggest rivers, but also the smallest streams. A generous and selfless land that constantly pours out more than it receives. We were molded from this land. Our skins are molten mountain rocks painted onto our flesh. We are one with this land. We are this land. We are mountains of hope reaching for the skies. We are plateaus of peace where tranquility roams free. We are the light of our rising sun, painting the skies from the depths of our souls. We are rivers of tongues flowing into the clear waters of our destiny. We are a warm heart pumping life to the rest of this continent's body, beating in perfect synchrony with a melody in our winds. We are waves of open arms, welcoming with a friendly smile. We are who, what, and where we were meant to be. A wonder that is Malawi.
ndimakwidwa ndi mtumazi pena mwina ndi madabwa kodi yawe mnatiwa yeah. Pena mwina ndimagwa mpayi kupita kuchalichi zinthu sizikuyenda yeah. Ndayiwalapo mwendakwela ine ndayiwalapo mwendaponya yeah. Yawe mgonzeletse yawe mchitenane papa do something Daddy banyamugonzeso anamugonzeso inemugonzeso yawe jumamugonzeso tanzi mugonzeso moyo mugonzeso mujite kalololondo 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 mujite kalololondo 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 yeah. Ndimaenda ndimanyazi pena ndimatanga koma mbuye muliko yeah. Nchitwandichotsa moyo ukuwawa muchite kandu
I'm sorry, I just had to. I had to. That was amazing, wasn't it? Did you guys have a lovely time with that fashion show? Let's hear for all the designers from all over Africa. That is African fashion. So beautiful. Come on, put your hands together for all our designers. Very, very, very impressive. Lovely work, high quality. And the models too. Let's hear for the models. That was brilliant. They carried those outfits in a stately, pristine manner. Very, very nice. So creative. It has been an amazing summit. And as we come to a close, we would like to present the members of the Creative Africa Advisory Group. This is a group that will provide counsel on ensuring a more enabling environment for the Creative Africa Nexus. Are you ready to meet them? Are you ready to meet them? To present them, ladies and gentlemen, please make welcome my amazing co-host, Zozibini Tunzi.
Everybody. Thank you. Thank you so much. So much love over there. We have had such an incredible weekend. Thank you. We've had such an incredible weekend. I think everyone who was here for the past 2 days got to learn so many important, interesting things about Africa. I think we have figured out that everything that we need to make ourselves succeed is in us and is in our continent. And now I'm about to introduce the people who are behind all of this. Sorry, my brother. The advisory group. Firstly, I will have on stage Mr. Ben Murray Bruce, who is the founder of Silverbird Group. Thank you, sir. Actually, as he sits down, I would like to read all the people who are on the group. Some of them are not here, but we do have, yes, sir, but we do have 5 of them. Sit on the comfortable chair. I'm going to introduce all of them. Most of them are not here, but we do have 5 of them. We also have Ms. Amira El-Fadil, Mohammed El-Fadil, who is the Commissioner of Social Affairs, Africa Union. We have Mrs. Kanayo Awani, who's the Managing Director of Intra-African Trade Initiative of Afrexim Bank. We have Mr. Alex Okosi, who's the Managing Director of Emerging Markets in Europe, the Middle East, and Africa YouTube. We also have Ms. Bethlehem Tilahun Alemu, who's the founder of Soul Rebels. We also have Mr. Steve Harvey, who's a comedian, businessman, and entertainer. We also have, thank you, we also have Mr. Omar Ben Yeda, Group Publisher and Managing Director of IC Publications, followed by Ms. Azza Femi Design Studios. We have Mr. Olukayode A. Pitan, who's the Managing Director, CEO, Bank of Industry. We have Ms. Kibonen Fee, founder of Kibonen. Mr. Vincent Berry, a Grammy-winning composer and producer. We have Mr. Oscar Mdlongwa, founder of Galawa Jazzme Records. We have Mr. Oskido, as we know him. And we have Mr. Didier Drogba, who's IATF Goodwill Ambassador. Find a seat and fill it home. I feel like you took my seat, Mr. Ben. Kidding, no, I'm joking. Okay, well, I'll take the seat. Thank you so much. So please welcome them to the stage one more time. Please give them a warm welcome. Thank you. This is not going to be a very long session. I actually would like to stand, so I want to look at you guys. This is not going to be a very long session. I just want to find out. No, I will stand. You guys can sit.
Can't make it.
I will stand. You can sit. Okay. So this is going to be about 10 minutes, and I want to hear from each and every one of you. What do you think is the most important part of the summit? I can tell you what I felt. I think that we've all come to establish that we are indeed the blueprint of the world. We create our own things, and we create them so beautifully, and I think it's time that we tell our own stories so that people don't tell our own stories for us, because I think the reason why we're here today is because we've let people for a very long time tell us who we are. So I want to find out from you guys, what do you think has been the most important part of this whole summit? In less than under 10 minutes. I'm sorry, I'll get in trouble if I don't. We'll start with you, Mr. Ben.
All right, thank you very much. We've always told the stories. We've always told the stories to each other in the villages, folk tales, fashion, design, music, sports across Africa. The problem was we never had the means to tell the story beyond your city, your country, the continent. That's always been the problem. You've never been able to monetize your stories. You've never been able to do anything on a global scale. But now, with Afrexim Bank and Benedict Orama, you can tell your story in your little village, and somebody in Los Angeles or Moscow or Paris or Dubai can hear your story. You can come up with a beautiful dress, and they can see part of your culture. You can take part of the Miss Universe pageant, which I'm a member of, and you can win. All right? So we now tell a story to the world. The problem was not that the British, the Germans, the French, and the Australians were smarter than the Africans, but the Africans did not have the opportunities the Western nations had. So if you give us the same opportunities, we will do the same. We will win Grammys, we will win Footballer of the Year with Didier Drogba, J.J. Okocha, and so on and so forth. We can be the best in the world if we had the same opportunities. We cannot run a race with one leg tied behind our legs, behind our back, and then we run a race with somebody from the United States or from Japan or China. We can now run with our two legs, we can now think, we can now work, we can work hard, we can be successful because we have the means to get to the top. And if we have that, we can conquer the world. Thank you very much.
Absolutely, absolutely. Vincent, I'm sure you agree. Do you have anything to say to that?
Absolutely. I think one of the most beautiful parts for me as an African in the diaspora and coming with a delegation from across the diaspora of like 10 different individuals from the UK, from the Caribbean, from Black America, from the Latino American community. A lot of my friends, they've never been to Africa. This is their first time. And last night we had an opportunity to decompress about this whole week, and I'm looking in their eyes and I'm seeing a brightness that I've never seen before. People who are saying, I'm moving to Africa, identifying partners and friends and mentors, and it's literally changed the lives of everybody that came with me. And you know, for me to be able to go back home with that testimony, there's nothing better than it in the world. I didn't even imagine that would be the outcome.
Oh, I love that so much. And now the rose amongst the thorns. What do you have to say to this?
Thank you, Zosie. You
You're
look
welcome.
like me.
We do. We're twinning. We're twinning. You look great.
Thank you so much for the opportunity. For me, it's really, we've worked from nothing. We've produced amazing outfits, amazing content, literally from nothing. And I keep saying this, if you see a designer from the continent of Africa doing great stuff, just give them a kudos because they are working from nothing. We've been doing these things for years. The only reason why, literally, we've cried days, we've really, really struggled, but today is a new day.
Yeah.
Platforms like CANEX is what we need. Having a president like President Orama is what the Africa needs right now. Pan-Africanism, like putting everybody together, getting stuff done. Like for a while, we've been shooting ourselves on the foot. Oh, I'm from Nigeria, I'm from Cameroon, I'm from here, I'm from there. But today, we should all know we must think as one. There is an Africa, there is an image for Africa. We need to do whatever we can to make it work. The bad days are gone. There is no bad day. With what we have right now, there is no limit. So I want all of us to take that back home. There is no limit. And CANEX is here to help us make the no limit. Thank you.
Amen, amen. And now, Mr. Kalawa Jasmine, I was reading your name on there, and it said Mr. Oscar, and I said, well, it's Mr. Oskido to us. What do you think has been the most important part of the past 2 days?
Well, I'll tell you what, I've been here since Monday. I was telling somebody that, today it feels like, I've been here almost 5 days. And it felt like I've only landed. It's like I've been here for only 3-4 hours. I can't believe that we have to go back home so soon. It's been amazing, a privilege to be, meeting all these amazing people, the networking, what's been happening, and also great support, which we are, these initiatives, for us to see everybody coming here. Like, it's a village, I wish this village can still go on, an African village. It's so amazing, man. But I think what's important, yeah. I think what's important right now is that it's for us to go back and implement. This is how we're going to be measured. The success after, if this is going to happen next year or when, we must measure it by success, or else it will be useless for us to be out of here. Let's go back and implement.
Yeah. Thank you. Thank you so, so much. We loved hearing from all of you. We would love to have you here forever. But I want you guys to give a round of applause one last time to the advisory group.
Thank you. Thank you very much. You won the Miss Universe, right?
I did.
Thank you. Let's hear for our advisory group. Come on, guys. Put your hands together for them one more time. So it's been a great ride over the last 2 days. We've had great conversations around, developing strategies, trade between all of us in Africa, taking advantage of the Africa Continental Free Trade areas to build plans that will actually develop us and move us forward. Now, we hope that you've made meaningful connections here with people from other countries and other establishments that will help make your businesses truly intra-African and international in their ways. To give a proper closing remark for all of the advisory group and also from Afrexim, ladies and gentlemen, please make welcome someone from the creative cultural space who is a true leader in our country, Nigeria, to give a closing remark. Please make welcome Chairman of the Silverbird Group, one more time, Mr. Ben Murray Bruce.
Ike said he called me up. I didn't hear him calling me up. Ladies and gentlemen, it's been a great time with all of you here today. I'd like to thank the representatives of KwaZulu-Natal Province. I don't have a name. Mr. George Elome, Executive Vice President, Government, Legal and Corporate Affairs, Afrexim Banks. My darling, Mrs. Kenayo Awani, Managing Director, Inter-Africa Trade Initiative, Afrexim Bank, and all colleagues from Afrexim Bank, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. First of all, I've had a great time here. A lot of great things have been done. Some of you have had deals. Some of you are thinking of deals. Some of you have made friends. Some of you have got a chance to see the folks at Afrexim Bank. You're thinking about what you can do. For once in a lifetime, we have an opportunity to make history. Like I said earlier, we've told our stories for hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of years. We just never had the opportunity for non-Africans, non-folks in a village to hear our stories, to watch our movies, to see us run track and field, to see our museums, to see our works of art that weren't stolen and taken to the West, and for us to feel some sense of pride and feel like we're Africans and we're successful and we deserve to be on the world stage. But here we are, right here, right now at CANEX. We're doing incredible things funded by Afrexim Bank. We will be successful because we want to. We will get to the mountaintop because we want to and because we can. And we want to thank the folks at Afrexim Bank for what they have done, what they have taught us in the last 1 week, what they did in Kigali, and what they're going to do in a few months' time for CANEX 2022, 23, 24, 25, and who knows. It's been great for us. Some of us have had major deals, some of us haven't. Don't worry. We will make sure everybody has a piece of pie on the table. Nobody will be left out. It is not in anybody's interest to leave anybody out. We all want to be successful. A young kid the other day asked me that he has a proposal that hasn't been listened to. All your proposals would be listened to. All your proposals will be looked at. And if you make a mistake, we'll send it back to you to fix it and come back. And let me say this to you. There's talent everywhere. There's talent all over Africa. We just need to discover it. When I was a kid, I was with Gary Coleman of Different Strokes. I used to go see him all the time. He was 10 years old. Who could imagine a 10-year-old kid making $30,000 a week? But Gary Coleman was making $30,000 a week. Ralph Carter of Good Times, but a show called Good Times. Ralph Carter, he played the role of Michael. He was a good friend of mine. He too was making $30,000 a week. He could do it because he had the opportunity to do it. If you have the opportunity, you too can be famous and rich and successful like those black kids in America. But don't forget, in the 70s, it was hard for them too. It was very hard. When white America wanted to cast black people on TV, they always cast fat people, or they made them maids or drivers or stewards. They didn't give them roles that were important. They did shows like the Beverly Hillbillies. There were no blacks. It took a long time for them to fight for racial justice and a chance to be successful, to be seen on TV. When MTV started, remember, MTV was for just white music. It took Michael Jackson to put up a big fight for them to play black music on MTV. The world is changing. We are changing. And sometimes it takes one man, a catalyst, to make a difference. So we too
can be rich and famous and successful. And some of you who come here by bus one day can drive a car, and those who drive a car can drive a Bentley, and those who drive a Bentley can have a private jet. Thank you very much. God bless you all.
Thank you so much to Mr. Ben. Right now, coming up on stage, we please welcome the representative of MEC for MEC for Arts and Culture in KwaZulu-Natal, the HOD for Economic Development, Tourism and Environmental Affairs, Mr. Nhlakanipho Mkotwana, for his closing remarks.
Thank you very much, Sazabini. Much appreciated. A good afternoon to all of you. Members of the Creative Africa Nexus Group, the Executive Vice President, Finance, Administration, and Banking Services at African Bank, Day is there, the artists and creatives present, the members of the media, and distinguished guests. It is indeed a great pleasure for me to be with you today at this auspicious occasion where we are discussing matters that are pertinent to the culture and creative industry. It is always captivating to be in the midst of young, creative minds whose preoccupation is to unearth novel ideas aimed at charting the course of the Africa we want, the Africa that is proud of its culture, that nurtures its talent and supports its creative practitioners. Program Director, the cultural and creative industry sector is central to our economic growth. Unfortunately, this sector was not spared from the devastating effects of COVID-19 pandemic. Many of our creatives lost their lives and livelihoods, while others neither worked nor practiced their craft, just as is the case in almost all other sectors. I am, however, delighted to inform this august House that as this province, we prioritize this creative industry as part of our 14 priority sectors as a response to the adverse impact of COVID-19 in order to grow our economy. We understand the immense contribution that the sector makes to ensure economic growth and sustainability in our province, which is the second biggest economy in the country. It is a well-known fact that cultural and creative industry sector is a microcosm of the broader African continent. However, it is still characterized by fragmentation and compartmentalization. We therefore need to work together, synthesize our strategies and efforts. In this regard, we are of the firm view that events such as CANEX shall bring us closer to solutions aimed at reviving the sector. You will all agree with me that the CANEX created a rare platform for creatives from across the continent of Africa to exhibit, network, and showcase their work and create an environment for all of you to be entertained by artists from both local and the whole of the continent. This is the experience we're all looking for as we're preparing for this IATF 2021. In closing, I must reiterate the sentiments shared by our Honorable Premier, His Excellency Sihle Zikalala, that as a province we're excited to have been granted an opportunity to host what is regarded as a successful Intra-African Trade Fair 2021. I hope, let me repeat, I hope we will all take the experiences of the fair back home and emulate them in our respective countries. I just want to repeat what Oskido said, that we need to ensure that what we learn here, we do it at home. When we go to Abidjan, when we go to Côte d'Ivoire, we must showcase what we experience here in the land of Tata Mandela. Let us all embrace the KZN program, whose slogan is keeping arts alive. Let us build what I think is rightfully ours. It is in our hands. Bon voyage. Thank you. Merci beaucoup. C'est bon.
Thank you very much, sir. And for our final speech of the day, ladies and gentlemen, please make welcome for closing remarks the Vice President for Governance, Services, Legal, and Corporate Services. Please make welcome Dr. George Elombi from Frexim Bank.
Why did you turn the music off? I also wanted to do a little keeping that alive. And thanks to great youth, thanks you all, the young, the youth who came here to make this evening an exciting one and who made this show for us exciting. We came, we saw so much. We thought we had come to conquer for some of us, see where it was, put a little financing here. But I think as Bruce put it, Ben Murray, we were conquered. It seems we were conquered. We were conquered by what we saw. I went on the stands. We were also conquered by what we've just witnessed. Conquered by the beauty of the designs, conquered by the creations, conquered by what we heard, conquered by the ambition, conquered by the plans. And at some moments, as the show went on and as I visited the stands and was conquered by what I saw and the impulse to buy and to promote, at some moments I wondered and I said, how lucky I am. My wife isn't here today. The credit card would be crying because I don't think she would have resisted those designs. So, Ben has thanked you already. It was my job to thank you, but he's done that. What is left now is for me to share one or two little reflections with you. In saying that when we thought a few months ago that the trade fair would take place in Durban, few believed it. But still deep in those COVID periods, following all that turmoil created by COVID, we thought it was going to be extremely difficult. But here we are, almost at the last night of the show, almost at the last night of CANEX. And at the official ending of this Creative African Nexus, we're now here celebrating a very glorious week of powerful words. You heard some of them straight away, of passionate musical expressions, of dance, of poetry, of visual arts, sometimes of masquerades, craft installations, of films, We also saw business deals. All of that in the context of COVID. We therefore can say that CANEX, the very first at an intra-African trade fair, we can now say without question that it was a resounding success, and that due to all of you. Would like to thank all the talented individuals and their teams who traveled despite the distances and the difficulties. You came this far, you helped us see, you also helped us to be conquered. We opened the CANEX talking about building bridges, and indeed that has happened. We have seen deals signed. We have seen products sold and carrier-changing connections made. On our part in Afrexim, for example, amongst the deals, we are proud to announce the $4.9 million, $5 million almost in favor of the Movement Pro Picture for movies that will be filmed in Zimbabwe and in the United States. We're also proud to announce a $50 million deal to support the partnership between Silverbird Group, I hope Ben is still around, and the AAA Entertainment to develop and produce a slate of cinematographic African feature films on the continent. This is what CANEX is all about. And this is what we mean when we say we are connecting the creative economy. At Afrexim Bank, we have long been saying that the creative industries have the potential to drive Africa's economy. It took us a while to get there. It's only at the first IATF that we actually made it concrete. But we had thought that this industry was far too removed from the traditional trade finance, the business of financing companies that produced regular items for trade, until we found out at some point that in the process of industrialization, as we thought as a pillar of African trade, that we needed to find small manufacturing so that we changed the nature of our trade. We didn't export commodities. We then began to think about what we call the non-traditional African exports. And it turned out that we could only turn to you, the creatives, to get those non-traditional exports. That was the quickest win game we could find. Turn to you, the creatives, not only because of the deep value of great amounts it carried, but also because it affected largely the young, and the young accounted for the huge part of the population. It was the easiest way for us to get to the young. The skills, the talent, the ambition that has been showcased in this week have reaffirmed that belief as far as we are concerned. We'd therefore like to acknowledge the high-level experts, the government leaders, the global African superstars we saw during this week, all those who have taken part in the truly memorable CANEX program. The energy and the tone was set yesterday with energizing musical performances, and the conversations that have followed have been extremely insightful. The CANEX team at Afrexim Bank will be taking the insights from all the participants and from our esteemed Creative African Advisory Group into our planning for the future. And the future does indeed look bright for our creative industry. From what we have all seen this week, the world is soon to realize that Africa is not just rising, it has indeed risen. Our creative heartbeat has reached across the oceans and has drawn attention to focus on the world. At Afreximbank, our job is to assist. It's not just to assist as well, but to take you along. In saying so, in taking you along, we're not doing you a favor. It's your right. It's African money, after all. It's intended for Africa. We want to see that creativity, which has conquered us here, conquer those who aren't here today, and conquer the rest of the world. CANEX at IATF 2021 is not just a one-off event. We will have to share it across the continent. We have, for that reason, developed a range of financial and related products to assist the sustainable financing of the various creative value chains. CANEX is your platform, and we will continue this work as we create closer and closer ties to the creative sectors. I'm therefore proud to announce that in 2022, we will be hosting CANEX weekend to take place in Abidjan, in Côte d'Ivoire. It is our hope that you will all join us as we continue the conversations, take the deals forward, and continue to drive the development of our creative sector and our cultural sector as a whole. As we have heard this week, African challenges need African solutions. They also need Africans working together. At the African Export-Import Bank, along with African governments and with all of you, we will have to put the creatives at the center of our efforts. We're just finding out that if we did so, we perhaps might be having a greater impact than on the traditional trade. We would like to ensure a bright and beautiful creative Africa. For that, I'd like to thank everyone who has been here, thank all my colleagues at the Afreximbank, thank the chief organizer of these shows, Mrs. Kanayo Awani, who helped you put all of these together on behalf of Afreximbank, and thank her and her entire team of Intra-African Trade at the African Export-Import Bank. Would like to thank Red Flag, who are the organizers of these events. Would also like to thank all the other various teams, the technicians, the sound controllers at that end, the photographers, the security men, the cleaners, those who served us the food, those who looked after us in the health clinics. Would like to thank, finally, the government of South Africa through the government of KwaZulu-Natal province for having made this a great success. Thank you all very much.
Pleasure on behalf of my co-hosts Zozi, Bini, Tunzi, and me, Ike Osakidua. I'd like to say a very big thank you for being such great guests. We'll see if you have received an armband. If you've been issued an armband, then you are welcome to join us at 7:30 for the closing concert of CANEX 2021, which will happen right here in this hall. So as we clear the venue and make our way out so they can repurpose it and also sanitize it one more time, I want to say a very big thank you for making it for all the meetings and visiting the fair and all your involvement with Intra-Africa Trade Fair and, of course, CANEX 2021. You guys are the best. Thank you so much. For those of you who have received armbands, we'll see you back here.
Were you going to close without me?
Would I dare?
He was really going to close the show
Would
without
I dare?
me. And we started it together. Thank you so much, everyone, for joining us. This has been fantastic. Thank you for being my partner in crime.
Thank you for allowing me to walk the same road as you. This is just glory in motion. This is what a Miss Universe looks like, guys. If you've ever wondered what African beauty is, she personifies it.
Thank you so much.
It's beauty and brains. Thank you so much, guys. We really want to see you in the evening at 7:30. So if you've received your armbands, please make sure that you come back. And you want to come back in time, we've got great acts up for you from all over Africa. You don't want to miss out on the concert this evening. Thank you so much. Good night. Or for those of you who are not coming back, and see you later for those of you who come back at 7:30.
It's your boy Easy. Yeah. Are you ready? If you give your heart to me, I no go let you go. Where I no go do you, Basa, baby, trust me.
When you hear the sound, wherever you are, then know that Africa is talking business.
Intra-African trade fair, Intra-African trade fair.
So come on, and come on, we call on all Africa. Come let us build our dream for together we grow stronger and united. Paint out the sky with the proud colors of your flags and say goodbye to the darkness of the past. We stepping forward, we rising up. Oh, Africa, our time is now. Break down the chains, clear the lines that separate, and shine the light on the things that make us great. We stepping forward, we're rising up. Oh, Africa, our time is now. Paint out the sky with the proud colors of your flag and say goodbye to the darkness of the past. We're stepping forward, we're rising up. Oh, Africa, our time is now. Break down the chains, clear the lines that separate, and shine the light on the things that make us great. We're stepping forward, we're rising up. Oh, Africa, our time is now. When you hear the sound, wherever you are, then know that Africa is talking business.
Intra-African trade fair, Intra-African trade fair.
So come on and come on. We call on all Africa. Come let us build our dream for all. Together we grow stronger and united. Paint out the sky with the proud colors of your flag and say goodbye to the darkness. We stepping forward, we're rising up. Oh, Africa, our time is now. Break down the chains, clear the lines that separate, and shine the light on the things that make us great. We're stepping forward, we're rising up. Oh, Africa, our time is now. One for all for one. Let's celebrate. Oh, Africa, come let us build our dream for all. Together we grow stronger and united. Paint out the sky with the proud colors of your flag and say goodbye to the darkness of the past. We're stepping forward, we're rising up. Oh, Africa, our time is now. Break down the chains, clear the lines that separate, and shine the light on the things that make us great. We're stepping forward, we're rising up. Oh, Africa, our time is now. With the FCFTA as a tool, we will build a greater Africa. With the FCFTA as a seed, we will grow. With the FCFTA as a tool, we will build a greater Africa. With the FCFTA as a seed, we will grow. Paint out the sky with the proud colors of your flag and say goodbye to the darkness of the past. We're stepping forward, we're rising up. Oh, Africa, our time is now. Break down the chains, clear the lines that separate, and shine the light on the things that make us great. We're stepping forward, we're rising up. Oh, Africa, our time is now. When you hear the sound, wherever you are, then know that Africa is talking business.
Intra-African trade fair, Intra-African trade fair.
So come on and come on, we call on all Africa. Come let us build our dream for all. Together we grow stronger and united. Paint out the sky with the proud colors of your flag and say goodbye to the darkness of the past. We stepping forward, we rising up. Oh, Africa, our time is now. Break down the chains, clear the lines that separate, and shine the light on the things that make us great. We stepping forward, we're rising up. Oh, Africa, our time is now. One for all for one. Let's celebrate. Oh, Africa, come let us build our dream for all. Together we grow stronger and united. Paint out the sky with the proud colors of your flag and say goodbye to the darkness of the past. We stepping forward, we're rising up. Oh, Africa, our time is now. Break down the chains, clear the lines that separate, and shine the light on the things that make us great. We stepping forward, we're rising up. Oh, Africa, our time is now. With the FCFTA as a tool, we will build a greater Africa. With the FCFTA as a seed, we will grow. With the FCFTA as a tool, we will build a greater Africa. With the FCFTA as a seed, we will grow. Paint out the sky with the proud colors of your flag and say goodbye to the darkness of the past. We're stepping forward, we're rising up. Oh, Africa, our time is now. Break down the chains, clear the lines that separate, and shine the light on the things that make us great. We're stepping forward, we're rising up. Oh, Africa, our time is now. When you hear the sound, wherever you are, then know that Africa is talking business.
Intra-African trade fair. Intra-African trade fair.
So come on and come on, we call on all Africa. Come let us build our dream for all. Together we grow stronger and united. Paint out the sky with the proud colors of your flag and say goodbye to the darkness of the past. We stepping forward, we're rising up. Oh, Africa, our time is now. Break down the chains, clear the lines that separate, and shine the light on the things that make us great. We stepping forward, we're rising up. Oh, Africa, our time is now. chains, near the lines that separate, and shine the light on the things that make us great. We're stepping forward, we're rising up. Oh, Africa, our time is now. With the FCFTA as a tool, we will build a greater Africa. With the FCFTA as a seed, we will grow. With the FCFTA as a tool, we will build a greater Africa. With the FCFTA as a seed, we will grow. Paint out the sky with the proud colors of your flag and say goodbye to the darkness of the past. We're stepping forward, we're rising up. Oh, Africa, our time is now. Break down the chains, near the lines that separate, and shine the light on the things that make us great. We're stepping forward, we're rising up. Oh, Africa, our time is now. When you hear the sound, wherever you are, then know that Africa is talking business.
Intra-African trade fair, Intra-African trade fair.
So come on and come on, we call on all Africa. Come let us build our dream for all. Together we grow stronger and united. Paint out the sky with the proud colors of your flags and say goodbye to the darkness of the past. We're stepping forward, we're rising up. Oh, Africa, our time is now. Break down the chains, near the lines that separate, and shine the light on the things that make us great. We're stepping forward, we're rising up. Oh, Africa, our time is now. One for all for one. Let's celebrate. Oh, Africa, come let us build our dream for all. Together we grow stronger and united. Paint out the sky with the proud colors of your flag and say goodbye to the darkness of the past. We're stepping forward, we're rising up. Oh, Africa, our time is now. Break down the chains, near the lines that separate, and shine the light on the things that make us great. We're stepping forward, we're rising up. Oh, Africa, our time is now. With the FCFTA as a tool, we will build a greater Africa. With the FCFTA as a seed, we will grow. With the FCFTA as a tool, we will build a greater Africa. With the FCFTA as a seed, we will grow. Paint out the sky with the proud colors of your flag and say goodbye to the darkness of the past. We're stepping forward, we're rising up. Oh, Africa, our time is now. Break down the chains, near the lines that separate, and shine the light on the things that make wherever you are, and know that Africa is talking business.
Intra-African trade fair, Intra-African trade fair.
So come on and come on, we call on all Africa. Come let us build our dream for together we grow stronger and united. Paint out the sky with the proud colors of your flags and say goodbye to the darkness of the past. We stepping forward, we rising up. Oh, Africa, our time is now. Break down the chains, clear the lines that separate, and shine the light on the things that make us great. We stepping forward, we're rising up. Oh, Africa, our time is now. One for all for one. Let's celebrate. Oh, Africa, come let us build our dream for all. Together we grow stronger and united. Paint out the sky with the proud colors of your flags and say goodbye to the darkness of the past. We stepping forward, we're rising up. Oh, Africa, our time is now. Break down the chains, clear the lines that separate, and shine the light on the things that make us great. We stepping forward, we're rising up. Oh, Africa, our time is now. With the FCFTA as a tool, we will build a greater Africa. With the FCFTA as a seed, we will grow. With the FCFTA as a tool, we will build a greater Africa. With the FCFTA as a seed, we will grow. Paint out the sky with the proud colors of your flag and say goodbye to the darkness of the past. We're stepping forward, we're rising up. Oh, Africa, our time is now. Break down the chains, clear the lines that separate, and shine the light on the things that make us great. We're stepping forward, we're rising up. Oh, Africa, our time is now. When you hear the sound, wherever you are, then know that Africa is talking business.
Intra-African trade fair, Intra-African trade fair.
So come on and come on, we call on all Africa. Come let us build our dream for all. Together we grow stronger and united. Paint out the sky with the proud colors of your flags and say goodbye to the darkness of the past. We stepping forward, we're rising up. Oh, Africa, our time is now. Break down the chains, clear the lines that separate, and shine the light on the things that make us great. We stepping forward, we're rising up. Oh, Africa, our time is now. out the sky with the proud colors of your flag and say goodbye to the darkness of the past. We're stepping forward, we're rising up. Oh, Africa, our time is now. Break down the chains, clear the lines that separate, and shine the light on the things that make us great. We're stepping forward, we're rising up. Oh, Africa, our time is now. When you hear the sound, wherever you are, then know that Africa is talking business.
Intra-African trade fair, Intra-African trade fair.
So come on and come on, we call on all Africa. Come let us build our dream for all. Together we grow stronger and united. Paint out the sky with the proud colors of your flags and say goodbye to the darkness of the past. We stepping forward, we're rising up. Oh, Africa, our time is now. Break down the chains, clear the lines that separate, and shine the light on the things that make us great. We're stepping forward, we're rising up. Oh, Africa, our time is now. One for all for one. Let's celebrate. Oh, Africa, come let us build our dream for all. Together we grow stronger and united. Paint out the sky with the proud colors of your flag and say goodbye to the darkness of the past. We're stepping forward, we're rising up. Oh, Africa, our time is now. Break down the chains, clear the lines that separate, and shine the light on the things that make us great. We're stepping forward, we're rising up. Oh, Africa, our time is now. With the FCFTA as a tool, we will build a greater Africa. With the FCFTA as a seed, we will grow. With the FCFTA as a tool, we will build a greater Africa. With the FCFTA as a seed, we will grow. Paint out the sky with the proud colors of your flag and say goodbye to the darkness of the past. We're stepping forward, we're rising up. Oh, Africa, our time is now. Break down the chains, clear the lines that separate, and shine the light on the things that make us great. We're stepping forward, we're rising up. Oh, Africa, our time is now. So come on and come on, we call on all Africa. Come let us build our dream fall. Together we grow stronger and united. Paint out the sky with the proud colors of your flags and say goodbye to the darkness of the past. We stepping forward, we rising up. Oh, Africa, our time is now. Break down the chains, clear the lines that separate, and shine the light on the things that make us great. We stepping forward, we rising up. Oh, Africa, our time is now. One for all for one. Let's celebrate. Oh, Africa, come let us build our dream for all. Together we grow stronger and united. Paint out the sky with the proud colors of your flag and say goodbye to the darkness of the past. We're stepping forward, we're rising up. Oh, Africa, our time is now. Break down the chains, clear the lines that separate, and shine the light on the things that make us great. We're stepping forward, we're rising up. Oh, Africa, our time is now. With the FCFTA as a tool, we will build a greater Africa. With the FCFTA as a seed, we will grow. With the FCFTA as a tool, we will build a greater Africa. With the FCFTA as a seed, we will grow. Paint out the sky with the proud colors of your flag and say goodbye to the darkness of the past. We're stepping forward, we're rising up. Oh,
When
To get my money off it. Hanky panky, molasses panky. Molasses panky. I rise like a phoenix. I rise. Talos of one weapon, so woman. Talos of one weapon, so woman.
Come on, ladies and gentlemen, make some noise for the king of Amapiano, Oskino! That's right, South Africa. This man makes your music popular all over the world. Oskino!
To get my money up there.
Yeah. We just want to welcome everybody, man. It's gonna be a great night tonight. I'm sure you've heard about a song called Amapiano. This is it. Let's go. Yeah, welcome my girl Candy. Yeah, let's do it.
Vasimana vara murumela vare vambona vatava le kwara le zege mpebezi ginwega lifiso la barwa baile uzuma palana yela ola irini iriginonde to malali muhoru lezi kwiti Do you remember this song? Iri Kile giguwa tabeni Gadomu kosi ukilila Garimpeni giotwelela Gatagana limpapati Answaraga lezo Ariwena Aridage osebele Chile jamilori Allah Kimilori abu makulu besu Yalla ikiri Yari Mo Africa Minangie kwa Zulu mina wema Gizo hambangie kwa Zulu Gizo hambangie kwa Zulu Gizo nakupenda malaika malaika Malaika, you are the only one in my life. In my life. In my life. In my life. My life. And listen to this. Malaika, you are the only one in my life. I really love you, and I need you. Ngiyabonga uthando lwakho, uthando lwakho, uthando lwakho. Ibe sengithi kini ngithi give me Lord, yabumakhulu besu. Give me Lord, yabumakhulu besu. Give me Lord, yabumakhulu besu. Yeah, yeah, yo. Brenda Faswasha Wati. Friday night is I know I must be ready for you. Just be ready for you. Nisayikhumbula le ngoma. So ngicela kuzo ama-flight amajitamani kona nithi jovijo. Ladies, where are you? Ngicela nina nithi Candy. We wanna party. I wanna dance for them. Wanna party. Okay, let's go. Let's go.
Hey.
Let's go. Let's go.
I wish we had the time. Ladies and gentlemen, come on, show some love to Candy. That's right, we love you. Thank you so much. You're the best. Thank you so much.
We are one.
We are one forever, forever.
Thank you.
Forever. You have
Thank
to
you
teach
so
me some
much.
dances when we get back. Come on, let's hear it for Candy, ladies and gentlemen. Also, I don't really appreciate the way you guys clap for Oskido. You guys didn't do right by Oskido. Listen, you don't understand what your music is doing. A prophet is without honor in his own house. You guys see him all the time in your club, so maybe he's commonplace to you, but you don't know this. But in Nigeria now, as of today, every third song is an Amapiano song. We don't speak the language, but we love the beat. And that's because of people like Oskido. So one more time, ladies and gentlemen, show some respect to the king of Amapiano. Give it up for Oskido. Yeah. All right, I've been told that I have to do a proper COVID announcement. So let's get into our serious face for a second. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, children of all ages, this is a very serious event. No, we're in Africa, we don't talk like that. All right, so please observe social distancing. This is a big deal for them. I know that many of your favorite acts are going to come out here from Southern Africa, from Eastern Africa, from Northern Africa, from Central Africa, from West Africa, and you're going to be enjoying the music. I promise you, you're going to have a fantastic time. But the organizers have asked me to ask you to please refrain from coming out of your seat to the stage to make all those videos and press up against each other, just to keep everybody safe, right? And the artists know this as well. So they won't take it as disrespect if you dance at your seats, okay? What you can do for me is make sure that they feel your energy with your vocals, with your voice, with your applause. So let's practice that, why don't we, all right? Let's practice the applause that we're going to give to the next artist. I'm going to be the artist, I'll introduce myself, and then when I come out, I want everybody screaming and shouting. Please, by all means, feel free to stand. You know, don't make it like you're watching golf or something, okay? That's not what we're here to do. This is an African concert. We want to see dancing. We want to see people giving us all those steps. You know what I'm saying? All right, we came here for this. Are you ready? All right, let's rehearse. Let's rehearse. Let's practice this. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, children of all ages. That's a nice voice. Anyways, so yeah.
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, children of all ages, please make welcome your host, 6'3" of twisted steel and sex appeal, Africa's finest son, Ike Osaki-Oduwa.
Listen. I'm not the reason for your breakup, all right? That's right. You're not going to give me that serious face, all right? Let's try that one more time. Ladies and gentlemen, please make welcome your next, as you get rid of your ex, make some noise for Ike Osaki-Oduwa. That golf clap is not going to work. I'm bringing some superstars your way today. Some real superstars, all right? Are you? All right, I'm about to bring you the first one. And listen, I really don't want you clapping like this for her. I want you clapping properly. Remember, each artist, jump to your feet and show some love. This one, I'm bringing to you from Northern Africa. She's originally from Tunisia, but music is so powerful, it takes you all around the world. She is from Tunisia via France, and now she's bringing you music that has never been released anywhere else in the world. She brought it to you first here at CANEX 2021. And it's a special album because that album features no other than the commissioner all the way from USA, Mr. Gordon Williams, ladies and gentlemen. He produced this album with her. She is a singer, songwriter, composer. I want you to give some big love as she comes all the way from Tunisia. Give it up for Dajla. Come on now, make some noise.
How are you, Durban? How are you doing? My name is Dajla. This is Commissioner Gordon, Lani Du, and let's have a good time together. This first one is called Elevation. The world is a mess, so unpredictable. Looking around, we need a miracle. Nobody moves, but everybody gets hurt. Just keep waiting for a city. You wanna believe in salvation. You hope for the next and final destination. Fire for the sinners, water for the best of us. Let's stay together, heaven is in front of us. Elevation. Elevate your soul, your soul, your soul. Elevate your soul, your soul, your soul. Whoa. You're living your life like an illusion, feeding from the terror on television. You're losing your mind, losing the connection. It is a good time for realizing the mission. Money, 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 never really have enough. Honey, 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 jealous and treat me rough. Oh, gimme, gimme, gimme some ammunition. But in my sleep at night comes you. Your soul, your soul, your soul, elevate your soul, your soul. Come on, elevate your soul, your soul, your soul, elevate your soul, your soul, elevate your soul. South Africa, come on, elevate your soul, your soul, your soul. Yes, it is so hard travel so far, travel so far, just to make the money, just to make the money, yeah. But we got to do what we need to do to survive. Oh, 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 and the dreams and hopes we have, keep each other alive, keep each other alive. The sun will shine after the rain, step by step, day by day, a little prayer every day, so we never go astray. A little closer, but still far away from the land. We can say a little prayer goes a long way, yeah, yeah, yeah. Step by step and day by day, step by step, day by day, yeah, day by day. Step by step, day by day, un jour, un jour, un jour. Speaking of you, every time you go away, every time you go away, I'm longing for my baby, my baby, my baby, so we can have a family, yeah. But we got to do what we need to do to survive. Ooh, ooh, ooh. And the dreams and hopes we have, keep each other alive, keep each other alive. Hey, sun will shine after the rain, step by step, day by day, a little prayer every day, so we never go astray. A little closer, but still far away from the land. We can stay. A little prayer goes a long way, yeah, yeah, yeah. Step by step and day by day. Come on with me, step by step, day by day. Yes, I love it. Day by day, step by step, day by day, day by day, yeah. Step by step, day by day, day by day, yeah. Day by day, yeah. Step by step, day by day, by day, by day, by day. Day by day, yeah. We take one day at a time. Day by day, un jour, oh, yeah. And day by day, together, hey. Step by step, day
That's what I'm
by
talking
day,
about.
yeah,
Come on, guys, one more
yeah.
time.
Day by day,
Day by day.
day by day, yeah, yeah. Step by step, day by. Woo! Durban!
Daj, I think they got to dance on this next song, Daj.
They have to?
Because we got a special guest on this next song, don't we? She has so many songs, she don't even know what the next song. Let me tell you, this is one of the most talented women I've had the pleasure of working with. And y'all know I worked with a lot of people. But on this song,
thank you so
I had
much.
to ask a friend of mine to come on this song.
Yes, we do have a guest. He's not here with us tonight, but he's in spirit, and his name is Stephen Marley, ladies and gentlemen. So we're gonna have to dance, but please stay where you are at your seat. But we cannot listen to Stephen Marley and not dance, right? Come on, Bob Marley, one love! All right, this one is called Why, and it was released just a few months ago. You can find it online, Dajala, Why, featuring Stephen Marley. Now the day has come for me to take a look at my life. I think about the time we spent together, many days and many nights. Why do I feel so blue?
I love you too, Steve. Be there till the end of time. Can't win the finish, girl, if we don't start. Take you to Congo, I'll play my part. You're off on the beat, and you're off on the chart. Make sure I never break your heart. Why?
Why do I feel so blue? Oh, tell me why.
Now I've got to know.
Why do I feel?
Tell me, baby.
Feel so blue?
You
know that I care for you.
Yes, I know.
You know I do. No, it's true.
I know it's
oh,
true.
tell me why.
But I gotta know.
Why do I feel so blue? The love we share is stronger than the storm and the rain. The love.
But I say,
the love,
baby.
the love.
Don't let down,
Stronger
no way, no
is
how.
higher.
Lioness. I say,
Stronger
Prince
is
and
higher.
princess, king and queen. Nothing come between. Yeah.
Africa, together, north, east, south, west, all together now. Whoa. Thank you guys. It's such a pleasure to be here. This week was fantastic. We've met so many creatives, incredible people, great vibe, great spirit. And it's just heartwarming to see Africa come together with all its colors and its talent. You could tell that everything is here, you know, and it's just beautiful.
So put your hands together for yourselves, Africa.
Yes, for yourselves. Africa. We have another one, huh? I'm sorry? Yes, this one is very special for me, this song. I see we have a lot of men in the audience. Are you there? Gentlemen. African gentlemen. Yes, you know, there is a shortage of gentlemen, you know that. It's a big issue. I don't have time to get into this now. This is why I wrote a 3-minute song, and I hope this song will explain. It's a long story, but I was in London at the time, living in London, and before meeting Commissioner. And I was talking with my girlfriends, and we were like, hey, how come we're single and we cannot find the gentleman that we're waiting for? And, you know, this led me to reflect on what I was expecting or, let's say, looking for in a man. And I believe that's what my father, a great Tunisian Algerian man who left Tunisia when he was 17 and traveled 32 countries before meeting my mom. And I believe the values that he gave me are the values that now, you know, I'm looking for in the men around me. Righteousness, honesty, hardworking, generous, faith, strong and kind at the same time. You know, there for his family and his friends. And I dedicate this song to him, of course, and to all the men and the fathers, because God knows that being a father today is hard. And to the ladies, the whole show is for you ladies. So this one song is for the men, okay? This one is called Where Are the Men? We need you. I was talking with my sisters today, saying, where have the good men gone away? And nice and strong, you know, the ones we like. That old school time, I guess a little bit like my father, but I look straight, look back, to my left and to my right. I look up but still no man inside. And I say, where are the men? Where are the men? With a soul that's pure and his feet on the ground. Makes me feel like a woman never lets me down. Oh no, what's with men these days? You know they get me confused with their skin tight jeans and ballerina shoes. You know it ain't about the clothes you wear or the style you choose. But baby, this really don't turn me on. It just gives me the blues. Where are the men? Where are the men? With a soul that's pure and his feet on the ground. Makes me feel like a woman never lets me down. Oh, where are the men? Where are the men? With a soul that's pure and his feet on the ground. Makes me feel like a woman never lets me down. Whoop, whoop. Yeah, yeah. Whoop, whoop. Yeah, yeah. Whoop, whoop. Yeah, yeah. Whoop, whoop. Yeah, yeah. I had a man, you see, he made sweet love to me. He was so sexy and strong. He said he cared for me. He was, a girl like me could dream about. But when I had to go fix my car, he just left and let me down. That's what he did. Whoop, whoop. Yeah, yeah. Whoop, whoop. Yeah, yeah. Whoop, whoop. Yeah, yeah. Whoop, whoop. Yeah, yeah. Where are the men? Where are the men? With a soul that's pure and his feet on the ground. Makes me feel like a woman never lets me down. Oh, where are the men? Where are the men? With a soul that's pure and his feet on the ground. Makes me feel like a woman never lets me down. Oh no. Oh, 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 oh. Yeah, yeah. Where? Tell me where. Maybe here, maybe there. Over here, over there. Somewhere. Tell me where. Where are the good men gone? Like my father. I guess a little bit like my father. Like my father. I guess a little bit like my father. Like my father. I guess a little bit like my father. Like my father. Yeah, yeah. A little bit like my father. Like my father. This one is dedicated to the hardworking men and women who have to sacrifice sometimes and leave the country to provide a better future for their children. And we are the children of the motherland. And we hear the call of the motherland. And so we come back.
You know I had pressure when we were making that song, right?
This is the last song, ladies and gentlemen. And for this last song,
now we go.
We have a special guest. Shall I tell them about the White Tiger? Because people are wondering, you know, we have this name for art collective. So there is me, Dajla, the singer, songwriter, but we also have created an art collective in New York with Commissioner called the White Tiger Society. And we collaborate with creatives all around the world. So this is not just about me, and it's never been about me just, you know. It's about the difference we can make all together and inclusive, you know. We're not competing, we're collaborating. And so people ask, why did you choose this name, the White Tiger? Okay, the White Tiger has black stripes. But the White Tiger is not a physical animal. It is an Asian, spiritual, mythical animal. And this tiger appears when the emperor of the land starts to commit evil deeds And so he comes to protect the children and to bring justice and balance. And so we are the White Tiger Society. And I'm calling Lani Du on the mic.
Durban, how y'all feeling?
Make some noise, please, ladies and gentlemen.
I need some energy.
Come on, come on. Commissioner, White Tiger Society, Durban, South Africa. This is the White Tiger.
Let me see you put your hands together.
Oh, come on. Oh.
Here we go. All right. Come on, Doc.
Come on now. Listen to the White Tiger Society. This is the sound that'll make you irate.
Put your hands up. Put your hands up. Put your hands up.
Listen to the White Tiger Society. This is the sound
That'll make you irate. Put your hands up. Put your hands up. Put your hands up.
I say, come, have no fear. Come and you'll hear. The music is clear. Here's the deal. The rhythm will heal. Together we feel. The music is real. Come on. Listen to the White Tiger
Society.
This is the sound
That'll make you irate.
Everybody go.
Put your hands up. Put your hands up. Put your hands up.
Listen to the White Tiger
Society.
This is the sound
That'll make you irate. Put your hands up. Put your hands up. Put your hands up.
All right, boy.
All right, Durban, I need the energy. Okay, look. I said, hi, I'm a nine. Keep my pen jotting. When I get up on the stage, I'ma rock the party. Time to move your body. Go tell a friend. Root rockin', hip hop until the very end. I'm taking my stand. Word to Selassie. Trying to take my soul, the heathen can't stop me. Made it to South Africa, shout out to Zulu. Freedom fight, rhyme, my other MCs is boo-boo.
Listen to the White Tiger
Society.
This is the sound
That'll make you irate. Put your hands up. Put your hands up. Put your hands up. Put your hands up.
Listen to the White Tiger
Society.
This is the sound
That'll make you irate.
Everybody go, come follow me.
Put your hands up. Put your hands up.
All right, Dodge.
Commissioner Gordon.
I think they need another verse, Dodge. You got one more for him?
Now we coming, the alarm is ringing, the lion is rising, the time is coming. Here's the deal, the rhythm will heal. Together we feel, the music is real.
All right, one more time.
Listen to the White Tiger
Society.
This is the sound
That'll make you irate.
Everybody go.
Put your hands up. Put your hands up. Put your hands up.
Listen to the White Tiger
Society.
This is the sound
That'll make you irate. Put your hands up. Put your hands up. Put your hands up.
Durban, are you here? South Africa, unite! No more time. Yes, the time is now.
Yeah.
The future is here. Dajla, Lani Du, Commissioner Gordon. We want to thank CANEX. Make some noise for CANEX, please. And the whole crew for welcoming us. Thank you so much. Find us online, Dajla, D-A-J-L-A. Lani Du, Kalani, of course, Commissioner Gordon. And we hope to be back very, very soon. Matter of fact, I don't want to leave.
All right. Y'all take care. They cut our time short, so we got to make
gotta
sure
go.
we keep it in order. But thank you so much, Durban. Peace.
Thank you,
And
Durban.
the show, we got great artists coming, so.
Come on,
See you
come on,
soon.
come
Thank
on.
you.
Make some noise, ladies and gentlemen. That was beautiful. I love the energy. Dajla, you're on fire. Thank you so much. Love the energy. Love the energy. Thank you, Commissioner. Let's hear some love for our man, the Commissioner, Gordon Williams. Come on, put your hands together. All right, that was Northern Africa. Not bad, not bad. I like that. I like the energy, and I like the fact that you guys are alive. All right, are you ready to go to the Gulf of Guinea? Are you ready? Are you ready? This is that area. There's a lot of love.
coming from those countries in that neighborhood. And this particular man, he gets a lot of love in the neighborhood. There was a time around there in his country, Cameroon, where everybody liked the title king, boss, and they looked at him and they gave him a very strange title. They call him High Man General. You know why? Because when everybody was trying to be a general, they said this one is the highest of the men who are called generals. You hear me what I'm saying? High Man General, that's what they call him, because he has produced so many artists within his own demographic. He has brought about 5 artists up and pushed them out. He's all about collaborations. In fact, you will find him on Beyonce's album, the Gift album, on the track Water. This man knows what he's doing. He's been bringing the music and he's exporting it. He's sending it to different countries in Africa and sending it abroad. Are you ready to show some proper love? You guys, this is an African concert. I'm not really impressed with. Somebody give that woman a husband. What? That's what I'm saying. Yes. Yes. Now, I want that level of energy before we call him out, all right? I want that level of energy. He's coming from that Central Africa area. He's bringing his whole posse of people. He's coming to bring you music. They've rehearsed. They're ready. Are you ready? That's this side of the hall. Are you ready? People in the back are not present. Are you ready? All right, ladies and gentlemen, this man is a big, big deal. I want people dancing. Don't come forward. Don't come forward. Remember our... I'm sorry. I know. It's kind of awkward. This is like one of those silent discos. Yeah, don't come forward. But I want you dancing. Don't just sit like, well, Africans, get up on your feet, all right? We're going to have a very good time with this man. I think you're going to be interested in it. But anybody from Cameroon here? Anybody from Central Africa here? All 2 of you. All right, let's see. Who's from Northern Africa? Make some noise. Okay, good to have you. Who's from Western Africa? Make some noise. It's like one person, but she's the loudest. These Nigerians, goodness. All right, let's see. Who's from the SADC region, Southern Africa? I love me some Southern Africans, man. Let me ask, is anybody from Botswana here? I like me Botswana girls, man. Yeah, so pretty. Okay, anybody from Eastern Africa here? Let me tell you, you guys have to travel to Eastern Africa. You have to. You have to. I've managed to travel to most parts of Africa, but Eastern Africans are on a different level. Let me tell you, like you girls in West Africa and Southern Africa, I mean, you guys sometimes, man, you get a bit lazy, with the boys hitting on you all the time. Eastern Africa is the only place I've ever traveled to in Africa where a girl said, "Did you come on your own? Can I buy you a drink?" I'm like, stop it. Be nice. Speak sweet words to me first. You're like, seriously. Like, I love the confidence in East Africa. Nobody does it like you guys. Make some noise from East Africa. Make some noise for yourselves. I've got some music I'm going to bring you in a little while, but first we're still with, our people out in Central Africa. I'm hearing music behind me. Are you guys set to go? Or do you want me out of your way? Not yet. Okay, so I can still talk to my people. In Nigeria, you guys, we have different talents. In Southern Africa, you have different talents. One of the talents in Southern Africa, is the past. The past. Things we leave behind. What did you say? No, what did you say? But what did you say? I'm saying, it's one of your gifts here in Southern Africa. Yeah, Two-Face calls it the African beauty. Yeah? I'll wear my second. I see you. Yeah, he up in the VIP. I see you. All right. Okay. And then in Eastern Africa, they've got confidence and they're like really, really intellectual people. Yeah. If you're hitting on an Eastern African girl and you're trying to hit her with money, you're wasting time.
You have to be a sapiosexual. What'd you say? She's like, bring your brains to the date. Yeah? Western African girls like swag, all right? You may have money, you may have brains, but if you don't have swag, you will never marry a Nigerian woman. No, I'm serious, you know. She can look at you like, he's so intelligent, shame, he'll die single. you know, like, it's a real thing, but Central African girls, I don't know what you guys like. Okay, well, we'll get back to this. Ladies and gentlemen, ready to bring you some music all the way from Central Africa. You ready? From Cameroon, with his whole posse, his whole team. Let's hear it for the High Man General. Give it up for Salatio!
Talking about tonight, Mr. Kilimanjaro, every time I touch the sky. Black to the bones, make nobody tell you lie. Oh, nana, make it take you for a ride, got you running underwater. DJ play that mystic song. That's the kind of thing we on. Salute my soldiers, sit feet down. R.I.P. my soldiers, sit feet down. You're thinking that we're gonna stop, then you're mistaken. Afrobeat music, that's the combination. We coming to your city, take the radio stations. With good vibrations, yeah. Africa represented. From the north, south, east, and west. Represented everywhere around the world, from Ghana to Asia, Nigeria to America, from Gabon to Australia, good vibes everywhere, Africa represented. Yeah, Africa represented. Church house, plantation to the clubhouse, from the ghetto to the penthouse, good vibes everywhere. From the streets to the church house, plantation to the penthouse, from the ghetto to the clubhouse, good vibes everywhere. How you guys feeling tonight? Let me hear you make some noise if you're happy. I can hear you! Yeah! Africa represented. From the north, south, east, and west. Africa represented. How you guys feeling tonight? Are you guys having fun? Social distance cannot kill us. So. Too much space. Before we used to vibe. But it's a good thing to stay safe. It's gonna be fine. It's gonna be well. I come all the way from Cameroon. Yeah. And
For me, the most important thing in my life for the past 5 years has been how. If you accept, let me hear you say, yeah, yeah. Okay. And my next song is titled, Good Girl. Shout out to all the good girls out there. Shout out to all the good girls out there and all the beautiful women. Good girl, let's go. Yeah, this one is for all the beautiful ladies in the house. Let me hear you make some noise. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Huh. My baby is a good girl. She's a good girl. My baby is a good girl. She's a good girl, yeah. Huh? She's nothing like a rude girl. Never ever picking up a fight with her baby. And maybe when the times get tough, she stay by my side and she said she don't leave me. She keep me on the low, low, low. She keep me in the flow, flow, flow. 37 on the low, low, low. Low, 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 low. I'm in the one fire. Take me to the place where I can be with nobody else. And baby, since you came, I'm living in a place I don't wanna share with nobody else. So baby, never slow down. Ain't nobody that is gonna slow us down, yeah. The way you cool me down. Every time we go down from my knees, me pray, I'ma say, God bless the girl down. We don't play with them and them all. Say from Sake when you I need one love and we talk about. My baby is a good girl. She's a good girl. My baby is a good girl. She's a good girl, yeah. Ladies and gentlemen, make some noise for Seth, please, on the guitars. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Yeah, my baby is a good girl. She's a good girl. My baby is a good girl. She's a good girl. Yeah, yeah. She never fails, never do me wrong. Me love her 'cause she's a good girl. Oh yeah, oh yeah, oh yeah. Thank you. Hold it. Right now, I'm about to take you to my village. African music is beautiful because there's so much diversity in it. And every part of Africa you find yourself, there is always something different for you to enjoy, something different for you to consume. And you begin to ask yourself, one day somebody asked me, how do you guys do it? How do you know all these styles, different genres? And I told them, in Africa, we've got the rhythm. Yeah, we are the ones that have the rhythm. Yeah. That's why we're taking over the music in the world. And that is why places like this are important to connect us. Because the more we are connected, the stronger we become. Remember, I said in the beginning of the show, there will be no nation stronger than the United States of Africa. My next song is titled Toi et moi. That's in French. I'm going to teach you some French now. Please, can I hear you say toi et moi? Toi et moi. Let's go. Mon bébé, mon bébé pour moi. Oh ma chérie pour moi. Baby, I'm not afraid to give you my heart, and I know go fail you. I'll always love you, 'cause together we're stronger. Toi et moi. Yeah, together forever, oh forever, toi et moi. You look into my eyes, girl, I can read your mind, 'cause your feelings no delight. Your beauty one of a kind, you got me hypnotized. Is it the way you smile, my angel? Si c'est le ton baiser que tu me donnes, bébé, ça marche. Et si c'est la tête mâchoire au ton bongo, bébé, ça travaille. Oh, 'cause I'm in love with you. Yeah, 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 mon bébé, yeah. Mon bébé pour moi. Yeah. Oh, ma chérie, yeah, 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 yeah. Ma chérie pour moi. Yeah. Baby, I'm not afraid to give you my heart, oh, and I know go fail you. I'll always love you, 'cause together we're stronger. Yeah, toi et moi. Oh my God, together forever, oh forever, toi et moi. We gonna go through the storms of life, toi et moi. Vas-y, maman, on avance, bébé, toi et moi. Yeah. Ah, yeah. Break it down, break it down, break it down. Durban, are you guys feeling this? Are you feeling this? Okay, let's do something, let's do something. The reason why I was giving you some French classes in the beginning is so that you could be my backup singers. Choir, are you ready to go with me tonight? Okay, when I say toi et moi, you respond toi et moi. I'm gonna do it one time, huh? Toi et moi, you say, toi et moi. Can we try that? Toi et moi, you say. Okay. Toi et moi, can I hear you say? Okay, let's take this side. Toi et moi, yeah, 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 yeah. Okay, let's come to the front. Toi et moi, do, oh, oh. Yeah, super, super. toi et moi. Oh, yeah. Oh my God. Yeah. For Her Honorable Princess Zamazulu in the building tonight. It's an honor to meet descendants of our African heroes, you know. Shaka Zulu is represented right here. Feel some African spirit. My next song is titled Bado. Yeah. On the freaky smile with the dress and the sexy tights, girl, you know that you got me bringing out all the freaky me. Pull your body, come close to mine. Shorter days and the longer nights, feeling like we were 16. Bringing back all the memories, yeah. Turn the radio to that frequency. Play the music from the late 60s. I do that amigo freaky, freaky bad man now. Man, I play Mr. Romantic. Cut that dress when me pull that train out. Man, I can't tell all the boat. Sailor sailing in man, I riding slow. The way you hold me, oh baby, girl, you do me right. I'm happy that you're mine. I can feel you love me, oh baby, always by my side. That's your mind. Oh my gosh, you bado, bado, bado. Girl, you make me bado, bado, bado. Oh my gosh, you bado, bado, bado. Girl, you make me bado, bado, bado. Yeah, 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 yeah. Na, 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 na. Listen, every time feels like Valentine's. Going, growing to higher heights. Them say something must kill a man. This your loving will kill your man. Shut the doors, baby, dim the lights. I'm just starting to feel your vibes. Babe, let's go for another ride. Oh my gosh, make you take your time. Yeah, give me that. All through the night, from the room to the back, I tell about the place. Me do the back, me. Amigo freaky, freaky, bad man said. Front to the back, all through the night. Cut the dress when me pull that straight out. You the captain on me boat, sailor, sailing in man, I'm riding slow. The way you hold me, oh baby, girl, you do me right. I'm happy that you're mine. I can feel you love me, oh baby, always by my side. I'm happy that you're mine. Quand tout cadeau, baby lâche le lit, je le sens, c'est pas faux. J'aime quand tu dis, quand tout cadeau, oh my gosh, you bad, yeah, girl, you bad, oh girl, you make me mad, oh, mad, oh, mad, oh. You bad, oh, you bad, oh. Girl, you make me mad, oh, mad, oh, mad, oh.
Thank you. Now let's end this show like we're supposed to do it. But before I end this show, I want to plead with everybody here. Where I come from, there are many problems in Africa, but where I come from, there's something really particular happening. And I think one of the reasons why these problems is not solved and the perpetrators of such terrible actions in my country are not being followed up is because people are not talking about it everywhere. And I believe there is power in communication. I see there's many big people from around me and do a hashtag end Anglophone crisis in Cameroon. People are dying. The world is not talking about it. I am really surprised when one person or some people, one person dies somewhere, you see it everywhere, you see it all over media. But I have the impression the Cameroonian crisis going on is being suppressed. But we can uplift that suppression. Please just help me on your social media page. Just check and put the hashtag end Anglophone crisis. Let's put some pressure on some leaders that are trying to kill Africa. Thank you. The next song is titled Water is a Medley. And I was honored to participate on a project with Beyonce and Pharrell Williams on this song. So we're going to do a medley of that song and my song, Ayagayo. This is the last song of the evening. And I hope you guys are having a good time. There's more coming. Don't move. Let's have some fun. But this one, there's a lot of energy that we're going to spend out here. Let's do this. Yeah, we can make it far. Don't need inflatable. That's what the waves are for. What are you waiting for? Yeah, we can make it far. Don't need inflatable. That's what the waves are for. Baby, oh, I'm not much of a talker. Baby, oh, can I drink from your water? Baby, oh, we meet down by the river. We can dance to the rhythm till the sun is high and the water runs dry. Yeah. Till the sun is high and the water runs dry. Yeah. Oh, darling, if you leave, I'll go wherever you go. I'll wear your heart on my sleeve so everybody knows. But if you want me to stay, you'll never be on your own. Baby, don't wait too long. Baby, I'm not much of a talker. Baby, can I drink from your water? Baby, when we down by the river, you we can dance to the rhythm till the sun is high and the water runs dry. Till the sun is high and the water runs dry. Till the sun is high and the water runs dry. Kevin, how are you guys feeling? Let me see the hands in the air like this. Everybody, let me see hands in the air. Thank you. Listen, I woke up with a good vibe. Close my eyes and saw a good sign. Something different, something too nice. Yeah, this life we're living, know me 2 times. Yeah, if you know, then you know. If you don't know, then you don't know. Don't worry about it. If it show, then it show. If it don't show, then it don't show. Don't worry about it, 'cause good times don't come easy, but they do eventually. Good times don't come easy, but they do. Just remember, please, to
like say nothing really do me. Oh yes indeed, you know that I got the vibe. Yeah. Yes indeed, you know that I got the vibe. But if you know, then you know. If you don't know, then you don't know. Don't worry about it. And if he show, then he show. If he don't show, then he don't show. Don't worry about it, 'cause good times don't come easy, but they do eventually. Good times don't come easy, but they do. Just remember, please, to say ayo, 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 ayak, ayak, ayo, 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 ayak, ayak, ayo, ayo, ayo. Well, I can see people smiling. Ayak, ayak, ayo, music playing. Ayak, ayak, ayo, children dancing. Ayak, ayak, ayo, my people. Yeah. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for having me. This is what I represent. Peace to Africa. Peace to Africa. Peace for Cameroon. And peace to the world. Have a wonderful evening. General. Yeah. Huh. Thank you very much, and we represent Africa. We represent Cameroon. We represent the world. We stand for peace. Thank you for having us. Have a blessed evening.
Make some noise for Salatiel, ladies and gentlemen. We stand with you, brother. We stand with you for peace all over Africa. Our story is the same, you know, like in different places in Africa. Our story is the same. Make some noise one more time for Salatiel. Sweet gentlemen, sweet. I'm about to bring you some interesting individuals, very, very special guys. Special. I remember one flight I was on from Mauritius. You know, we had gone to do something in Mauritius. And these gentlemen stepped on the plane. They were like the last to step on the plane. You know when you're a boss, you don't come in first, right? Yeah? So we worker bees were on there, and then they stepped on the plane. Happy guys, happy-go-lucky, chilling. And you know that odd time, that quiet time just before you take off, where they say everybody take out your headphones, put off your devices, make sure everything is in flight mode, buckle up, you know, try to get Africans behave themselves and everything. So everybody's sitting in the plane quiet. Next thing, these men bust out in an a cappella tune. It was the most ridiculous thing, but it was so beautiful. Nobody told them to keep quiet. I dare you to try it. They will shut you up in a hurry. But these guys, their tune was so smooth. No instruments. They were just singing. People in the plane were clapping. I doubt that they remember this. They probably do this every day, you know? That's how these guys are. Their melody, their harmony, their voices together is one of the sweetest things you will hear in music out of Africa. I'm not joking. It's just beautiful to hear them sing together. They do it all the time. They go to primary schools and do this. They do this in stadia all over the world. Matter of fact, they started like all the way back in 2005, right? Yeah? And then they started to export the music. Yeah, went over to Tanzania, hooked up with Ali Kiba, brought you Unconditional Bay. Yeah, you remember that? Yeah, came back to their home country, hooked up with P Unit, brought you Gentlemen. I know you know who I'm talking about. Came to South Africa, hooked up with BB Cool, brought you Umbozi Samawa. I hope I got the pronunciation right if I didn't. You know the song I'm talking about, yeah. And then came to Nigeria, hooked up with Pato Rankin, brought you Melanin. Yeah, yeah. Then they hooked up with the African giant, Burna Boy. They brought you African Star. I don't think you know what I'm talking about. These men came on the midnight train to CANEX. They are prepped and ready to make you shake your bum. Ladies and gentlemen, make welcome the one, the only, actually it's four of them, four fine, fresh boys. I don't know if they're married, but I know that the ladies love them all over Africa. Listen. Guys, let me talk to the men in this house. Let me talk to you. It is not good to be insecure. No, boys, it is not good to be insecure. I hear the women screaming. I see you because you brought your girlfriend and she's screaming for another man, you're insecure. Don't be like that. Ladies, look at the guy next to you and say, don't be like that. Reese Bona, don't be like that. Don't be like that. Don't be like that, sir. I didn't see you screaming just now. Just because one of their members is about twice your height doesn't mean you can't clap. Just because one of their members' voice is deeper than yours doesn't mean you can't clap, sir. Yeah? I didn't see you clapping and screaming when the woman beside you was shouting. Listen, if she sees you not clapping, you're never going to get her number. She's going to think you're an insecure brother. Okay? All right? Now, guys alone, women, don't say nothing. Guys, I want to hear that there are guys in the house who can appreciate other men. All right? Guys, I want you to hear you make some noise for the artist I'm about to bring out. Come on, make some noise. No. Wait. You see, guys, that sounds like you're complaining. Listen, I can't promise you that they won't steal your girl. I can't promise you they won't take your girlfriend. But what I can promise you is that when they're done, they will return her. Okay? So it's not stealing, it's borrowing. And there's loving sharing. Okay? All right, so guys, one more time. Only the guys. Girls, don't say anything. Don't say anything. Women, I know it's difficult, but don't say anything. All right? Guys, I want to hear you scream and clap and cheer and all that stuff on the count of 3. Guys, only guys. If you scream and you're a girl, we might start looking at you funny. All right? All right, so 1, 2, 3. Hey, yo, the struggle. The struggle is real. Okay, I think we're good to go. Are we? I hear some music in the background. Okay, I have like 2 minutes more. They ready? Are you guys tired of me yet? No? All right. I'm sorry, ma'am. Would you please put my pants back on in your mind? I don't like the way you're looking at me right now. I know there's that look. There's that look when you walk in the building and you just catch somebody's eye and they're so looking at you like you're finger food. I like it. I prefer you look at me like that than one of the guys. It's fine. Come, what's your name? What's your name? Mercy. Lord have mercy. Mercy, the Lord made you when he was in a good mood. I'm serious. You're wearing a pretty dress, but I prefer the hanger. I'm just saying. Don't worry, Mercy. I'm not going to lie to you, Mercy. I'm not one of those guys that come in here and lie to you and tell you I'm not married. I am married. But I can fix it. Let's not judge each other based on a simple thing like marriage, okay? Listen, you heard when Dajla said there's a crisis in Africa. We don't have enough men in the world. All right, so ladies and gentlemen, it's time to bring the boys on. I'm so excited that they're here at CANEX 2021. Please make some noise for Sauti Sol!
Good evening, Durban. We are Sauti Sol all the way from Nairobi, Kenya. We're so happy to be here. Tonight is about love. Feel love, receive love. The song we're going to start with is titled Midnight Train, after our album that we just released a year ago. And for those of you who are not familiar with us, we are Sauti Sol. And I hope you enjoy the set. All this music is for you tonight. Let's go. turn it up, turn it up.
Turn it up now.
Check, check.
Tunapita kama moshi na kabla tuzame mchangani, kuna kushinda na kufeli. Yo, inabidi ujijue tofauti ya mwalimu na mwanafunzi ni ujuzi na ujuaji. Oh, it's unbelievable that we make it this far, undeniable. We see the promised land from afar, and it's so beautiful. No, they can't touch the fire, and you know it's not in vain. We're steady tripping through the pain. Oh, we're steady rocking on the midnight train. Steady rocking on the midnight train. The midnight train. Oh Lord, oh Lord, steady rocking on the midnight train. Oh Lord, to Zion, to Zion. Siku zazidi badilika. Undeniable to see the promised land from afar. So beautiful, and they gonna know who you are. I keep on walking in the rain. Kuna blessings in the rain. Oh, oh, oh. Steady rocking on the midnight train. Steady rocking, steady rocking. Steady rocking on the midnight train. Oh no 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 no. Steady rocking on the midnight train. Steady rocking, steady rocking. On the midnight train, steady rocking on the midnight train. Oh Lord, steady rocking on the midnight train to Zion, to Zion. Thank you very much, Dover.
You guys are amazing.
This is a beautiful night. It's been a while since we played music in South Africa. The last time we were in Durban was a couple years ago for the Indaba
Design Indaba.
Yeah. And it was a marvelous, marvelous occasion. And we're glad to be here today to share with you a song that we did with Soweto Gospel Choir, which is a South African, the Grammy Award-winning Soweto Gospel Choir. And the song is titled Brighter Days, and it speaks about the brighter days that we're about to have after the pandemic. So this song is about the renaissance of the human race after the pandemic, and I hope you guys enjoy it. Thank you.
Brighter days.
up for Ivan Quizero on the bass, everybody.
Cause I'm certain brighter days are yet to come. Ain't no question that tomorrow there'll be good times, my darling. It's gonna be good times, yes, and I believe with every beat of my heart. Yes, I'm certain brighter days are yet to come. Ain't no question that tomorrow there'll be good times, oh darling. Sing, sing, Durban, yes, and I believe with every beat of my heart.
Oh, yo, 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 yo. Oh, yo, 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 yo. I'm on a one-way train. Tenda mema nenda zangu do my best. Saa zingine wanga ni noma.
Wanga ni noma.
Imani yangu inanichoma. But I know it's gonna be a better day. Oh, hey. I'm living on the edge. See you will need a pity at one on the stage. Life in a sunda corona. Emotionally niko kwa boda. I pray for better days. Yeah. Oh.
Cause I'm certain brighter days are yet to come. Ain't no question that tomorrow there'll be good times, oh darling. There's gonna be good times, yes, and I believe with every beat of my heart.
Nazidi makinika zaidi. I'm holding on a little bit longer.
A little bit longer.
What doesn't kill you makes you stronger. I see a brighter day. Hey, 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 hey. Visions of love from up above. The sun is not too far away. Now I shut up, now not far. I know I will be okay. Reach for the stars with every bit of my heart. I know.
Cause I'm certain brighter days are yet to come. Ain't no question that tomorrow there'll be good times. Sing, sing, Durban, yes, and I believe with every beat of my heart.
Oh, my love, there's gonna be days like these. We need to be stronger, my love. Misuko na mahangaiko. Ni hali ya dunia Mungu yupo.
And on days like this, my darling, we need to rise up. Wakijaribu kutuzika tutajamine. Our lives will never be the same. Oh, and I believe with every beat of my heart. I believe with every beat of my heart. I believe with every beat of my heart. I believe with every beat of my heart.
You know, this is a relationship. We talked about this. We talked about this. We talked about, I know you love them. We love them too, but the medical people are outside threatening to shut us down because you guys are trying to get love from Southeast. So get back to your seat. Go back to your seats, man. Come on. Back to your seats. Go back to your husband. Go. Oh, wow. She said why. All right, but please, guys, COVID protocols, please. I hate to interrupt your set. I'm sorry. The medical people are outside threatening us. All right, please. Thank you so much.
I'm just going to come closer. Thank you very much for killing the vibes, bro. God bless you. I think I'm going to come closer to you because I want to sing to the ladies. Ladies are in the building tonight. And I want to remind you, all of you who are sitting here tonight, that all of you deserve to feel like stars. Because I know you are. Let's go.
Every girl deserves to feel like a star. And I know you are. I know you are. Every girl deserves to feel like a star. Yeah. And I know you are. I know you are. 'Cause I knew you are when I met you. Nilitamani nikupeleke kwetu. Some good vibes and I'm grateful. Hapa nitapanda mbegu. You deserve to feel things you never felt before. Love you like I never did before. Ooh, ooh. You don't know what's in store for you. Melanin and so much more. Heavy is your crown. When you hold me down, I hope I never let you down, my love. Every girl deserves to feel like a star. And I know you are, I know you are, I know you are. Every girl deserves to feel every girl deserves to feel like a star. I know you are, I know you are, I know you are, I know you are, yeah.
Ladies and gentlemen, in your ear, on audio.
When I met you, now one day I will be able to say yes to you. Good vibes and I'm grateful. It's obvious to me that you're special. I'm ready to feel like I never did before. Love you like it's an open door. You don't know what's in store for you. Melanin and so much more. Heavy is your crown, and still you hold me down. I ain't gonna ever let you down, my love. Every man deserves to feel like a king. My everything, my everything. Every man deserves to feel like a king. You're my everything, my everything. I know you are. Every man deserves to feel like man deserves to feel like a king. My everything, my everything, my everything, my everything. to feel like a star. And I know you are. I know you are. Every girl deserves to feel like a star. I know you are. I know you are.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, for the last song we're going to do tonight, this is a song that was inspired very much by being in South Africa in the recording of our album. So I want to thank South Africa for being such lovely hosts and always allowing us to make amazing art when we're here. And that's what Africa is about anyway. So I also want to take this chance to welcome all of you guys to Kenya. It's a beautiful country. And I want to welcome you all to come and make art and do business in our country. It's an amazing place. The people are beautiful. And we love you all. Africa is for Africans to dominate, to sing, to dance, to enjoy the food, to enjoy the culture. So you're very much welcome to come to Kenya, and we're looking forward to hosting all of you.
Yeah.
Thank you. That's an open invite. Even more open to the ladies.
Definitely.
I die. Let's do this. Let's do
Susanna, I hope you're happy now. I see you flexing on the ground with your brown side. Susanna, I hope you're happy now. I see you change your skin color and your hair is longer now. Now kuona daban, hapo kando ya Champs-Élysées. Ukitesa na kamini, yeah. Now know my business. And I see you in London. Silicone on your bum, checking what your doctor gave ya. On your worst behavior, Susanna Bande. Hello. Glad to hear this song. Somebody loves you. Susanna Bande. Oh, yo. Hello. Come back home. Somebody loves you.
Shepu ni majaliwa, ila wengi walinyimwa tabia, na shepu kabarikiwa. Mwanamume hisia, pesa ni majaliwa, ila wengi walinyimwa hisia, na pesa kabarikiwa. Na kuona Brazil, hapo Rio de Janeiro, ukiongezewa nywele zenye, na no my business. And I see you in China with the latest designer, shaking what your doctor gave you on your worst behavior, Susanna Bande. My lord, oh no. Come on, somebody loves you, Susanna Bande. Hello, change your mind and come back home. Somebody loves you.
Sikukutamina dua, I sent a kilini moyoni bado